Galw'r aelodau I drefn. Yr eitem gyntaf yn agenda ni'r prynawn yma yw'r cwestiynau'r prif weinidog, ac mae'r cwestiwn cyntaf gan Bethan Syed.
Will the First Minister make a statement on the support for Welsh women affected directly by the spy cops issue?
Well, it is important that the women affected by this issue receive the help and assistance that they need. I understand that the inquiry that the UK Government has put in place is not due to report until 2023.
Thank you for that response. The reason why I was asking this question was because I think that it's important that the Welsh Government reaches out to some of the women from Wales that have been directly affected by this operation STS unit within the police that did infiltrate activist groups, and then clearly those police officers acted inappropriately with those women. Lisa was with Mark Stone. She discovered this in 2010. He was an undercover policeman called Mark Kennedy, and Rosa, an anti-racist campaigner who had a relationship with Jim Sutton, Jim Boyling, who had 2 children with her. 8 women are taking action, and we have an event tonight in the Pierhead with these 2 women involved. I'm asking what you can do as a government to support these women in this public inquiry to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again to Welsh women, so that they're violated in this way, and how can we go about changing the practices within the police so that we ensure that if they do need to go undercover, that it is done in an ethical and an appropriate way.
Can I first of all congratulate the member for hosting tonight's event and raising a very important issue that I suspect many members of the public are still not yet aware of. Now, it's some time, 5 years it seems, before the report will be prepared. In the meantime, however, it is important to provide services to those who have been affected. What I can say is that we do fund, of course, the Live Fear Free helpline, which is managed by Welsh Women's Aid. Those contacting the helpline will be listened to, believed and offered help and support. It provides support and advice to victims of violence and abuse, as well as their friends and relatives and practitioners. So the support is there, but it is hugely important, of course, that when the inquiry reports, that it does make robust recommendations to ensure that unacceptable practices are not repeated.
Mark Isherwood.
Diolch, Clywyd. Terms of reference for the undercover policing inquiry, which I think was launched in 2015 by the then Home Secretary, says the investigation will include but not be limited to whether and to what purpose, extent and effect undercover police operations have targeted political and social justice campaigners. It makes no explicit reference to the many women deceived into sexual relationships by undercover police officers. What, if any, representations has the Welsh Government made to the inquiry on behalf of women in Wales who were exploited in this way? Or, if not, are there, or can you explain what limitations on the Welsh Government's intervention there might be in this respect?
Well, this ultimately is a matter, of course, for the UK Government, although it is taking a great deal of time, I have to say. In March 2015, as the member rightly says, was when the inquiry was announced. It potentially would take 8 years before it actually reports, for reasons which are not clear. The inquiry itself will be looking at the deployment of police officers in undercover roles. It has been established following the controversy surrounding the conduct of undercover officers. Now, the inquiry will make, I understand, recommendations as to how undercover policing is conducted, and will scrutinise the use of undercover officers by the now defunct SDS and National Public Order Intelligence Unit. Now, among the allegations, of course, that undercover officers took fake identities from dead children, had relationships with campaigners and fathered children. Those are on the record. It would strike me as hugely difficult to understand if the inquiry itself did not also look at those issues in order to provide a comprehensive report.
Cwestiwn 2 i Rhyn ap Iorwerth.
Diolch, Clywydda. Wnaeth y prif weinidog ddatganiad am daliadau grantiau glasur.
Mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi darparu taliadau glasur i'n hawlwyr mewn modd amserol ac yn gyson. Hyd yn hyn mae dros 39 miliwn o bunnoedd wedi dal i fusnesau fferm yng Nghymru yn ystod y flwyddyn hyn. Bydd cyfnodau ymgeisio pellach ar gyfer grantiau bach glasur yn agor eleni ac yn 2019 mwyn hyrwyddo'r gwaith o adfer a chreu cynefinoedd hanfodol.
Diolch am yr ateb yna. Dwi wedi siarad â nifer o ffermwyr a chynrychiolwyr sydd wedi bod yn rhoi cymorth iddyn nhw wneud ceisiadau am grantiau bach glasdur a hynny yn sgil pryderon bod taliadau yn hir yn dod. Rwan, yr ymateb dwi wedi cael gan y Llywodraeth ydy nad ydy'r taliadau yn hwyr, ac yn dechnegol mae hynny'n gywir oherwydd does na ddim amser yn cael ei osod ar gyfer o fewn faint o amser ar ôl gwneud cais yma taliadau i fod i gael ei gwneud. Rwan, o ystyried yn enwedig ar ôl gaeau caled iawn bod llif arian yn bwysig i ffermwyr, a wnewch chi fel Prif Weinidog ystyried cyflwyno canllaw ar gyfer gosod amserlen lle gall y ffermwyr ddisgwyl cael taliad o fod yn llwyddiannus yn gwneud cais.
Allai ddweud wrth yr aelod bod rheoliadau y Comisiwn Ewropeaidd wedi cael ei newid yn ddiweddar mwyn sicrhau ffenest ynglŷn â wneud taliadau. A byddwn yn meddwl bydd taliadau glastur yn cael ei wneud rhwng y cyntaf o Ragfyr eleni rhwng y dyddiad yna a hefyd y ddegfed a'r 20 o Fehefin y flwyddyn nesaf. So felly am y tro cyntaf bydd yna ffenest, ac yn y ffenest hynny bydd ffermwyr yn gallu erbyn taliadau.
Russell George.
Joel Flyth, what other schemes are available to help farmers improve bring forward environmental schemes on their farmland, other than the Glastier scheme?
Well, farmers, of course, can look at schemes such as the existing agri-environment schemes. There is a small grant scheme, of course, that members will be aware of. Also, of course, Farming Connect, which can help farmers to become more sustainable in terms of their businesses. So there are a number of options available for farmers in order to make their practices more sustainable and, of course, to make their businesses more sustainable.
Cwestiynau nawr gan arweinwyr y Pleidiau. Arweinydd Plaid Cymru, Leanne Wood.
Yesterday, your Labour government backed Westminster's multi-billion-pound investment in a polluting new runway in the south-east of England. Do you stand by that decision, considering on the same day Westminster cancelled a clean, green, renewable energy project in Swansea?
I'm not responsible for the way votes go in Westminster, as I've said many, many times, but I do share her very great concern, that's probably an understatement, with the failure to go ahead with the Swansea Bay tidal lagoon. It is a huge disappointment for the Swansea Bay area. And it's a disappointment that's shared, in fairness, by Conservatives as well in this chamber. They've expressed that great concern. It's a shame the UK government didn't look at this in a far more rounded way. The fact that the project would have lasted a century, the fact that it would have created jobs, not just in the short term, but potentially in the long term as well. It would have created a technology we could have exported around the world. Now others will steal a march on us. It is hugely important that the UK government doesn't give the impression, which it has done now, that nuclear and offshore wind seem to be the only options for energy generation in the future. We have, around the coast of Wales, particularly but not exclusively in the Bristol Channel, one of the highest tidal reaches in the world. The fact that it's not being harnessed is a sign that the UK government sees Britain as being a boring and backward place, and not one that's bold and bright and wants to go forward developing new technology. It's a huge shame for so many people in Swansea Bay and beyond.
First Minister, the contradiction in all of this is shocking. Any government that is serious about tackling climate change cannot seriously take such contradictory positions as this. Not only do we see Heathrow being built, new nuclear to be funded by the taxpayer at the same, if not higher rate than the stated cost of the tidal lagoon. Now, First Minister, I acknowledge that the Welsh Government has made an offer of financial support for the tidal lagoon, but that wasn't enough. Now we need action and not offers. The window of opportunity is small, but I believe that the Swansea Tidal Lagoon project can still be saved. So will you now keep hope alive by honouring Labour's manifesto commitment to set up a national, publicly owned energy company to take over and progress this project?
I mean, on a day when people in different parties have been united in expressing their concern at the UK government's decision, Plaid Cymru start moving the blame elsewhere. I mean, there is a fair question, and that is, well, what plans do you have for the future? And that's a fair question. But today, what I have to say is that Wales has been let down by a decision of the UK government in London. That's what's happened. we cannot fill in the gaps that they have left. They are responsible for that. They are the ones who have to explain what they have done to the people of Swansea, and we will continue to press them. Now, in the future, what plans can there be for other projects that we will look to support? Of course, the door is open. Of course, that's something that we want to do, because we believe that there is a huge potential on the coast of Wales in terms of energy generation. What we cannot do, however, is fill in enormous gaps that are left by the UK government and the UK government's responsibility. Surely she will join me today in expressing her great concern at the way this has been dealt with by the UK government. 18 months of delay despite the Henry Review. The fact that this would have been a game-changing project for the whole of Wales and indeed for the world, and that will not now happen because of the actions of the UK government.
So you're just going to wring your hands? You're not even going to bother trying? And remember, you promised in your manifesto that you would set up an energy company, and that could, if you were prepared to look at it, progress this project. First Minister, railways not electrified, lagoons not built, Airbus not investing. It's clear that the Secretary of State is Westminster's voice in Wales and not Wales's voice in Westminster. First Minister, Airbus employs around 7,000 people here in Wales, and their reason for reconsidering their investment in this country is our place in the single market and customs union. Now, I recognise that the First Minister may well say that he supports our membership of both, but the actions of his party indicate the opposite. Just a few weeks back, a majority of Welsh Labour MPs failed to vote on a crucial amendment that would have kept us in the single market. We now need clarity. Will you, First Minister, join with us in condemning your Labour MPs for supporting pulling Wales out of the single market and customs union, directly endangering those Airbus jobs?
This is like watching somebody playing darts and deliberately trying to aim at the wall to the side rather than the dartboard itself. On a day when people from different parties have expressed concern, in different ways, of course, they have to, according to which party they're a member of, but on a day where people have expressed concern at the decision of the UK government, Plaid Cymru have left them off the hook.
I'm asking you to
on a day when blame should rest in the place where in Westminster where the decision has been made, Plaid Cymru are trying to turn this into an exercise in presenting themselves as being relevant, when in fact it is First Minister's questions. First Minister's questions doesn't involve answering questions about what happens in Westminster. That's one of the things that is absolutely clear. I am here to give the view of the Welsh Government. It's a matter of great regret today that as politicians from across Wales have expressed their concern at the decision taken by the UK Government, even those from within the Welsh Conservative Party have expressed their view that Plaid Cymru decided to let them off the hook.
Arweinydd yr wrthblaid, Andrew R.T. Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, last week the report into the tragedy at Gosport War Memorial Hospital came forward, and in particular the excessive use of opiate painkillers that potentially has led to the untimely death of at least 650 patients. Has the Welsh Government had chance to consider the report and the findings of that report and any implications for the Welsh NHS and changes that it might need to make?
We will, of course, consider any reports that are relevant to Wales, and many of the issues that arise elsewhere in the UK and beyond will inform our future thinking, and officials in the Minister will look at the report to see if there are any lessons that can be learned for Wales.
Thank you for that answer. I hope it will be a timely report back on that, because there are some very concerning aspects in relation to the circumstances around the premature deaths of the patients concerned. But one of the things that has come to light, certainly in press comment, is the use of Graysby syringe drivers, which basically administer opiate painkillers, either over a 24-hour period or over an hour. Now, various safety notices have been put out over the last 20 years in relation to these instruments, and in Australia and New Zealand they were banned many years ago. The NHS was supposed to have withdrawn from service these syringes in 2015. Can you confirm today whether the NHS in Wales is still using these syringes, or is the Welsh Government still investigating this?
What I can say is, he's right with the media coverage of the syringes. The syringe drivers, which are called Graysby MS26 and Graysby MS16A, were loaded with capsules and programmed to release drugs into a patient's bloodstream over an extended period. They deliver drugs at different rates, and of course we know from the report that led to a dangerous overinfusion of drugs. Hazard notices were issued by the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, MHRA, to ensure that NHS staff knew the difference between the models. This was also the subject of an England and Wales-wide National Patient Safety Agency publication, Rapid Response Report, in December 2010, which gave the NHS 5 years to transition to drivers with additional safety features whilst mitigating risk in the meantime. What I can say is that all relevant NHS Wales organisations have confirmed compliance with that patient safety requirement. We will be writing to health boards and trusts asking them to audit existing practice and to provide assurance that they remain compliant with this advice. And I understand that the same thing will be happening in England.
I'm grateful for that very detailed response, because the reports over the weekend would cause a huge amount of distress to families of bereaved relatives that might suspect some wrongdoing or some faulty equipment that might have caused an untimely death. What is important is if families do have those concerns, and the numbers we are talking about run into the thousands if you put it across the whole of the NHS, because these machines were used right across the NHS in England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, that families can raise their concerns and ultimately have those concerns addressed. What action will the Welsh Government be doing to work with health boards so that families who do have those concerns, bear in mind you have confirmed that the Welsh NHS is compliant with the directive that ruled out their use up till 2015, but families will have concerns that need addressing, so how can families go about having those concerns addressed?
Well, if anybody has a concern, of course, they can raise that concern directly with the health board or with their constituency or their AM, or indeed with the health minister. There's an outlet to do that. We're not aware of any concerns, but obviously it is right that there is an audit to make sure that the compliance is still there in the way that we would want. And that is the way we will seek to give assurance to both patients and their families across the NHS.
Caroline Jones.
Llywydd. First Minister, in the past few months have been brutal for the Welsh High Street, with many large retailers announcing closures of their stores. Mothercare is closing 50 stores across the UK, including its Newport branch. New Look is closing 60 stores, including its stores in Cardiff, Monmouth, Rhyl and Pontypool. Carrefour Warehouse announced nearly 100 store closures across the country, and other retail giants like M&S are announcing closures and planning closures as well. And in the last week, we had the devastating news that one of the High Street's most iconic names, House of Fraser, was closing its stores in Cardiff and Cwmbran. So we've seen many high street brands disappear in recent times, and thousands of jobs have been lost. So, First Minister, the UK Government are not appearing to address this issue, and some are calling this hell on the high street. So please can you tell me what your government, the Welsh Government, is planning to do to help halt this decline?
Well, retail is an important sector for us, so making it a priority. I'm not going to pretend that the challenges facing retail are easy, because they're not. There are many people who shop online, and there are many people who go into a shop and then shop online, not shopping in the shop itself. And there are some challenges there. Where does the answer lie? I suspect it's ensuring that our town centres are more mixed, making sure that more people live in town centres, and also ensuring that there are more offices. You know, I know from my experience in Bridgend, there's a lack of office space. And there's too much retail space. And what we need is to get the balance right, so that there's more good quality office space, creating then the footfall in the day for the shops that are there. So it's a question, I think, of rethinking what our town centres should look like, not seeing them purely for retail, but a far better mix in terms of what they offer and people living there and people working there.
First Minister, but over the weekend, retail experts outlined the scale of the problem facing Wales department stores following the announcement by the House of Fraser and the news of Chepstow's Herbert Lewis was to close. Howells has been on Cardiff's High Street since 1879 and will soon go the same way as David Morgan, which was the mainstay of Cardiff's retail experience for over 125 years. Herbert Lewis has been part of Chepstow's shopping experience for 140 years. The managing director of Newport's Wildings department store, which recently had to downsize, said the future was not good for traditional stores due to the rising costs and growth of online sales. So, First Minister, do you think it's time we took radical action, such as massively cutting business rates, in order to save Wales remaining retail icons?
It would take more than that. I think one of the issues that does need to be dealt with is we need to make sure that online retailers are paying taxes properly. The reality is that if you are a shop, you are paying business rates, so you might be competing with somebody who's paying next to nothing because they're online. And there are issues there which only the UK government can resolve. There have been issues that have been that have risen many times over the past few years, but that's where the level playing field has to be established. Simply saying, well, because an online shop is based outside the UK or subject to a more favourable tax regime, it's never going to work for the high street, if I can put it that way, or even for the bigger chains, if they're competing against online retailers who just don't pay the same taxes they do. And that's where I think the focus has to be.
Yeah. But we have to redress and look at the balance and have a level playing field. And unfortunately, according to Cardiff Metropolitan University's Business School, it is too late to save our traditional retailers. According to Chris Parry, Senior Lecturer in Accounting and Finance at Cardiff Met, the time to cut rents and rates was 2008, not 18. He said that the challenge for us is what do we do with our town centres and our high streets to look like that in 10 years' time? You know, what do we do with it? And that's something we need to urgently consider. So if the exponential rise in online sales continues, and we have no reason to believe that it won't, then by 2028, many of our traditional retailers will have disappeared. So, First Minister, we have to plan for that future. So Chris Parry said that if we sit and do nothing, our town centres may well be derelict wastelands in the next decade. So we have to avoid that at all costs. First Minister, what plans does your government have to accelerate mixed use of our town and city centres, replacing closed down stores with housing, restaurants, GP surgeries and everything else needed to true urban living?
I agree, and it comes back to the point I made earlier on. We do need, and planning guidance has been changed to reflect this, we do need to make sure that our urban centres are more mixed. Some of them are not. People have tended not to live in town centres for some time. We know that there are some businesses who will do well because they don't have online competition. If you're a cafe, there is no online competition. If you're a barber or a hairdresser, there's no online competition. There are some shops who have specialised particularly strongly in some products. They also perhaps have an online shop as well, which helps them to sustain their business. Ultimately, of course, it's a question that the problem is that people aren't going through the doors as they used to. They're looking elsewhere. How do we look to resolve that? Well, making sure, I think, as well, that people are around in the day. One of the issues is, to my mind, that many town centres, shops are open between 9:30 and 5:30, when most people are not around, in reality. And it's a question of looking again about flexible opening hours so that shopping centres are open, particularly in town centres, when people are actually out of work and back from work and able to shop, rather than having a model, which is a model really that hasn't really existed for 30 or 40 years, where people would go in and shop during the course of the day because perhaps they weren't in employment, in paid employment. Well, those days have changed, and I think it's important as well that the challenges that exist for the retail sector are met with looking at, as well at how can they become more flexible in order to cater for the fact that life has changed for most of their customers.
Question 3, Lee Waters.
What analysis has the Welsh Government undertaken of the opportunities outlined in the Institute of Welsh Affairs case study, Swansea Bay City Region, a Renewable Energy Future?
Well, can I welcome the recent report that IWORK produced under their Re-energising Wales project on the potential for the region. It will be extremely valuable for us, and particularly for decision makers in the Swansea area, in order to inform the direction of the city deal.
Thank you, First Minister. Not content with cancelling green trains to Swansea and pulling the plug on subsidies for renewable energy, yesterday the Tory government pulled the plug on the tidal lagoon when their own former Energy Minister said it would be a no-regrets policy, and the Welsh Secretary had the brass neck to tour the TV studios and say the 30p annual subsidy was expensive when he's happy to subsidise Hinckley by £12 for every customer a year. So I think we should call out the hypocrisy of the Tories and the way they've led up investors up the garden path. We're going to think twice about putting money into innovative technology again. But I think the message of the IW report is there's still a possibility for us to lead the way in Wales, and it's for us as the Welsh Government to be at the front of that. The case study set out in detail how Wales can meet 100% of its renewable energy demand by 2035, just from green technologies. The City region leaders are supportive. Will the First Minister make sure the Welsh Government gives its full-throated support to this effort to make sure we still can be leaders in this field?
Yes, we've already done it, of course, in Pembrokeshire, particularly with projects that we've supported there. I think the problem is that the mood music created around the announcement today is that tidal energy is too expensive. That's the message that's been given. Now, that will apply wherever potential investors are looking at tidal energy projects. If I was a tidal investor now, I'd start thinking twice about investing in the UK, because the UK government haven't given any encouragement to tidal energy. It's a matter of great regret. What they have said is, well, nuclear is there, and offshore wind, not onshore, but offshore wind is something they want to pursue. The message is that tidal energy is not seen as important by the UK government, and I regret that very much. Bear in mind that all we were asking for was the same financial deal as was offered to Hinkley. No more than that. We're not asking for special favours beyond that. If the contract for difference was there in the same way as it was for Hinkley, I believe the Lagoon could have moved forward, but the UK government did not accept that. And that is something I know that it's a matter of regret, not just to members on this side of the House, but also to members in other parties as well.
Susie Davis.
Thank you very much. So it was my understanding that Ministers made it clear that the door was still open on tidal energy and future discussions on that. But let's talk about something that we can do something about more quickly, and that is rapid and fast electrical vehicle charging points. The same report mentioned that Wales is behind the rest of the UK in the number of charging points available, and suggested as a key action that increasing the number of charging points at major transport nodes, park and rides and tourist attractions. That should happen pretty quickly. Now, Swansea Bay City region is awash with these types of locations, and as the role of transport within the city deal area is something we're all talking about now, including local businesses. Can you tell me whether the money you've given for scoping out the South Wales West Metro includes perhaps increasing the number of electrical charging points in the Bay? And have you had any further conversations with Ford about whether they're considering electric car production within the South Wales West region?
Sorry, I missed the last point.
Oh, whether you've had any conversations with Ford about electric car production in South Wales West?
Well, there have been discussions with Ford on a number of potential opportunities. To my mind, the battery production is where the future lies. The technology is not far away when batteries will become far better used. I suspect that in terms of the step change will come if the day comes when people are physically able to take a battery out of the car that is discharged and then able to put one in that has been charged. So there's no delay in terms of the charge. We're a long way from that point at the moment because the batteries are huge. In terms of charging points, Tesla, of course, have invested heavily in charging points, but the reality is that there are very few Teslas on the road. There are charging points available in, I think, almost every service station at the moment as well. A number of retailers, like IKEA, for example, have charging points as well in their shops, and it is possible there is an app available that gives you an idea of where all the charging points are. So we want to roll out charging points across Wales. We know how important that is, and that is something that will be a priority for us as a government.
Di Lloyd.
Diolch, Llywydd. The IWA report on the Swansea Bay region certainly sets out an exciting vision of the region's energy future. Taking ownership and control is a theme which runs throughout that report, as you know, and it clearly shows that the growth of renewable energy projects in Wales are still dependent, to a large extent, on Westminster. And yesterday certainly proved that point as regards the Tidal Lagoon decision. And in view of your earlier comments to Leanne Wood, we look forward to your full support tomorrow in the vote of no confidence in the Secretary of State for Wales. But notwithstanding, whilst the Wales Act does transfer some new powers to Wales for projects generating less than 350 megawatts, for example, do you now believe that Wales should, as Scotland has, have a greater influence over the strategy to develop offshore wind and marine energy technology, as well as setting subsidy levels and priorities for supporting community energy and energy efficiency schemes?
Yes, but we still wouldn't control the market. That's the issue, the GB energy market. We need to have a government in London that sees renewable energy as important and is willing to make the investments in renewable energy that are going to be needed for the future. That is not the case at the moment. What we've seen over the years is solar panels having their subsidies removed, same for onshore wind, and now what we have is a situation where the UK government has limited itself to a small number of ways of generating energy. They need to be more expansive than that and be far bolder in terms of supporting projects like the Tidal Lagoon.
Cwestiwn 4, Simon Thomas.
Ag am y Llywodraeth Cymru i cymryd i gefnogi'r economi hydrogen.
Wel, mae potensial mawr o hydrogen I chwarae rôl bwysig yn ein economi gan ei fod yn ddefnyddiol o ran gres pŵer a thrafnidiaeth. Mae nifer o fentre Llywodraeth Cymru yn edrych ar gyfleoedd I ddefnyddio hydrogen yng Nghymru I wella ein dealltwriaeth o'i potensial.
Wel, diolch am yr ateb, ond 8 mlynedd yn ôl, fe cyhoeddwyd Peter Hain a Jane Davison y bydde'r M4 yn dod yn priffordd hydrogen I Gymru, a bydde erbyn hyn, ers 2 blynedd ydy'r gwir, rhestr o llefydd I stofio hydrogen, I defnyddio hydrogen fel fan o trafnidiaeth oedd yn cael ei dadgabeneiddio. I ni ddim wedi gweld y freuddwyd yna wedi gwefeddu, ac I ni ddim wedi gweld neb o dim yn symud ymlaen yn ystod y blynyddoedd diwetha I ddatblygu'r potensial hydrogen, yn y hyn ni newydd bod yn trafod drwy bob yma I datgabeneiddio'r economi Cymru. Ac dyma dechnoleg a dyfeisiwyd yng Nghymru, lle mae yna ymchwil a hyn y byd yn digwydd yn Baglan a llefydd tebyg, lle mae yna cyfle aiwaid I Llywodraeth Cymru, nid yn unig I arwain yng Nghymru, ond I arwain yn ryngwladol. A newch chi manteisio ar y cyfle yma I fod, fel wetsoch chi wrth Lian Wood, bold and brave.
A ni yn, y man y grŵp cyfeirio wedi cael ei sefydlu mwyn arwain y ffordd ni'n meddwl ynglyn â hydrogen yn y pen draw. Ni wedi bod yn sicrhau bod na adnoddau ar gael mwyn dangos fel bydd y technoleg yn gweithio. Wnaethon ni gweithio astudiaeth I edrych ar gyfleoedd a hydrogen yn Rhondda Canon Taf 2 flynedd yn ôl. A mae argymhellion yr adroddiad hynny yn cael ei gefnogi ar hyn o bryd mwyn gweld sut fel bydden nhw'n gweithio. Ni'n helpu cyngor Sir Fynwy enghraifft edrych ar gyfleon I adeiladu ar River Simple, sef cais sydd yn cymryd lle tu fewn I ardal nhw ynglyn â edrych ar danwydd ganaliadwy a hefyd wrth gwrs gweld bydde hwnna'n digwydd. 2 miliwn o bunnoedd wedi cael ei roi I River Simple. Mae hwnna'n dangos gwrs yn cefnogaeth ni ynglyn â cefnogi'r economi carbon isel lleol. Ac wrth gwrs ni hefyd yn gweithio gyda cyngor Sir Benfro a fforthradd Aberdagleddau mwyn datblygu ardal zero carbon yn ardal Aberdagleddau hefyd. So mae sawl peth wedi cael ei gefnogi lan I nawr, ac wrth gwrs mae yna llawer o potensial ar gael. Ni ar gwaith ymchwil hefyd. Mae y rhaglen Sir Cymru yn cyllido gwaith ymchwil yn Mhrifysgol Abertawe yn ei danwydd hydrogen I gerbydau, a mae Prifysgol Caerdydd hefyd yn edrych ar gwaith ymchwil ynglyn â thechnoleg I greu hydrogen gwyrdd yn y pen draw.
Nick Ramsey.
Minister, there have been concerns expressed from some quarters that we may be putting all our eggs in the electric basket and the electrification basket in terms of rail and cars, at the very point where some countries are moving fast towards a hydrogen economy. I suspect that over the medium term it will be a mixture of both that will provide the carbon reductions that we need. Will you undertake that you will look in the first instance for exploring the potential for hydrogen fuel on both freight and railways and buses? I think it was Simon Thomas who mentioned the M4 as a potential hydrogen highway. And looking beyond that, clearly we are moving down the line of electric vehicles at the moment. There are all sorts of issues for providing electric charging points in the early days of electric cars, and there are still some issues there. In the future, hydrogen cars might be much more of a reality. Have you done any provisional work in terms of developing our highways, developing the infrastructure for a potential hydrogen future, not just in the case of trains but also and buses, but also in the case of cars as well?
Well, if I remember rightly, the hydrogen fuel cell was invented in Wales, so in some ways we've stolen a march there. We must make sure that we continue to be in the forefront of this technology. We did look at the option of hydrogen technology with the train bidders during the procurement process. That wasn't something that we could take forward at this stage, but we'll continue to look at how the network can innovate in the future. If we look, for example, at the research, I made reference earlier on to the research work at Swansea University and Cardiff University, looking at how we can develop hydrogen in the future as well. It's hugely important for us to be ahead of the game in Wales in terms of the scientific research. I think there are great opportunities there in the future in terms of developing hydrogen as a fuel. And he will be aware, of course, of River Simple, the project, the trial that took place in Monmouthshire. Again, it's a question of supporting the research and supporting the trials to move the technology forward, and we'll continue to do that.
Question 5, Neil McAvoy.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the First Minister provide an update on the implementation of local development plans in South Wales Central?
There's complete coverage of local development plans in the South Wales Central region. The implementation, of course, of local development plans are the responsibility of each respective local planning authority.
Diolch. I didn't really expect a proper answer, so I'm going to give you an update on the LDP in Cardiff on behalf of residents, because your local development plan is bringing absolute chaos. Traffic jams already go on for miles, and yet there will be over 10,000 extra cars on those roads already rammed. There's no new infrastructure in place, no new public transport, and communities will be suffocated with dirty and polluted air. GP surgeries are about to have thousands of extra patients when they are already at breaking point. New places will not be provided in doctors' surgeries or hospitals until 3,000 houses are built. You denied announcing that all this would take place. Your councillors stood in green fields, pledging to protect them. Those very same green fields are now full of bulldozers. Do you accept that you and your party have a very strange relationship with the truth?
Sorry, I don't know what the allegation was there.
Well, if you fail
like
to understand
please.
the allegation, then you can't
I'd
answer
like a
the
ruling,
question. Yeah, thank you. Andrew Davis.
First Minister, in relation to developing LDPs, it is really important that obviously councils and local people's voices are heard in the process. There does appear in the current system to be a disconnect with the ability for local people to feel they're having influence in the development of LDPs. And I appreciate that's a responsibility for local authorities, but ultimately the Welsh Government signs those LDPs off. Where do you think real improvements can be made in the process so that local communities do not feel that they are excluded from the development of plans that are supposed to govern the development of their own communities?
I think what's key is that people are involved in the LDP development process at the start. He will know, I'm sure, and I've had the same experience, where people will object to a planning application when, in fact, the land has already been allocated in the development plan for a particular purpose, at which point, of course, it's too late in the day in order to bring forward the objections that they would want. So I would expect local authorities to be fully engaged with the local community in the development of a local development plan. But it is hugely important now that we move on to strategic development plans. One of the issues that is correct in Cardiff is that Cardiff is a popular place to live. There is a need for more housing, otherwise house prices will go up to a point where people will be forced out of the city in order to live. There are real challenges in terms of infrastructure, that much is true, which is why it's hugely important that in the southeast of our country that we see the development of a strategic development plan that looks at a much larger area, rather than thinking that local authorities can only look at their own areas when it comes to setting out a development plan. It's not the economy works, we know that, and that's where the next stage of planning must go.
Heaven David.
I agree with the First Minister. I think strategic development plans are the answer, and I'd go further to say that LDPs fail to deliver within their boundaries in areas like South Wales Central, and those authorities that stand against it then find themselves victim to speculative planning applications, which inspectors overturn democratically elected councillors on appeal, which is why I would praise the Welsh Government for its proposal to temporarily disapply paragraph 6.2 of TAN 1, the advice note to the planning inspectors, relating to the provision of the weighting of a 5-year housing land supply. However, and I've written my own response to the consultation supporting it. However, I was disappointed to receive a letter recently from the Home Builders Federation, which went to other Assembly members, opposing the Welsh Government's plans. I feel that the Home Builders Federation are far too keen to support the cartel of large house builders and the planning system is stacked in their favour, and they deliver barely any affordable housing. I think the Home Builders Federation need to rethink their position. Would the First Minister agree that we need to look at how we develop small and medium-sized house builders who have far more focus on their local communities and the needs of the market? And will he stand firm against lobbying groups who have vested interests?
It's hugely important that we have a planning system that works as effectively as it can. He's right to refer to the consultation that's taken place on the disapplication of paragraph 62 of TAN 1. We're considering the evidence of that now. But there is here a responsibility on local authorities as well, because it is important that local authorities agree governance arrangements to move on rapidly to progress the strategic development plan. The difficulty is, of course, that local authorities will look at producing a development plan for their own areas. The reality is people will live in their area and work somewhere else. If you look at my own constituency, many thousands of people work in Cardiff and happen to live in Bridgend. To suggest that somehow you can have a development plan in Bridgend that's wholly separate to that of the Vale of Morgan or Cardiff really doesn't work, because in reality it's one large area. So it is important now. He will know the pressures, of course, in Caerphilly, as he's mentioned many, many times. It is hugely important now that local authorities do now get together, do decide who is going to take forward the strategic development plan in order to make sure that there's a greater distribution of people around the area. Otherwise, it's right to say that most of the development, I suspect, will fall on Cardiff, it will fall on southern Caerphilly, and we need to make sure that a strategic development plan is in place to make sure that there's not overdevelopment in some parts of South East Wales, when in fact there might be opportunities elsewhere.
Cwestiwn 6, Lloyd.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Am wnaeth y Prif Weinidog amlinellu nifer y derbyniadau o ganlyniad i glefyd rhwystrol cronig yr ysgyfaint i adrannau damweiniau achosion bris rhwng 2016 a 2017.
Mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn casglu data yn reolaidd ar nifer y derbyniadau adrannau damweiniau ac achosion bris sy'n ymwneud â chlefyd rhwystrol cronig yr ysgyfaint, bynnag. Mae gwybodaeth o gronfa ddata cyfnodau gofal cleifion Cymru yn dangos y cafwyd 5,044 o dderbyniadau yn 2015 a 4,768 o dderbyniadau yn 2016, gostyngiad felly o 55%.
Diolch am hynna. Wrth gwrs, fel ydych chi wedi crybwyll, mae'r data yn dangos bod yna fwy o dderbyniadau adrannau damweiniau ac achosion bris nad sydd wedi bod yn hanesyddol, ac mae'n angen clir i sicrhau mynediad at wasanaethau adsefydlu cleifion yr ysgyfaint felly, ac hefyd i'w harallgyfeirio nhw a chefnogi cleifion i wneud ymarfer corff. Felly, beth mwy ydych chi fel Llywodraeth yn mynd i wneud i sicrhau bod gan gleifion ar draws Cymru fynediad at y triniaethau yma mwyn lleihau'r risg o'i cyflwr yn gwaethygu ac yn arwain â dderbyniadau diangen felly i adrannau damweiniau ac achosion bris.
Y doctor, gai dweud felly bod yna lwybr newydd yn cael ei ddatblygu ar hyn o bryd mwyn helpu bobl gyda COPD i ystyried gweithgareddau ynglyn ag ymarfer mwyn bod nhw'n gallu rheoli y cyfrol maen nhw'n ffindo hunain mewn. Mae hwnna'n meddwl, wrth gwrs, ystyried cyrsiau mwyn helpu bobl i gael yr ymarfer sydd eisiau nhw, bobl i ddysgu nhw sut i ymarfer hefyd, ac wrth gwrs i hybu nhw. Ynglyn â sicrhau bod nhw'n edrych ar ffyrdd newydd i ddelio gyda'r clwys sydd gyda nhw, yn lle bod nhw'n teimlo trwm, so bod rhaid nhw felly fynd i'r ysbyty. So dyna le fi'n credu mae'r gwaith i ddim.
Angela Burns.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And of course, First Minister, I'm sure you'll agree, it's not just a new pathway we need, but people with the passion and commitment to deliver it in a really proactive way. Just recently, I made it my business to go and meet Louise Warmby, who was this year's Royal College of Nurse of the Year, because Louise has in Cwmtaf developed an excellent programme for dealing with people with COPD. It's gained a lot of traction within Cwmtaf, and she's very keen to obviously spread that best message out across all of Wales because it is innovative, it is kind to the patient, and it really brings people on board in a non-hectoring, lecturing way. What can you do as a government to ensure that these very small green shoots that pop up in the NHS full of great ideas do get that opportunity to grow and to spread that best practice so that everybody can benefit from the experience of a nurse such as Louise Warmby?
You know, what I've found over the years is that quite often the best ideas come from an individual, who might observe what's happening in their local area, shape that observation into a practical example that can help people, and it's hugely important that that practice is able to spread. I would expect health boards to look at innovative practices elsewhere in Wales. I will, however, ask the Health Secretary as well to write to you with his ideas as to how this might be taken forward.
Cwestiwn 7, Mick Anthony.
Will the First Minister make a statement on the Welsh Government's strategy to tackle problem gambling?
Well, a cross-government group has been established to develop a strategic approach to reducing gambling-related harm across Wales. The group is currently considering the recommendations from the CMO's latest annual report and will coordinate existing action and identify new activity that might be required.
Thank you for that answer, First Minister. You will recall the number of debates we've had in this chamber over the issue of fixed odds betting terminals. And, of course, the UK Government gave a commitment that they would now take measures to reduce betting on these to a maximum of £2 per bet. It now appears that it may be at least 2 years before any such legislation is forthcoming. We do have some powers within this, not as extensive, but it does seem to me that this would be an appropriate time now for Wales to take a lead and to introduce legislation at least to use the powers we do have to minimise the amount of fixed odd betting terminal bets that can be placed under our powers under the Wales Act of 2017 now, rather than wait for legislation which will take several years to arrive or may not even arise at all.
Well, the member is right. The difficulty, of course, is finding time for legislation. What is a packed legislative programme? That's not to mean we do nothing, of course. And it's important that we know that there are other tools available to us in order to reduce problem gambling. I can assure the member that the CMO has made several recommendations in his annual report. The cross-government group is currently considering them, certainly as a first step to dealing with problem gambling, and we're keen to work with the CMO in order to address the problem.
Darren Millen.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, public health enemies like problem gambling are things that we have the opportunity to tackle here in Wales through the education system, where there were some startling statistics at the Beat the Odds conference last week that 80% of children have seen gambling adverts on TV, 70% of children have seen gambling adverts on social media, and two-thirds have seen gambling adverts on other websites. Now, whilst I appreciate we don't have the opportunity to deal with adverts per se, we do have an opportunity through the education system to educate our young people about problem gambling and the harm that it can cause to them and wider society. So what action is the Welsh Government taking through the new curriculum and other opportunities which might be presented to tackle this problem as a public health enemy?
Well, I was explaining to my children last week that there was a time when cigars and tobacco were freely advertised on television, which they couldn't quite understand, but they were. Gambling was more tightly regulated. It's gone the other way. That's the problem. There is scarcely a time when somebody can watch a sporting occasion without there being some offer to make a bet halfway through the game, next scorer, even something I saw in the papers a few days ago where it would be a free bet if England won against Panama. A lot of losers there, I suspect. But the serious point is this. This has happened since the Gambling Act in 2005, and I regret that happened under the watch of my own party. I think that was the wrong decision to take, because what we have seen is the proliferation of gambling adverts that make it appear that a bit of gambling is okay, basically, a bit of this, and then that's where the problems arise. What can we do in the education system? Because we don't control, obviously, the advertising industry. Well, health and emotional well-being is a theme of the personal and social education framework that forms part of the current curriculum framework that does give schools the chance to pick up issues such as problem gambling. Financial education will be a key element within the new curriculum, something, of course, that the member Bethan Said has championed, and that will offer robust provision to help learners develop their financial skills, including the management of money. And I can say that Pioneer Schools are working with some of the key organisations to develop new areas of learning as well. So, yes, we can address it through the education system. We are doing that. It's going to take more than that in terms of the advertising industry as well.
Jenny Rathbone.
I'm delighted to hear, First Minister, you're aware of the huge dangers there are in linking gambling to sport. You do not have to. You can support your team without having to place a bet. But obviously, children have been pushed this idea that the one goes with the other. What is the possibility of introducing legislation to change the planning criteria for betting shops so that they have a specific category, and that means that we can firmly control the number of new betting shops and ensure that other businesses closing down don't then get made into betting shops?
I'll ask the Secretary to write to you on that. It is right to say that we don't see a proliferation of betting shops, but that's part of the problem. Online gambling is it's never been easy to gamble. There was a time when you physically had to walk into a betting shop in order to do it. And most people didn't do that. There were some people for whom it was a lifestyle choice, but it didn't happen for most people. Now, of course, because it's so easy to gamble. And because, for example, just to give some figures to members here, there were 152,000 adverts in 2006 related to gambling. In 2012, and I suspect the figure's gone up since then, there were 1.39 million. Well, that kind of barrage of information is bound to have an effect to encourage people who otherwise wouldn't have gone into a betting shop years ago to gamble more, and then, of course, to create problem gambling. If we don't allow advertising for tobacco and alcohol in TV, why do we allow advertising for gambling? I think that's a question for committee for the UK Government to resolve.
Diolch i'r Prif Weinidog. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw'r datganiad a chyhoeddiad busnes. A dwi'n galw'r arweinydd y tŷ wneud ei datganiad, Julie James.
Diolch, Llywydd. There are several changes to this week's business. The Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport will make oral statements today on the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon and the recent Airbus Group announcement. As a result, the statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Education on initial teacher education will issue as a written statement. And finally, Llywydd, the Business Committee agreed to schedule an additional debate tomorrow afternoon on a no-name day motion tabled by Plaid Cymru. Otherwise, business for the next 3 weeks is shown on the business statement and announcement found amongst the meeting papers available to members electronically.
Andrew Arty-Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Leader of the House, could I raise two issues with you, if possible, please? I was grateful for the clarity that the First Minister showed in the questions I put to him in First Minister's questions, but I'd be most grateful if the Health Secretary could bring forward a statement about opiate use within the Welsh NHS and the guidance that is out there. Some of the stories that have come out and the report that has come out last week do raise genuine and serious concerns in patients and clinicians' minds, and it would be most helpful if a statement about opiate use as pain relief, especially in the palliative sector, could be made available by the Health Secretary for members and the wider public to be able to see. And secondly, you did say it last week when I raised the question with you about the Permanent Secretary and her engagement with us around issues in the QC-led inquiry, that you would make representations to the Permanent Secretary. As we haven't heard anything, I was wondering, are you in a position to update us as to any information that might be forthcoming, as I believe to date I haven't seen that information come available?
Yes, on the first one, the Cabinet Secretary is indicating he's more than happy to update members by way of a written statement on the situation there. And on the second, unfortunately, my meeting with the Permanent Secretary wasn't able to go ahead last week due to issues with my diary, but as soon as I do see her, which I hope will be this week, I will be bringing that to her attention.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. First of all, can I thank the Leader of the House for accommodating the no-name debate tomorrow. I think it's very important that the Assembly has an opportunity to debate not only that we have a statement on the Tidal Lagoon today, but actually debate the political circumstances that led to this decision. Obviously, Plaid Cymru feels in our motion that we feel we no longer have confidence in the Secretary of State for Wales, or indeed in the post, really, and the way that post is being used, rather than as a bridge between here and Westminster to achieve Welsh ambitions, as an obstacle and a gate between our ambitions and Westminster. So I think the vote tomorrow will be very important. I understand it's open to amendment today. I'm sure the Government won't agree with every approach that we've taken in this, but I hope very much you won't defang the motion tomorrow, and that we do send a very strong message to the Secretary of State about his relationship to this place as a Parliament, but also the way he acts on our behalf in London. And I think it's our duty to send that message following the events which we'll discuss more this afternoon. And thank you again for tabling a statement on the Tidal Lagoon so we can have that future debate. Can I ask just a couple of specific things about how the Government might address business over the next few weeks? First of all, I understand the EU withdrawal bill has become an act today, and John Bercow, as the Speaker of the House of Commons, has noted the Queen's assent to the bill. So now we have an EU withdrawal act, and take it, unless you will tell me differently, that the intergovernmental agreement which you have agreed with the Westminster Government will come into operation, and that therefore you will be seeking to repeal the law derived from the EU legislation Wales Act, which is also an act, of course. So we have two acts now which are not necessarily compatible with each other, or at least they're not compatible with the intergovernmental agreement. Can you set out for us what is the process by how this will happen? How will a bill be withdrawn? We haven't done this before. So how do we withdraw a bill that has become an act, actually? What consultation will there be? How will that happen? What will the debates, what do you foresee as the Leader of the House, that this role that this Parliament will play in that? How will we ensure the widest possible discussion around that? Clearly, you've made that commitment as an intergovernmental agreement, but some of us will have different views on that, and will be keen that the proper processes are followed and we have our say on it. So I very much appreciate how you set out how you intend to ensure that, in your views, that act now is withdrawn. And the second thing I'd like to briefly raise with you, which has already been discussed, but this specific aspect has not, which is the gambling issue. We have, and many of us welcome, the £2 limit on the fixed odds terminals. We were very disappointed to understand that was now going to be extended to at least 2020. So the Westminster Government doing nothing for at least 2 years on this. We have very strong recommendations from our Chief Medical Officer. We have a pledge signed by members of all parties, a cross-party pledge on a cross-party group here to take action on this. And it would be interesting to know whether the government does have any legislative intention or regulatory intention to use the limited but still important powers you do now have to deal with the plague of fixed-term terminals. By delaying for just 2 years, it's estimated the betting shops will rake in £4 billion. That's the size of this business now, and the untold misery of those who get addicted to such heavy gambling is plain to see, and has been demonstrated last week in the conference at the Peerhead. So what is the government likely to do, and what action are we likely to see on gambling?
Yes, well, in the time-honoured tradition, Llywydd, of tackling the issues in reverse, on the gambling one, the Cabinet Secretary for Health and myself also wrote to the Advertising Standards Authority about this. And there is a fixed odds betting terminals, I can never say that right, are absolutely a scourge and of course, attack some of the most vulnerable members of our society. The First Minister just answered some questions around that. I think there is cross-government concern about this. There's a massive, massive issue with online advertising. And although the Advertising Standards Agency has set out that it attacks adverts specifically aimed at children, nevertheless, if you are an online gamer, you will see those adverts all the time. I see them constantly. So we are very concerned about that, and Llywydd, I will make sure that we bring forward a statement of some description setting out what can be done in the context of the First Minister's answer to the question earlier. So I think it's a matter of some considerable concern, and the delay is very concerning. In terms of the EU Act, I admire Simon Thomas's invitation for me to set out all of the ins and outs of that, but Llywydd, I won't try your patience by attempting to do so right now. The Council General has a statement very shortly, which will afford members the opportunity to question him closely on the exact legislative position. I think that's the appropriate place to take that up. In terms of the tidal lagoon, we have got a statement this afternoon. And Llywydd, I don't think I've made any secret of the fact that I don't think the Secretary of State has covered himself in any glory at all in terms of him standing up for Wales in investment decisions in the UK government. We will amend it because there are some constitutional issues, but I think the sentiment is entirely shared.
Julie Morgan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I know the Leader of the House knows what an incredible occasion was here in the Senedd last Friday when we celebrated the Windrush generation, and how deeply moving it was to hear about the contribution of all those people who came to the Senedd. And obviously it's 70 years since the Windrush came to the UK, and it was particularly moving, I think, to hear from the elders and to hear about their contribution. And I think the point was actually made at the meeting, why didn't we celebrate 50 years? Why didn't we celebrate 60 years? And I think we all know why we're celebrating 70 years. So I wondered if we could have a statement about anything that the Welsh Government could do to recognise the achievements of the elder Windrush generation.
Yes, it was a truly moving experience, and actually when I came to speak, Llywydd, I was actually a little bit choked because I followed on from the speech of one of the elders outlining their contribution, and it was highly emotional, and I think we were all very touched by some of the personal stories, and I'm very grateful to Joyce Watson. I think she's not in the chamber at the moment, but she came down to the Saturday event in Swansea where some of the elders had a little more time to elaborate on some of their stories, which is also very moving. I think we could, I will discuss with Cabinet colleagues who have an interest in this, some other things we're doing. We are being a platinum sponsor for Black History Month this year to make sure that we get some of the oral histories put, and I'm exploring ways of making sure that the elders can visit Tilbury Docks because there was an issue about whether some of them would be able to, and I think one of the elders was very forceful in saying that it was the least we could do to recognise their contribution to our society to ensure that they could have the chance to contribute in the way that they saw fit. So I am exploring actively ensuring that that trip can happen. My colleague Vaughan Gethin said something very memorable on the occasion actually as well, which is to remember that we have a long way to go. You only have to look around this chamber, Llywelyn, to see what a long way we have to go in achieving diversity. One of the things he said, which I'm very keen on taking up with him and others, is to ensure that we have the right ladders, the mentoring schemes and the pathway schemes to make sure that young people from every part of our society come forward and take their rightful place, building on the incredible work that the Windrush generation and other elders took forward in circumstances which were both uplifting but also shameful in some regard.
Mohammed Ashka.
Madam Presiding Officer, Leader of the House, may I ask for a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Health on the availability of multi-parametric MRI scans to detect prostate cancer in Wales? According to a report by Prostate Cancer Wales, detection in Wales is lagging behind England, where 92% provide the scan before biopsy. In Wales, only 3 out of 7 health boards provide the scan, which can put prostate cancer diagnosis time from weeks to a matter of days. I know the Welsh Government has said the use of MRI scan is under review, but could we have a statement from the Cabinet Secretary indicating the timescale for this review, which could have a dramatic effect on prostate cancer survival rates in Wales, please?
Yes, the Cabinet Secretary is indicating to me that he is very happy to write to members and update them on the timescales.
Dai Lloyd.
Diolch, Lord. Leader of the House, notwithstanding the unbridled fury that people in Swansea feel about the Tidal Lagoon decision yesterday, but more of that later, plainly. Different issue, you'll be fully aware that transport solutions are desperately needed in the Swansea Bay area. The level of congestion, accident rates on the M4 around Swansea and Port Talbot is not helping us to attract companies to South West Wales. I've raised this before with you, and is a clear source of frustration locally. Indeed, only this morning we had yet another multi-vehicle M4 accident which caused traffic chaos on roads around Swansea. Now, clearly, the Swansea Bay and Western Valleys Metro has the potential to transform travel locally and help to develop alternatives to road travel in the region. However, I do not hear much in terms of progress on this front. In my attempts to engage with Swansea Council, which is the lead authority in the region in developing the strategic outline business case for this metro, I understand that the project structures, work streams and engagement strategy have yet to be agreed by the different authorities within the region. People locally are crying out for a proper public transport system, so we need to up the pace. Now, given the strategic importance to South West Wales in transport terms, would the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, therefore, be prepared to bring forward a statement on this issue, outlining clearly the key outcomes which he expects, the extent of the joint working between the local authorities and Welsh Government, and key timescales? Diolch yn fawr.
I would just like to extend my heartfelt sympathies to the families of the people who were killed, unfortunately, in the fatal crash on the M4 very recently. Heartbreaking stories. We all know how awful such a thing can be. The Cabinet Secretary is indicating to me that there's good progress. He's happy to update members by way of a letter.
Jack Sargent.
Diolch, Llywelyn. Leader of the House, I'm sure you're well aware by now that MPs last night voted in favour of plans to build a third runway at London's Heathrow Airport. And I remain in favour of this project, and I'm very pleased with yesterday's outcome, especially because of the regional benefits. The benefits to Allen and Deeside as a border constituency, and the wider benefits to Wales as well, to lead better connections from Wales to the rest of the globe, to improve tourism, and to give more opportunities for Welsh businesses to reach new export markets. Analysis shows that an expanded Heathrow will add up to 8,400 more jobs and a significant increase in economic growth to Wales. And I was delighted to recently attend a meeting where we discussed Tata Shotton's bid to be named as one of Heathrow's final 4 logistic hubs,
and these hubs will ensure that communities across the UK share in the opportunities of the overall expansion. With all that in mind, Leader of the House, I would like to know if we could get a Welsh Government update on what's being done to secure these benefits that we know expansion will bring across Wales, including the location of the expansion hub in my constituency.
Yes, Dr. Sargent highlights a very important point. There is an ongoing piece of work to champion shortlisted Welsh sites for the Heathrow Logistics Hub, which will, of course, as he highlights, provide hundreds of jobs in Wales and inject millions of pounds into our economy, much needed in the light of the various decisions not to invest in Wales made by the current UK government. Of course, we also have a long-awaited scheme to provide Western Rail access into Heathrow Airport, which is crucial to ensure Wales gets the maximum benefit. And this is an issue we also continue to lobby the UK government on. We're continuing to press for the new runway to have sufficient landing slots for flight to and from Wales in order to increase our connectivity. And the member makes a very good point about us lobbying on behalf of Welsh sites for the logistics hub, which I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary has taken on board.
Syed.
Thank you. I last week met with docs, not cops, and I know that you've met with them, as has Mike Hedges, and this issue was raised in plenary a few weeks ago with regards to seeking a statement on the Welsh Government's position in relation to the Immigration Act 2014. You did respond, but you did respond in relation to the current policy, in relation to asylum seekers. So I want to try and understand, anyone from outside Europe who is lawfully applying to work or study here will be forced to pay extra NHS surcharge of up to £200 per year before they are given a visa, or charging rules which used to apply only to secondary care will now be extended into primary care, GPs and other A&E departments. ABMU have said that patients not ordinarily resident in the UK are potentially liable to pay, and so I don't think that this issue has entirely been rectified yet. I know that this is a UK piece of legislation, but we could choose here in Wales not to implement elements of the Immigration Act that will penalise people, and you will have to start racially profiling, I'm afraid, if they do enter a health service. So I'm wondering if you can give us an update as to telling us distinctly what you're going to do on this particular policy.
Yes, the Cabinet Secretary is indicating that there are some serious complexities, and he's indicating his willingness to write to members and set out exactly what the position is as to powers to implement or not and what effect that will have in Wales.
Diolch I arweinydd y tŷ. Yr eitem nesaf oedd y datganiad gan ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros addysg ar addysg gychwynnol i athrawon, a mae hwn bellach wedi ei gyflwyno fel datganiad ysgrifenedig, ac felly yr eitem nesaf fydd y datganiad gan ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros economi a thrafnidiaeth ar morlun llanw Bai Abertawe. Yn galw ar ysgrifennydd y Cabinet i wneud ei datganiad Ken Skates.
Diolch Llywydd. Yesterday a statement was made in the House of Commons by the UK Business and Energy Secretary Greg Clark on the proposed Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon project. The UK Government made it clear that it would be irresponsible to enter into a contract with the provider, as the proposal has not demonstrated that it could be value for money. The UK Government has concluded that the project should not be provided with public funding. This decision by the UK Government not to support the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon is deeply disappointing and a further blow to Swansea, following on from the UK Government's decision not to electrify the Great Western Main Line to Swansea. Despite our serious offer to help the UK Government make this proposal work, they are letting an important opportunity slip through their fingers. In doing so, they have badly let down the people of Wales. This announcement demonstrates that the UK Government has, once again, made energy policy decisions for Wales based upon English energy priorities rather than reflecting the opportunities here in Wales. We have significant sustainable energy resources in Wales, not available in England, that we must harness if we are to meet our decarbonisation targets as part of our wider UK obligations. The UK Government has failed to recognise that the Welsh energy mix will be different to that in England. We have called for the UK Government to respond to the Hendry review of tidal lagoons on many occasions, and even now they have failed to give an adequate response to the important recommendations that he has made. The Welsh Government is clear. The decision whether or not to back tidal lagoons is a UK policy decision. They have the ability and the financial backing to shoulder risk in areas of new and emerging technology that other, smaller governments across the UK simply do not. From day one, the Welsh Government recognised the transformational potential of the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon project, and we made an offer of significant funding support to the UK Government to help make the project a reality. Sadly, the UK Government's short-sightedness and complete lack of ambition has thwarted this project, a project which could have positioned Wales and the UK as a world leader in a new global industry. We've consistently stated that the Welsh Government stands ready to work closely with the UK Government and other administrations across the UK to develop a vibrant UK marine energy industry. We are in no doubt as to the potential marine energy represents to Wales, not only from a decarbonisation and energy policy perspective, but also from a social and economic benefit perspective too. Indeed, marine energy offers huge potential to the UK as a whole in terms of developing know-how, technology and supply chain developments, which would be of value to future international trade. We have held this view for many years, and this is why we have prioritised the growth of a vibrant energy industry as a key tool for economic development. Wales has an excellent track record in supporting marine energy. Over €100 million of EU funding, along with domestic support, has been and continues to be invested through the Welsh Government to support wave and tidal stream projects. EU funding is supporting the Morlais West Anglesey Tidal Stream Demonstration Zone, the South Pembrokeshire Wave Demonstration Zone, as well as wave and tidal stream developers. We also supported Marine Energy Wales, who are developing a marine energy test area in the Milford Haven waterway. Pembrokeshire and Anglesey are becoming hubs for wave and tidal stream development, but further development will be dependent on revenue support from the UK Government. Marine developers who have ambitious plans to deploy their devices in Welsh waters will view this announcement as the UK Government sadly closing the door on the industry. Some are already considering scaling back their plans in Wales. I therefore call on the UK Government to rethink their long-term support for the marine industry. My colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Energy, Planning and Rural Affairs, will be writing to the Business and Energy Secretary, Greg Clark, to stress the importance of supporting the renewable energy sector in Wales. We've already stressed the importance of funding the most affordable technologies, such as onshore wind, to keep the overall costs of support low. The Welsh Government has a long-standing commitment to the renewable sector and will be seeking the views of the industry and respective bodies through an energy summit to better understand how momentum, particularly in the area of marine energy, is maintained over the coming months and years. In light of this disappointing decision, we are working closely with leaders in the region to better assess the wider economic implications and to consider what action can reasonably be taken. I've already held discussions with the leader of Swansea Council about other projects that can support economic development in the area, and I'll be having further such discussions with leaders in the area over the coming months. My colleagues and I will keep members appraised of progress on this, and will also be pressing UK ministers on the outcomes.
Andrew Davis.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the opportunity to respond to this statement. I wish it was a different type of statement, a statement welcoming the good news that we should have got from Westminster yesterday. I make no bones about it. I believe a positive decision was what was required yesterday, and I lobbied right up until the last minute to try and achieve that positive decision. Regrettably, it did not come through. And I commend everyone who, from the Welsh Government right the way across the political divide in this chamber and in civic society and in the business world, who championed the cause of Swansea Tidal Lagoon. And I bitterly regret that a more positive decision was not made yesterday, albeit it is fair to say that the numbers were always challenging if you looked at it on the economics of just the raw power that was generated. And that, Cabinet Secretary, would be my first question to you, is that the UK Government have arrived at this decision based on their analysis of the information before them. The Secretary of State in his statement yesterday highlighted how Welsh Government have had at least 10 meetings with his department in this calendar year. Can you confirm that your officials have arrived at the same decision that officials within Greg Clark's department arrived at, or if there is evidence to prove that that decision was incorrect based on the same paperwork that the officials from the two governments were looking at, will you make that information available so that obviously we can have the fullest account of how the decision-making process arrived at the conclusion that it arrived at? I'd also like to understand how the Welsh Government will be taking forward new opportunities. Obviously, the Secretary of State in his statement yesterday highlighted how the UK Government are in possession of alternative offers, alternative bids. I hope I've categorised it correctly, but certainly alternative proposals was definitely something that was put before the House of Commons yesterday in its statement. And it would be beneficial to understand what role the Welsh Government will be doing to engage with those potential alternative offers that the Secretary of State identified in his statement yesterday. And what for me is really important here now is that obviously we assess where we can go from the position we find ourselves in today, which I say quite openly is not a position I would want us to be in, full stop. I wanted us to be in a position today to be welcoming the Swansea Tide Lagoon. I pay tribute, as I said, to all members who've worked tirelessly on this. But it is a fact we are in an era now where we need to assess how we can promote some of the most positive energy opportunities that exist around the whole coast of Wales. Since I've been in this chamber, there have been two proposals, one of the Severn Barrage and now the Swansea Tidal Lagoon, and neither one has come through. But what we do know is that raw asset does exist on our coastline and it does need to be tapped into and developed. But I would also ask the Cabinet Secretary, given that listening to his statement today, I could have closed my eyes and heard the same argument coming from the opposition benches when he announced the Circuit of Wales proposals that were put before the Welsh Government about supporting that particular project, where, in his opinion, obviously that project was unaffordable and didn't stack up to the test that the Welsh Government had laid down. Now, being in the position to make these decisions, obviously the Cabinet Secretary would understand the process that is involved, and the process that was outlined in the UK by the UK Government yesterday seemed very familiar to the process that the Welsh Government were outlining in its decision when it came to the Circuit of Wales. So I'd be grateful to understand how the Welsh Government will in future work to deliver major infrastructure projects, both not just in energy, but other major infrastructure projects, the length and breadth of Wales, that can give developer confidence to look at Wales as an attractive destination. And in closing my remarks, I would just point out that, sadly, the statement only came into my possession 2 minutes before I stood up. So I'm not quite sure what happened this afternoon. Some members might not have even had that statement. It is normally a courtesy that members do get sight of the statement. I appreciate it's a courtesy. It doesn't have to be extended, but it is a courtesy that normally does happen. And I'd hope that he would look at what the communication problem was with the statements.
Thank you. 5 minutes ago as well. Can I thank the member for his questions? I apologise for the lateness of his receipt of the statement. I too received the statement due to it being redrafted at very late stages just a few minutes ago. But I have to say I've been there when tough decisions have had to be made, and the member identifies the Circuit of Wales decision as one primary example of how, in the face of intense public pressure and campaigns for a project to be given the go-ahead, you have to make sure that you assess it on the grounds of value for money and the wider benefits that a project can bring. But this project is distinctly different to the Circuit of Wales. The Circuit of Wales would have been on balance sheet. It would have required a potential £300 million of Welsh Government spend to be put on hold as a consequence of that. Adjudication had been that it had to be on balance sheet. The Circuit of Wales was not backed by an independent review by a former energy minister. And let's just remember
the main point of this project was that it was a pathfinder project. And as a pathfinder project, you would always expect additional costs to be incurred. The value for money test of a pathfinder project should be very different because of the opportunity costs that could be incurred in not pressing ahead with a particular project. And in terms of the member wishing that it could have been a positive decision, you know, I reflect on possibly what would have happened had David Cameron not called for a referendum on our membership of the EU. He would likely still be there as Prime Minister. We would not be facing the catastrophe of failed Brexit negotiations, and in all probability, given his personal support for this scheme, its inclusion in the 2015 Conservative Party manifesto, we would have seen a very different decision being reached yesterday. We may well have also seen a different decision over electrification, and for those reasons, I put responsibility for the decisions that have been made firmly at the door of Theresa May as Prime Minister and leader of the Conservative Party in government in the UK. Now, in terms of engagement, the developers contest the figures that have been produced. I received a detailed appraisal today. I've asked my officials to carry out a thorough assessment of it. But again, as a pathfinder project, costs are always going to be higher. If we look at the development of onshore and offshore wind, costs were higher 10 years ago than they are today. And it's the opportunity costs that we now face having been lost. The opportunity costs could be substantial indeed if Wales does not become a world leader. Now, the member rightly identifies the point that was made in Parliament yesterday, the assurance that the UK government is in receipt of proposals from what they say are other promoters of tidal energy schemes. I think we need to know who and where those schemes are being promoted by and where they would be installed, because we don't know as of yet whether any of those schemes, I understand there are perhaps as many as half a dozen, we don't know whether any of those schemes are based on Swansea Bay. We don't know who the promoters of those schemes are. We don't know what the costs would be of seeing those schemes through to completion. So we await with very, very great interest the detail of those particular proposals. I think we also need to make sure that discussions are maintained with City Deal partners. I met yesterday with leaders of the Swansea Bay City Deal, and it's absolutely essential that we look not only at the future of marine energy in Swansea Bay, but also at the wider economic development and regeneration of the region. I'm acutely conscious of the impact that this decision and the U-turning on electrification has had on the communities of Swansea Bay, and in particular Swansea City itself, given, and granted the UK government will not be to blame for this, but in addition, Swansea faced relegation this year from the Premier League. All of these factors contribute to a negative impact in terms of confidence and self-belief. That has to be addressed, and Welsh Government will work relentlessly and tirelessly with the local authority and partners across the Swansea Bay City region to find investment projects that can rebuild the confidence of the people of Swansea and ensure that the marine energy industry in Swansea Bay and across Wales has a very strong, positive future indeed.
Dai Lloyd.
Diolch, Llywydd. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement and thank him also for being able to fit it in this afternoon. But I have to say, as a representative who lives in Swansea, this has been an absolutely devastating decision. And I don't know if I can do justice to the unbridled fury that people were communicating with me last night about this decision. Basically, words cannot convey my depth of devastation. This is a wonderful project. There's tremendous potential for tidal energy in Swansea Bay, in the Bristol Channel, second largest tidal range in the world. People always say, no, we haven't got any resources in Wales. We have, you know. It's just we don't tap them. And this decision is incredible in its foolhardiness, I have to say, denying us releasing the tremendous potential for tidal energy. And as you've said, this first Pathfinder project, a pilot scheme, obviously, Not the biggest, quite a small one, but 5 far bigger ones would follow, and Wales would then eventually become completely self-sustaining in energy terms. I mean, that is the renewable future, surely. And this comes at the same day as we've had a 3rd runway expansion in Heathrow, and obviously previous announcements about nuclear energy receiving more public subsidy. You know, in other words, the idea is already there, public subsidy for large energy projects. And as the Tidal Lagoon companies say themselves, yes, there would be an increase in energy prices on bills for consumers, as Lee Waters pointed out earlier. 30 pence per year for households, compared to an extra £15 per year for nuclear. That's the comparison. And obviously, Tidal Lagoon, the company, lots of us have been meeting with them over the years. I mean, Plaid Cymru first passed a policy of having a Tidal Lagoon in Swansea Bay in our Swansea conference in 2006. Some of us have been working on this for nearly 15 years with the company, and it is immensely devastating what's happening. The company have heard nothing from Westminster Government for 2 years. I mean, you've got to ask, and I would ask you now to confirm, what lines of communication have there been? The company says they've heard next to nothing from government for 2 years. The lack of engagement with us during this process has been highly disturbing. That's the chair of Tidal Lagoon saying that. I mean, we've got to understand how we arrived at this decision 18 months after Charles Henry and his superb report that said it would be a no-regrets decision and a no-brainer. So all of a sudden now, 18 months of waiting for a big enough decision to try and bury this bad news, and then it seeps out after lots of delays. And we're devastatingly disappointed that innovative, world-leading technology now looks to have been denied to Wales. I know there's a feeling in Westminster sometimes that little Wales couldn't be a world leader in anything, but we could have been here. And I want to know from the Cabinet Secretary how he intends to take this whole agenda forward, because the tides are still there, ebbing and flowing as we speak, only not being utilised for the benefit of the people of this nation. It's the same strike price as Hinkley Point. Like I said, a negligible addition to annual electricity bills for consumers. We've lost electrification to Swansea, despite electrification being a live process in railways north of Manchester. It's somehow obsolete when it comes to Wales, and the Secretary of State for Wales says we're better off with diesel. And people say diesel is adversely affecting your health. Yes, it is adversely affecting our health. More about the Secretary of State tomorrow, no doubt. But two questions to finish. I mean, there was all-party support here, which, to be fair, has been reflected. Westminster crushes that, despite all-party agreement here. We really need to take control over our future generally, but particularly now in energy terms. So how is the Cabinet Secretary going to move this agenda forward? Because I have an abiding feeling after this huge decision, any marine energy project in Wales now, how is that going to be viewed outside? How is that going to be viewed? Dead in the water? And my other question is, there is a very important debate tomorrow on a motion of no confidence in the Secretary of State for Wales. Westminster's man in Wales, certainly. This decision has crushed us. Will you be supporting that no confidence vote?
Can I thank the member for his contribution, the points that he's raised and the obvious fury that he's relayed from Swansea Bay. I think it was Shakespeare who said something along the lines of could not weave the words to matter. And right now I think people are lost for words in expressing their anger, their frustration, their disappointment with the UK government for taking a short-sighted view of marine energy. As I said earlier, what we wanted to see happen through this Pathfinder project was the creation of an entirely new industry that Wales could lead the world in. An entirely new industry with enormous intellectual property owned by Welsh-based companies. That would have created jobs and opportunities not just in Swansea Bay, but in the other locations where tidal lagoons were proposed. It could have led to a huge increase in opportunities in terms of the visitor economy as well. But all is not lost. We made an offer of £200 million to get this project over the line. What we intend to do is to host an energy summit, a marine energy summit in Swansea as soon as possible with key stakeholders, with leaders in industry, to discuss how we can maintain the momentum that we've built in terms of marine energy in recent years, how we could potentially utilise the £200 million that we've made available for this particular project, how we can look at other proposals. Hopefully by then we'll have some detail on the alternatives, how we could potentially use those alternative proposals to benefit Swansea Bay and indeed the rest of Wales, and how collectively we can build on the Welsh Government investments to date to ensure that Wales maintains its position as a global leader in terms of marine energy. Because I fear, Llywydd, that if Welsh Government doesn't take this action for the people, with the people, and on behalf of the people of Swansea Bay, then we'll end up with the French taking ownership of this project and take the lead globally. And it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could be granted to the French as a consequence of the UK government making this decision. So we will not abandon the sector, far from it. We'll look at how we can build on those projects in South Pembrokeshire, in Milford Haven, and also in Anglesey. And we'll look at how we can go on building the strength and the capabilities, the research capabilities within the sector as well. I have to say, the member touched on the crucial point of energy independence and energy security, which is so important to a vibrant economy. And the United States of America managed to secure energy independence through its course of action on fracking. We, in the Welsh Labour Government, have been absolutely committed to securing as great a degree of energy independence from renewable sources. We remain absolutely committed to that cause, and we will explore every avenue to deliver greater, greener growth in terms of energy production. We're determined to ensure that fairer opportunities for economic development are passed right across the regions. I'm acutely aware of the frustrations that exist in Swansea Bay and elsewhere in Wales in terms of regional inequality. That is the whole point of the new Economic Action Plan, to iron out inequalities across Wales and to make sure that those regions that currently feel marginalised feel emboldened and empowered to be as strong as they can possibly be, based on their existing capabilities. And within the Swansea Bay region, we know that one of the finest strengths that they possess right now concerns marine energy, and we will support that region all the way.
Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. Thank you for your statement, Cabinet Secretary. I, like all of us in this chamber, are deeply, deeply disappointed by the UK Government's announcement yesterday. Yet again, the UK Government has shown utter contempt for my region by reneging as well on the promise to deliver electrification to Swansea, and now scuppered Swansea's chance to lead the world in innovative renewable energy. I shouldn't be surprised by yesterday's announcement, because the press seems to have known this for months, that the tidal lagoon was going to be rejected. I had hoped that furious negotiations were going on behind the scenes. Cabinet Secretary, in your discussions with the UK Government and Tidal Lagoon Power, was it at all clear that the two sides were even talking to each other? Or do you believe, as I do, that the UK Government were merely seeking time to build a case to support the decision to reject the proposals? Cabinet Secretary, the UK Government shouldn't be surprised by the depth of feeling from this chamber, and not only in this chamber, from my constituents as well. And I've just been reading emails regarding how they feel. All sides in this chamber have made it abundantly clear that we have supported this project. Even the government's own advisers supported this project. And it's shameful that Theresa May has ignored all of that support. The UK Government cite costs as the sole reason for rejecting this bid, claiming offshore wind is much more cost-effective. Cabinet Secretary, in your interactions with the UK Government ministers, has the significant investment in offshore wind been discussed? Offshore wind is only cheaper now because of heavy subsidies in its earlier development. And finally, Cabinet Secretary, are you aware of whether or not the UK Government considered energy security when reaching their decision on the tidal lagoon? The UK is currently at the mercy of geopolitically unstable nations for much of their energy needs, and the tidal lagoon would help the UK become more self-sufficient. So I thank you for your support on this, Cabinet Secretary. You have my party's support in fighting this decision by the UK Government. Diolch yn fawr.
Can I thank Caroline Jones for the contribution she's made today, her comments and her questions. First of all, with regard to the speculation that has appeared over many weeks now in the press, it would appear to me, perhaps I'm just becoming more cynical, but it would appear to me that a decision perhaps was reached some time ago and that an opportunity was being looked for in order to conceal this decision behind it. And yesterday, with the vote on Heathrow, does appear to have been a great opportunity for the UK Government to have buried the Swansea Bay tidal lagoon beneath a third runway at Heathrow. It's also ironic and tragic that yesterday Welsh Government was able to announce a hugely ambitious, world-first proposal for test facilities for the rail industry here in Wales, and at that same time the UK Government was turning down an opportunity to develop a new world-class industry for Wales. Incredibly ironic that these two decisions came on the same day, but tragic also. As I've said, we will not give up on the sector in Wales, and the member is absolutely right that offshore wind power generation in its inception was very expensive, and costs have been reduced over time as it's been mainstreamed. In terms of energy security and whether this was a factor in their decision, as far as I'm aware, it was not. However, as I say, the detailed appraisal was received just today. I'm going through it currently. I've asked officials to analyse it as well. I think what's important as we move forward is that we continue to engage with the sector, even if the UK Government turns its back on the sector. And it would appear, based on what Tidal Lagoon Power have said, that discussions broke down some time ago between them and the UK Government, in which case I must come to the conclusion, and it's the same conclusion that Charles Hendry has reached, that actually the UK Government could have said that they weren't going to support it many, many months ago, and saved the company and saved an entire region the heartache of the decision being delayed and hopes being raised in the intervening time.
Mike Hedges.
Clywes, the proposal straddled the boundary in my constituency and that of my friend and colleague David Rees. I think that Di Lloyd did mention the anger and the betrayal, and there's been a tremendous feeling amongst people on the anger and betrayal. I went out last night and people wanted to come and tell me how angry and betrayed they were, but that wasn't what hurt. The bit that hurt were those who said, well, we were never going to get it, we never get anything in Swansea, we're always left behind, and this feeling that really of lack of hope. I think that is the bit that really I found most hurtful, is that people saw the lack of hope, that we were on the periphery of the Westminster Government's radar, and we were very much left behind. I mean, I think that you've got to remember, prototypes cost more. They always cost more. And can I take people back to wind and solar? When they first came out and they were incredibly expensive, and do you remember those people saying, gas is cheaper? Why are you doing this? We could be using gas. There's plenty of gas around. We can be using gas turbines. It would save lots of money. Do you remember that? And I also, well, can I mention nuclear, which Calder Hall, created in 1956. They've had 62 years to bring down the cost of nuclear, and still they have failed. And what we're paying now for the electricity going to be generated in Hinkley Point. That is an example of something which hasn't come down in price to the level you expected. But we'd never built Calder Hall. It would be done against the price comparison against coal. Coal was a lot cheaper. In fact, we'd have every power station in Britain would be coal, because coal was cheaper than any other method at the time the new methods came in. And can I just use two historical examples? Because I know that Susie Davis did that in her IWA article, and which I pay credit to, but also two that she didn't use. Stevenson's rocket. I can just imagine now these people saying, rail. I can get faster from Stockton to Darlington on horseback than I can by rail. What a stupid idea to bring in rail. It's much cheaper and quicker on horseback. And the other one is, of course, let's talk about steamboats. Because steamboats were small, were very successful. Sail was so much better. And then they developed the technology and it created steamships, which made the world a much smaller place in terms of time it took to move around. I have no doubt that Swansea will have a tidal lagoon. My concern, and when I asked the Cabinet Secretary who shares it, there will be the 9th or 10th in the world to have it. We won't have the design capacity. We won't have developed all the skills in the area. We'll be buying in the technology like we do now for solar and like we do now for wind. Wind is developed mainly developed in Denmark and Germany, and that's where the design is. That's where the things are made. And for those people who live in Swansea will know that we've had a lot of transport taking devices because they've come in by boat and they've been taken because they aren't our built. And does the Cabinet Secretary agree with me again that we've lost a chance to be the first in the world to start creating tidal energy? We will have it, but we'll be buying in the technology from abroad rather than developing it.
Yeah, I agree entirely. I talked about the advances that the French have made, and I'm no doubt that some of the competitors that we've faced in this field are cheering the decision by UK government. I think Mike Hedges makes a very, very important point that if you're not open to new ideas and new technology, you're not going to make progress. You're not going to maintain your competitiveness. And recently, the editor-in-chief of The Economist globally said that the greatest threat that the global economy faces right now is protectionism. And it was part of the presentation that he gave on the new divide, new political divide, the new technological and economic divide. And it can largely be characterised as the open versus the closed. Those who are open to new ideas versus those who are closed to new ideas. Those who are open to technology versus those who are suspicious and closed to the emergence of new technology. Those who are open to outsiders, open to challenge, versus those who are closed off from challenge and closed to the potential that outsiders bring as well. And I think this demonstrates most clearly that the UK government, under the current leadership of Theresa May, is most certainly closed, and it's probably time that they were closed right down. I do fear that there is a sentiment in Swansea, a very, very deep sentiment of having been left behind. For that reason, the City deal becomes even more important and must deliver for the people of Swansea Bay and must draw down the resources, not just from Welsh Government, but also from UK Government. I'm able to say to the member that I'd already agreed to commence a piece of work with the leader of Swansea Council concerning a number of investment projects and regeneration prospects within Swansea. Of course, we will also be taking forward the work on the Metro Vision, but that, in all likelihood, given its reliance on rail, will also require a commitment from the current or future, potentially future governments for considerable investment in infrastructure. And we know that there is a very poor record of UK government spend in terms of rail infrastructure in Wales, perhaps highlighted by the cancellation of the electrification of the main line. In the future, we must see a fair share not just come to Wales, but a fair share of resource that's spent in Wales, spent fairly in Swansea Bay and other parts of Wales.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywyd, dwi'n cytuno yn llwyr gyda beth wedodd Mike Hedges yn fyna, ond dwi eisiau estyn y trafodaeth ychydig. Dwi'n meddwl bod y penderfyniad yma gan Llywodraeth San Steffan a dweud y gwir yn parddio ni i gyd fel gwleidyddion pan ych chi'n cael datganiad polisi mewn manifesto a byddwch chi'n cefnogi Molyn Llanw yn Abertawe dim ond 2 blynedd yn ôl a chi'n tofi gan i'r un blaid yn tofi'r addewid manifesto'r yna, pan ych chi mewn sefyllfa i gwrthod 1.2 biliwn ar gyfer datblygiad o bwys yn Abertawe, ond yn derbyn ac yn rhoi biliwn o bunnoedd i 20 aelod seneddol yng Ngogledd Iwerddon jyst i cadw eich llywodraeth mewn grym. Dyma beth sydd yn parddio gwleidyddiaeth, ac dwi ddim yn syni bod pobl felly yn ymateb drwy ddweud, wel, dyn ni byth yn cael dim byd o'r system yma, ac mae'n y peryg i ni gyd yn y ffordd mae Llywodraeth San Steffan wedi wneud y penderfyniad yma, y ffordd maen nhw wedi estyn y penderfyniad, y ffordd nath nhw comisiynu adroddiad annibynnol a wedyn gwrthod yr adroddiad gan bod nhw ddim yn hoffi'r canfyddiadau. Ac mae'n gadael ni mewn picil, dwi'n meddwl. Dwi'n gwybod bod y ysgwennydd Cabinet am weithredu yn gadarnhaol yng Nghymru, ond pa neges mae hwn wedi gyfu i'r holl cwmnïau sydd yn wneud ynni o'r môr? Chi wedi sôn am rai ohonyn nhw, dwi'n ymweld Ynys Môn fy hunan diwedd y wythnos, byddai'n ymweld â Morlais, Seacams, mae'n dros 100 miliwn o bunnoedd o arian Ewropeaidd ac arian Llywodraeth Cymru wedi mynd tu fewn i'r sector yma, ac yn nawr maen nhw'n gweld bod Llywodraeth ddim am gefnogi y sector, achos nid yn unig y cynlluniau a'r arbrofion sy'n bwysig, mae rhaid dod â'r cynlluniau yna i'r lan. Ac mae dod yn nhw i'r lan yn golygu bod rhaid nhw cael grid connections, rhaid nhw cael contract for difference, mwyn troi y cynlluniau yma yn ffordd o cynrychiennu go iawn. Mae rhaid i Llywodraeth San Steffan wneud yr un penderfyniad yn y cyd-destun y cynlluniau yma, a maen nhw wedi gwrthod i wneud yn cyd-destun y Morlyn Llanw. Felly, o dwi'n cyrsawu ffaith bod chi'n am gynnal uwch gynhadledd yn Abertawe, oedd uwch gynhadledd yn ei môr yn Abertawe, ond blwyddyn yn ôl, lle oedd y holl sector tu ôl i'r Morlyn Llanw ac am weld fel rhywbeth oedd yn arwydd o gred yn y sector yma. Sut ydych chi'n mynd i adfer gred yn y sector yma gan fod Llywodraeth San Steffan wedi dweud i pob busoddwr, bach a mawr, cewch i ffwrdd, does dim diddordeb dyn ni yn y sector yma bellach, yn ei ond y diddordeb yn y sector niwclear a'r sector gwynt bant o'r tir mawr. Mae hynny yn neges anodd iawn. Gai ofyn i chi hefyd, be newch chi nawr fel Llywodraeth gyda'r 200 miliwn i chi wedi cynnig i'r cynllun yma? Ydy'r 200 miliwn yna nawr a gael ar gyfer gwireddu prosiectau carbon isel o'r math yma yn y môr, neu falle ar y tir mawr? Gan fydd, a does gen i ddim wybodaeth am hyn, ond gan fydd mae'n siŵr gen i y cwmni sy'n tu ôl i'r cynllun yma yn gorfod rhywsut dirwyn i ben mewn rhyw ffordd ac i moyn ysgoi beth oedd Mike Hedges yn tanlinellu, sef bod ni y bellach yn derbyn mewn buddsoddiad yn hytrach na creu a pechen ar y technoleg i hunan. Oes modd i Llywodraeth Cymru ystyried sut allan nhw fynd mewn i bartneriaethau gyda'r rai yn naill llai y cwmni presennol, Tidal Lagoon, neu darpa cwmnïau eraill i gadw'r wybodaeth yma yng Nghymru, i gadw'r technoleg, i gadw'r adweiniad yma yng Nghymru, ac ydy'r 200 miliwn a gael ar gyfer y ddewyd yna, achos mae'n ymddangos i fi bod chi wedi gwrthod syniadau Leanne Wood ynglyn â Cymru, y cwmni yn eich hunan, mae gyda chi adnoddau fan hyn i wneud gwahaniaeth ac i dangos i busoddwyr bod Cymru ar agor i fusnes o ynni o'r môr. And if I can just conclude with a more political point, except it wasn't spoken by me, it was spoken by the Chief Executive of Tidal Lagoon Limited, Mark Shorrock. When this decision was made yesterday, he said it was a vote of no interest in Wales, of no confidence in British manufacturing, and no care for the planet. And we will have the opportunity tomorrow to show that we have no confidence in this decision as well.
Can I thank Simon Thomas for his contribution? And I think given the points that he made right at the outset of his contribution, it's quite clear that the UK government has become a master of both pork barrel politics and broken dreams, having invested so much and so few votes within the House of Commons, but letting down so many people in Wales by taking the decision that it has. I think what it says to industry is not helpful one bit, and it also contrasts with what we're saying to the sector, which is that we will support you in every and any way that we possibly can help you. And I think we've demonstrated that with the investment that has been made and which I've already spoken about. Clearly, it's not for Welsh Government to plug UK Government funding gaps. The Welsh Government has neither the power nor the resources to compensate the UK Government, and Welsh Government isn't in a position to take the project forward alone. But, as I highlighted just before, there is the £200 million that we'd put on offer for this project to get it over the line. And I think we're going to be pretty open to investment opportunities, provided that that funding can be used in a way that enables it to be drawn down through the particular funding stream that it sits in. And I think some of the discussions that need to take place will happen at that summit that I've already announced. However, I've asked officials, and I know this has happened right across government today, we've all asked officials to engage with key partners in the sector to ascertain as soon as possible what the likely implications of the decision are, and means and ways of us supporting those businesses within the sector to continue to grow. I'm in no doubt that businesses, business leaders, loyal, decent, skilled workers within this sector are feeling pretty bruised today. And that's why we've asked for immediate engagement between officials and those people to take place. But in the months to come, we will look at every opportunity to take what is a strong sector in Wales to a position of greatness. That may well be without the assistance of Welsh Government. It may well be without Tidal Lagoon Power taking forward this particular project. But we are absolutely determined to grow the industry here in Wales, in particular in Swansea Bay.
John Griffiths.
Diolch, Llywydd. It is very difficult to understand, really, how we got from that meeting here with Charles Henry some time ago now, where there was such positive cross-party support for the tidal lagoon in Swansea Bay and tidal lagoons further afield in Wales. In fact, I remember Charles Henry saying how struck he was by the strength and depth of that cross-party support, and yet here we are today with this decision after much delay. And it really does, I think, leave a bitter taste in all of our mouths, considering that process and the ultimate decision. I know that in Newport and I know in Cardiff there's a great deal of interest and support for the tidal lagoons that are proposed for either side of the mouth of the River Usk. From my constituency office, I can see the amazing rise and fall of the River Usk, which is such a natural phenomenon that strikes so many people who visit Newport, and obviously that applies to the estuary as well. And I know that very many people are simply amazed, really, that at a time when we're looking for renewable energy, and we're also clear about the positives of renewable energy, that wonderful natural phenomenon remains unharnessed, and as yet there are no projects in the immediate offing that offer the opportunity to harness that incredible energy on a daily basis. I know that there will be a great deal of anger at this decision, far further afield than Swansea and Swansea Bay, and that will extend to Newport as well. And, there are people that want to look at the possibilities of going ahead with those lagoons around the mouth of the River Usk, regardless of what happens with Swansea Bay, because some of the economies of scale are different. But obviously, Swansea Bay was the pathfinder, as the Cabinet Secretary has mentioned, and it would have looked at some of the environmental effects and environmental issues. And it's quite difficult, actually, to perhaps come to a considered judgment on some of those aspects without the actual experience of having that lagoon in Swansea Bay and those aspects monitored and detailed. But I just wonder, really, Cabinet Secretary, what you can say about the wider picture in Wales, including those proposals for either side of the mouth of the River Usk, in the light of this decision that has now been taken. Because, as you rightly said, it was a wider, bigger picture. It really should have been considered, the Swansea Bay proposal, in terms of its pathfinder nature and the other lagoons that could have followed off the Welsh coast and much further afield. Is it your understanding that there was adequate consideration of that wider picture? If not, is there any mileage in returning to that bigger picture, and even at this late stage, looking at the overall vision and how that should be assessed? And just finally, Llywydd, a further aspect, I think people pointed to the tourism opportunities and benefits that would have followed from the establishment of the tidal lagoon, but another aspect, of course, was community benefit. And there was a great deal of interest, excitement and indeed forward planning in Newport as to what could have been done with the income that would have been generated in community benefit from those local lagoons were they to proceed. And I think that's another very unfortunate aspect of this decision that has been handed down from on high.
Can I thank John Griffiths for his contribution? I'm conscious of time, but I would like to put on record my thanks to Charles Hendry for the work that he did. He produced a report that was compelling in terms of the evidence provided to support taking forward this project as a pathfinder, and I'm sure that members across this chamber would wish to thank him for the commitment that he showed throughout the process of compiling that report and seeking evidence. And John Griffiths is absolutely right. The Pathfinder project had cross-party support in this chamber, and indeed it had support from across Wales, because it was a Pathfinder project that could have paved the way for lagoons from the north to the south. Now, we need to understand what the alternative proposals are and whether they could form an alternative pathfinder for lagoons to be built here in Wales, and indeed whether any of the proposals concern Swansea Bay at this very moment in time. We need to understand what the details are. We need to have information shared with us, given our determination as a Welsh Government to proceed with tidal power. But I have to wonder whether doing this with UK government leadership is a realistic prospect, whether delivery through UK government leadership can be achieved, given yesterday's decision and the strong negative message that it sends out to the industry. And I can only conclude that perhaps lagoons will come only when Theresa May goes. And I have to say as well that the benefits of tidal power, and particularly of this Pathfinder project, the economic benefits, I think, are well known. The social benefits, though, would have been enormous too. The benefits in terms of the confidence and the identity of Swansea and Swansea Bay would have been enormous, to have become a global leader in a new green industry. I'm not sure that this is really fully understood at Westminster in the current UK government.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd y Cabinet. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw'r datganiad gan yr un ysgrifennydd Cabinet dros economi a thrafnidiaeth ar y gyhoeddiad diweddar grŵp Airbus. A dwi'n galw'r ysgrifennydd y Cabinet i wneud ei ddatganiad ar Airbus, Ken Skates.
Diolch Llywydd. I am grateful for the opportunity to make this statement today. Last week, the Airbus Group published its own risk assessment outlining the urgent threats to its business arising from the UK exiting the European Union without a withdrawal agreement. The risk assessment is deeply concerning. It identifies that should the UK leave the EU next year without a deal and without any transition period, it would lead to severe disruption and interruption of UK production and would force Airbus to reconsider its investments in the UK and its long-term footprint in the country. Even with a transition period, a hard Brexit, which takes the UK out of the single market and customs union, would make the company reassess its future plans. As the First Minister said last week, this warning is of very serious concern to the Welsh economy. Companies such as Airbus are now actively making plans based on the worst-case scenario. What businesses have been saying in private for some time is now being said publicly, and it is clear that they are losing faith in the UK government's ability to negotiate a sensible outcome that works for our economy and that protects jobs. My message to the UK government is very simple and a very clear one. The situation is now critical, and it is time for them to recognise the fundamental threat their approach to Brexit poses for Wales, for our economy and for our communities. It is time to rule out a no-deal scenario and relaunch the negotiations on a basis which puts jobs and the economy first. We share the significant concerns expressed by the Chief Operating Officer at Airbus Commercial Aircraft, Tom Williams, last week. The Airbus Group is the largest employer in Wales in the aerospace and defence sector, and with around 6,500 individuals employed at its site in Broughton and a further 500 or so in Newport. Across the UK, over 100,000 jobs rely on the Airbus presence on these shores. Since the referendum in 2016, the Welsh Government has been very clear that in leaving the European Union, the UK cannot take the huge risk of cutting our economy adrift from the single market and customs union arrangements. We've made the case, clearly and consistently, that any deal to leave the EU must see us stay in the single market and negotiate a new customs union with the EU. This warning by Airbus, alongside others given by manufacturers such as BMW, make real the threat we face. Indeed, the concerns expressed by Airbus are certainly not confined to the aerospace industry. Just today, the Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders, which is the voice of the automotive industry in the UK, has given the UK government the starkest warning yet from a business sector, saying that it needs, as a minimum, to remain in the customs union and a deal that delivers single market benefits. Their chief executive, Michael Hawes, has sent the simple but clear warning to the UK government. There is no Brexit dividend for our industry. The stakes could not be higher. It is clear that the time for warm words and for meaningless platitudes is over. Clarity is now urgently required from the UK government. The detail the UK government needs to come forward with needs to address the three key issues raised in the Airbus risk assessment: the movement of parts within an integrated supply chain, the movement of people and future regulatory environment. The possible disruption to the flow of materials caused by changes to the customs union single market could have a negative impact, running into many billions of pounds, leading to irrecoverable delays and many of our businesses in Wales losing their competitive edge. Restriction of the movement of people would cause major disruption to Airbus operations, with 1,300 Airbus-employed UK nationals working in EU member states, the majority being in France and Germany, and 600 Airbus-employed EU nationals working with Airbus operations in the UK. The third key issue relates to regulations and European Aviation Safety Agency in particular. Without EASA approval, UK aerospace suppliers will no longer be part of the aircraft manufacturing supply chain. And supply chains cannot simply be switched on and off again like a light switch. They take years to build, and businesses have a right to expect more certainty from the UK government 2 years on from the referendum. The First Minister has pressed again for the UK government's white paper to signal a change of direction, to commit to staying inside the single market and a customs union with the EU. We all recognise the importance of the aerospace and defence sector to the Welsh economy. The sector in Wales adds £5 billion to our GVA and employs over 20,000 people. We'll continue to support Airbus at Broughton and Newport to mitigate the impact of the approach being taken by the UK government. We've already shown our support for the sector through our financing of the Advanced Manufacturing Research Institute in Broughton, worth £20 million, in order to secure the prototypes of Airbus's wing of tomorrow. We urge the UK government to respond and to provide clarity as soon as possible and before this situation escalates even further. Prolonged uncertainty would do irrevocable damage to our manufacturing base in Wales and its extensive supply chain. Employment that in Broughton and across Wales is the lifeblood of many communities. This is the most serious economic threat facing Wales in a generation. Airbus is a jewel in the crown of the Welsh economy, but it is also strategically vital to the United Kingdom. It's time for the Brexit parlour games to end. It's time for the UK government to give business and our economy the certainty that it needs.
Thank you. Russell George.
Diolch, Deputy Presiding Officer. I think it is clearly concerning when any major employer issues a warning that they may withdraw from Wales. It's also important that we all aim to ensure that this, of course, doesn't occur. The Cabinet Secretary has made various comments in his statement, and I would say I think the UK government, on countless occasions, has restated its commitment to getting the best possible deal for the UK and the Welsh economy. And I firmly believe that we will remain plugged into the wider European economy, but also be able to seize on those opportunities with trade with the rest of the world. In order to provide reassurance, Cabinet Secretary, to Airbus workers and the wider supply chain, would you, Cabinet Secretary, be able to provide an update on the outcome from the First Minister's talks with UK ministers in a recent meeting of the British-Irish Council? I think that would be helpful. Clarity over Brexit is clearly important for businesses in planning for the future. I, for one, completely understand that. But there are clearly devolved levers here at the Welsh Government's disposal to encourage inward investment and retain major employers here in Wales. So can I turn to this? What specific measures are you implementing to create the right economic conditions to ensure that companies such as Airbus remain in Wales? For example, regardless of Brexit, I do have concerns that Wales has failed to capture the opportunities of world growth over the past 20 years and has failed to diversify into the export markets. What intention do you have, Cabinet Secretary, to ensure that Wales seizes on those opportunities to access non-EU markets? And what are you doing to raise the commercial presence of both advanced and developing economies in particular? I've looked over again at the Welsh Government's Prosperity for All Action Plan, and I can't see any mention of the Welsh Government's plans to attract and retain foreign direct investment into Wales. I would be grateful if you could outline the Welsh Government's approach to this. You've also previously mentioned, Cabinet Secretary, that the Welsh Government will focus on the high-value manufacturing sector as one of its new priority sectors. So can I ask, why does the Welsh Government's budget fail to allocate additional funding to this sector? And doesn't this undermine, of course, the Welsh Government's commitment to ensuring that the Welsh economy develops an advanced manufacturing capacity to deter companies like Airbus from investing in Wales? My point here, Deputy Presiding Officer, is that beyond Brexit, which I acknowledge we need to get absolutely right, of course, there are devolved levers here at the Welsh Government's disposal which can and should be used to ensure that companies such as Airbus are encouraged to remain and indeed expand their operations here in Wales.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank Russell George for his contribution and for the questions, and say at the outset that I know there are also good Conservatives in Westminster as well who, like the member, share concerns for the future of Airbus. And I think, based on the comments that both Stephen Crabb and Gito Bebb have made recently, we do have Conservative parliamentarians who are there to champion Airbus. And although it wasn't featured on Radio 4 when I gave the interview, I did press the case for Stephen Crabb to be brought back into government, for Boris Johnson to be evacuated from the building. In order to get the best possible deal for Britain, what Theresa May first of all has to do is drop her red lines and free herself from the handcuffs that people like Boris Johnson and William Rees-Mogg have applied to her. The First Minister, I believe, has issued a statement following discussions that were had during the British-Irish Council, but I will happily ensure that that statement is shared with members again. The discussions that took place, I believe, in Guernsey covered the announcement by Airbus and the response from the First Minister, and also the joint statement from the First Ministers of Wales and Scotland. Parking Brexit for one moment, the member is absolutely right. The Welsh Government can and must have a role in ensuring that the right conditions are created for sustainable economic growth, not just within the aerospace sector, but in other sectors right across the economy as well. And for our part, I was determined some time ago, and it was for this reason we built it into the Welsh Labour Manifesto some years ago, determined to ensure that we captured the wing of tomorrow. This is the future of Airbus composite manufacturing processes. If we don't get the wing of tomorrow, it's going to be far more difficult to ensure that the Broughton site has a long-term viable future. In order to capture the prototype of the wing of the future, we decided to invest in the Advanced Manufacturing Research Institute. This is based on the well-proven model of the AMRC, the Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre, just near Sheffield. It was a proposal that also was promoted by Plaid Cymru members, including Stefan Lewis. And just a few months ago, I cut the ground on the AMRI. This is a crucial facility that will enable the prototypes of the wing of tomorrow to be developed in Wales. OK, it may only have been £20 million, which compared to investments that Airbus makes very regularly may be a small sum. However, our contribution of £20 million will lead to an increase in GVA for the area of something in the region of £4 billion over the next 20 years. And if we get the right deal from Brexit negotiations, we'll also secure employment for 6,500 people for many years to come. Now, in addition to developing the AMRI, what we are also doing is making sure that the supply chain remains strong. And it's quite a striking fact that the aerospace and defence sector in Wales employs 20,000 people across over 150 companies. We are incredibly strong in this sector, and that's part of the reason why we are so vulnerable and exposed in terms of Brexit. 6 of the top 10 aerospace and defence companies worldwide have located significant operations in Wales. Airbus have 2 sites, General Dynamics have 2 sites, GE Aviation, Raytheon, BAE Systems. No, the member from a sedentary position says, in spite of Brexit, no, these are companies that have been based here for a good length of time and who share the concerns that Airbus have expressed recently, but which Airbus has been telling members, such as himself, if you would only get up to Broughton to talk with managers there, if he would only get over to Newport to talk with managers there, if he would only get over to General Dynamics, to GE Aviation, to Raytheon, to BAE Systems, to Safran, who have acquired Zodiac, if he would only get to companies like Keyoptic, like British Airways, Decca, Babcock, Triumph, all of these companies have been consistent in the message that they have given to us in Welsh Government and to UK Government, that a no-deal scenario will hammer the defence and aerospace sector. In order to keep jobs in Wales, in Britain, we need a decent deal. To get a decent deal, Theresa May has to drop her red lines. Now, in terms of the wider economic conditions that can be created to support growth, the Economic Action Plan clearly articulates the need to invest more in export and trade. As we exit the EU, we need to make sure that we rebalance the export profile of the Welsh economy. But we also need to make sure that we are exporting in the aggregate far more, that we are trading far more. And that's why we're opening more offices and we're having a greater degree of a presence in key territories around the world. We've opened offices recently in places like Montreal. We'll be opening in other territories that are crucial to the future of the Welsh economy. The Economic Action Plan as well, it is clear in creating a lens through which we will support businesses that is designed to reduce the productivity gap between the Welsh economy and the economy of the rest of Europe. So we will only invest in projects that can demonstrate that they are contributing to decarbonisation or improving trade and exporting figures, or ensuring that we embrace the 4th industrial revolution, that we are at the forefront of new technological change, or that ensures that we are creating high-quality employment. And for that reason, because we are developing a consolidated fund, we expect to be able to allocate more resource in the future to those businesses that create jobs that are sustainable, that require higher skills, that are more productive, that contribute more to the Welsh economy, and that offer opportunities for fair work and progression to ensure that anybody that gets into the workplace can have an escalator of opportunity to get as high as they can possibly get.
Thank you. Claire Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And we all remember, I'm sure, back in 1980, when Deeside saw the worst mass redundancy in modern times, when Shotton Steelworks axed more than 6,500 workers in a single day. And, of course, it took the area a generation to overcome that. In fact, I'm sure the effects are still being felt. But it has re-established itself, the area, as an industrial powerhouse in the north east of Wales. But of course, last week's intervention has cast another shadow that is causing huge concern in terms of the jobs, in terms of the impact on the wider economy, and in terms of the wider supply chain, certainly. And were Airbus to abandon its operations at Broughton, then I fear that the effects wouldn't be as bad, it would probably be worse than those experienced back in 1980. So this is a real Brexit wake-up call for people in all parts of the UK. This is the reality check that many of us have been warning about for a long, long time, and it leaves highly skilled and well-paid workers facing huge uncertainty. And it won't happen overnight. Whatever the circumstances, it will take years if this is to happen for investment to disappear. But it certainly casts a shadow over those hard-working, dedicated and loyal workers at Airbus, the youngsters who are currently there studying their apprenticeships, and the thousands of workers, as I said earlier, in the wider supply chain who fear the impact Brexit will have on their jobs. I'd just like to refer to a press article that I saw in the Leader, where Sean Hingston, a 15-year-old youth council representative from Saltney, you've seen it, I'm glad, he raises some real pertinent points about how Airbus leaving the UK would be devastating for young people in Wales, and he really reflects the angst felt by the younger generation, who of course will be the generation that will live longest with the legacy or the consequences of Brexit. And he says that the moving or closure of Airbus in the UK would result in large job losses that would start a negative multiplier effect. Businesses in the area, he says, would relocate and close, and by moving, of course, that would mean that young people don't have the opportunity to go on work experience at Airbus or to complete apprentice programmes, the programmes that hundreds of young people across the area are doing and want to do, are aspiring to do, because they see Airbus as one of their dream jobs. Now, Sean clearly understands the effects of the chaotic Brexit policies currently being pursued by this UK government, even more so, I venture to say, than some UK government ministers. But and that's the underlying issue here, I think, isn't it? Is that the current Brexit policy being pursued by the UK government to leave the EU single market and the customs union. And I recognise, as you've referred to, I think, earlier, that the Welsh Government's position on Brexit is to maintain membership of both. It was certainly detailed in the White Paper Securing Wales's Future that was co-authored with my party. But I have to say that the actions by the UK Labour Party have contradicted that. I'm just wondering whether the Cabinet Secretary shares some of my frustration at how ineffective Labour MPs have been in stopping this prospect of a hard Brexit. We've seen the banners at Labour Live, we heard the chants and the singing at the rally at the weekend. Does he not feel a smidgen of regret that Labour opposition at Westminster is failing to change this trajectory that is leading us down this horrible path? And does he not wish that things were being done differently by his own party, whilst not letting the Conservatives off the hook? Because if that trajectory isn't successfully changed, then I fear, as many other people have said before me, that this Airbus example is just the tip of the iceberg. Now, usually when I respond to a statement, my first question is, what's the government going to do about this? But of course, the scale of this prospect is so huge, it's so unprecedented in the devolved era, that it's quite a difficult question to ask, let alone answer. But I would like to know, and following on the questions asked previously, what scenario planning has the government done? Have you plotted out what the impact of a hard Brexit would be, and what action you would consider to try as much as you can to mitigate those impacts? You mentioned your economic action plan, Prosperity for All. Are you revisiting that in any way in the light of this? Because the thrust of it, and it's one that many of us support, is that we need to grow more well-paid and highly skilled jobs here in Wales. But of course, this will require a rearguard action, because we're moving in the wrong direction. It will be about consolidation as best we can, let alone growth in that particular respect. Now, Airbus, of course, has their risk assessment, as we've all read. Where is the government's risk assessment? Have you done some of that work? Maybe you could let us know. And, of course, the impact that this will have on further education and higher education is significant. Both the Cabinet Secretary and myself were at a meeting of the cross-party group from North Wales last week, where we were left in no uncertain terms about the impact on important institutions in North East Wales, such as Coleg Cambria. It would be significant, and I'm wondering what discussions the Cabinet Secretary has had with his Cabinet colleagues about maybe how some of those impacts could be mitigated and managed if they were to be realised.
Are you winding up?
I am, yes. The NHS was supposed to enjoy a £350 million a week Brexit dividend. Of course, the Centre for European Reform has told us now that the true cost is already £440 million a week, and that's a Brexit deficit. And this is before Airbus, BMW and the others potentially up sticks. Now, I didn't see that on the side of the Brexit bus that was driven around this country. But does the Cabinet Secretary therefore sense that with the reality of a hard Brexit now dawning on people, and what the real impact of that hard Brexit would be on people's jobs and people's wages, does he sense that there actually is now a shift in public opinion, and that if the referendum was held today, that the result actually would be quite different?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank the member for his questions and his contribution as a whole? It's a tragic fact that Shotton still holds European record for the most lost jobs in a single day in modern industrial history across Europe. I was in receipt recently of a 1963 black and white photo of that year's intake of apprentices. It featured my dad, that's why it was sent to me, and upon scrutinising this photo, it became quite clear that most of the people in that photo were not in work at that site within 20 years of the photo being taken. And I do wonder how many people at Airbus today will have work at that site in 2 decades in the event of a no-deal scenario. And I think it's also tragic that, that Sean, a 15-year-old, can articulate far better and with greater maturity, the threats and the challenge we face than Jeremy Hunt is able to do in terms of what could happen to Airbus and the aerospace industry. Airbus are not fear-mongering. Airbus are stating the facts. Airbus are doing what a responsible business should do, which is to share candidly, frankly, openly and honestly with a government the likely outcome of a bad deal being reached, or even worse, a no-deal scenario. And Airbus are not alone in expressing these concerns. Today we've heard that companies representing something in the region of 850,000 people across the UK share those very real concerns. And although Airbus is clearly the biggest private sector employer in North East Wales, and certainly the biggest employer in Wales in terms of aerospace and defence, within that small part of Wales there is a strong cluster of businesses in the aerospace and defence sector. There's Airbus, of course, there's Magellan, there's Geoptic, Decca, Raytheon. Businesses that employ people who are incredibly well skilled and pay good salaries, people who are really loyal, people who contribute hugely to the local economy and to the Welsh economy as a whole. I think as we look to the future, we need to just reflect on the very clear and consistent approach that the Welsh Labour government has taken since the referendum, and it's an approach that on occasions has been adopted, perhaps stolen, by UK governments, certainly in terms of the free and unfettered access to the single market. This is something that at times UK government have tried to replicate in terms of hyperbole. Sadly, the red lines that have been drawn out by the Prime Minister would not allow that to happen in reality, based on the discussions that have taken place. But I do think that Keir Starmer has done a fantastic job in holding the UK government to account, and continues to do an outstanding job in holding UK government ministers to account. Now, in terms of what we're doing, we've looked at the impact of various scenarios on the Welsh economy, and sector by sector. And what is quite clear is that if there is no deal, we cannot possibly mitigate against all of the consequences. This is just too grave a situation. The economy would shrink by more than 10% in all likelihood. But the EAP, the Economic Action Plan, has been designed as such to allow for automatic stabilisers to be deployed rather than for the strategy to be shelved and a new strategy to be adopted for panicked circumstances. The Economic Action Plan is designed to be robust in any environment, but clearly, depending on the type of deal and whether there is a deal at all that emerges in the coming months, support for businesses will be focused on those areas that can weather the storm that is to come. But I don't think that we should believe that we can endure a no-deal scenario without the loss of significant jobs in the Welsh economy. I regularly speak not just with my colleagues in the Department for Education, I also speak with leaders in higher and further education, and again, their concerns are very real and very grave indeed. And I think it's fair to say that any deal that is reached should be agreed by the parliaments of the UK. Should parliaments decide that a deal is not sufficient and reject it, then in all likelihood a general election could be called, and it may well be the case that another vote would have to take place. We shouldn't rule out the likelihood of people turning on the decision that was made, given the very real threat that so many people now face in terms of their livelihoods.
Neil Hamilton.
It's hard to stifle a yawn at the latest example of fake news from Project Fear. The latest in an interminable line of such prognostications over the last 3 years. This is a political statement more than anything else in the propaganda war by the Remainer establishment that refuses to accept, as the Cabinet Secretary just let the cat out of the bag in his final words, refuses to accept the referendum result of 2 years ago where 17.5 million people voted to leave the EU. He knows as well as I do that most aircraft components would be tariff-free under WTO rules, and even in the few cases where they would be subject to tariffs, those tariffs would be very, very low, certainly less than 5%. But, of course, we all want a free trade deal with the EU. It makes common sense on both sides. But the obstacle to this deal isn't Theresa May, it's Michel Barnier and the EU Commission, because they put the political interests of the unelected European federalist establishment ahead of the economic well-being of the people of Europe. A free trade deal is clearly in the interests of EU citizens, because last year they sold to us £192 billion more in goods than we sold to them. So if they had to face reciprocal tariffs to compensate for the ones that would be imposed upon us as a result of a Brexit no deal, then there would be massive convulsions in the EU as well. And given that, to take up one point which the Cabinet Secretary mentioned in his remarks a moment ago about the Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders joining Airbus in as prophets of doom, 14% of every single vehicle produced in Germany is exported to the United Kingdom. If they had to face a 10% tax upon imports to this country as a result of doing the same to us exporting to the EU, that would be massively against the interests of German motor manufacturers. So I hope that these individuals are putting as much pressure upon Monsieur Barnier to agree a free trade deal as their counterparts in this country are doing to the United Kingdom government to give in to every demand of the EU establishment. I'd like to know, for example, if Airbus bigwigs have written to Monsieur Barnier to complain about his point-blank refusal to discuss a sensible free trade deal, as agreed recently with Canada and a few years ago with South Korea. Why shouldn't we have a deal of that kind? What is the political objection to that? That a company like Airbus should act as an accomplice of a hostile foreign power seeking to undermine British interests, I think is disgraceful. But I wonder whether this might be in some way connected to the $18 billion worth of illegal state aid which they received from European governments in recent years, as recently adjudicated only a month ago by the World Trade Organization. As a result of that, the US trade representative has said this paves the way for the United States to impose retaliatory tariffs upon EU goods. You know, this is not the way to go if we are to have sensible policy making in Europe. And I hope that the Welsh Government will agree with me in that respect. But this statement today, of course, is really an illusory one, because there is no prospect whatsoever of Airbus closing down its entire operations in this country. Where otherwise would the wings for the plane be made? It isn't so easy just to close down and transfer to other parts of Europe or the world. But you know, let's look at the context in which this statement has been put out. There are how many huge companies have made similar prognostications of doom, which have been overtaken by events and shown to be false in recent years. Goldman Sachs, Lloyd Blankfein made some of the most apocalyptic statements about the effects of Brexit, and yet in April this year, opening a new £1 billion office complex in London, he said, "I was wrong. I thought there would have been a worse outcome. The UK economy has surprised on the upside." Look at Siemens, again. Joe Kaiser, a massive Remainer, said that Brexit would disrupt the economy. Uncertainty about the relationship with the EU would have significant negative long-term effects. UK would be a less attractive place to do business. Maybe a factor when Siemens considers future investment here. And yet, in November 2017, whilst cutting 3,000 jobs in Germany and 1,000 across Europe, he announced an investment of £39 million to expand its largest UK plant in Lincoln, which employs 1,500 people. And just to turn to Airbus, finally, and its previous remarks in this respect, of course, Airbus say now they will pull investment, whatever that might be, or may pull investment, whatever that means, if there is no deal. It's hedged around with so many ifs and buts and caveats, it's impossible to draw any conclusions from it. But only 2 years ago, of course, Tom Enders was one of the chief players in Project Fear during the referendum campaign. In intervention after intervention, he threatened to pull investment if the company voted to leave. And yet, of course, they haven't done that. Since then, he has admitted that the company plans to retain its operations, and I quote, long into the future. He wrote to Greg Clark in February of this year to say that they regard the UK as a home country and a competitive place to invest. The home country reference, of course, is important because that means that within the economic strategy development within the company, Airbus's national divisions are regarded as a priority and influence the decisions on production and strategy. So what this is all about, actually, is trying to make sure that no deal is well and truly off the table. Well, he hardly needs to do that because Theresa May's incompetence and the shambolic government, which has completely wrecked the whole Brexit opportunities that were presented 2 years ago, have already achieved that objective. In effect, we will remain part of the EU in form, if not in name. So Airbus has nothing to worry about.
Cabinet Secretary.
And it's embarrassing, frankly. I hope nobody within any industrial sector and no investors have listened to this contribution. But just one quick question that's been playing on my mind whilst listening to the member. Where is the member that is supposed to be representing the 6,500 people in Broughton within your party right now? I don't see the UKIP member for North Wales present behind you cheering what you are saying. I don't see her supporting what you are saying about the future of the Airbus plant. It is frankly shameful that you choose to rubbish not just Airbus, but the likes of, you are rubbishing Airbus. You are rubbishing their concerns. You are claiming that the likes of Oxford Economics are merely opposed to Brexit and therefore motivated by one factor rather than carrying out objective analysis on behalf of Airbus. I don't know whether you've read the impact of Airbus on the UK economy. I don't know whether you visited any of the Airbus sites. You have. Have you visited the Broughton site recently? Have you spoken with senior managers? Because you surely haven't listened to them. The words may have been spoken, but look, my message would be really clear. Get out of your trench, take off your earplugs and listen to people who know about the aerospace sector a hell of a lot more than you do, because 6,500 jobs in Broughton are on the line. 400 to 500 in Newport are on the line. This company does not play petty party politics. This company is an international operation that is determined to make sure that it has future growth. And if it can't do that in the UK, it will do it elsewhere. And this isn't just about tariffs. You know, the member seems to think that the only question in town in terms of Brexit is whether we have to apply tariffs. It's not about tariffs for Airbus. It's very clear, if you read the impact of Airbus on the UK economy, that actually it's about the movement of people and it's a regulatory environment that could cause severe disruption. And in terms of car imports, are you seriously suggesting that consumers would be happy to pay an extra 10% for cars that are imported into Britain, in spite of the fact that a huge number of components of those cars are actually made in Britain? That jobs depend on those cars that are, okay, their final assembly may take place outside of Britain, but the jobs that supply the components are actually here within the UK, and therefore tariffs will have a major impact. They would have a major impact, and they would lead, within the supply chain, they could lead to considerable loss of jobs. Look, these are warnings, and at what point are you going to actually accept that warnings need to be heeded, that you cannot ignore warnings, that a no-deal scenario would be far more damaging for the UK economy than a decent Brexit deal? And instead, you just want to march full steam ahead to a cliff without any due regard for the 6,500 people employed at Airbus in Broughton, the 400 to 500 that are employed in. I notice that the member is making comments from a sedentary position. If he has an intervention to make, I'd happily take it.
No, there are no interventions.
But in terms of,
I will ask all members to listen to the Cabinet Secretary. You've asked a set of questions, and you should listen to what the answers are.
And in terms of, finally, in terms of the point that the member made concerning false warnings that have taken place elsewhere in the industry, not just concerning Brexit, but other factors. Look, one big point to bear in mind is that many politicians only woke up to the threats that Tata were making and the concerns that Tata were expressing when the businesses here in Wales and across the UK were put up for sale. Will it take the loss of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of jobs in the UK for those who are championing a no-deal scenario to actually wake up and accept that they were wrong and that they put people out of work?
Jack Sargent.
Diolch, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I start by thanking the Cabinet Secretary for bringing forward this hugely important statement today. From the outset, I think it is important to recognise that this isn't just a warning unique to Airbus. It's a warning right across the sectors and industry in Wales and across Europe as well. Over the weekend, we've had BMW and we've had many others, including Ferrorio today and SMMT, which you've made reference to within your statement. All these warnings have one thing in common, and that one thing is uncertainty. Just last week, I was asking the Finance Secretary about the issue of uncertainty, and it's been a common theme throughout my time on the External Affairs Committee. Whenever I visited workplaces such as Airbus, Tata Steel or Toyota, it's always been an issue that has been raised. Unfortunately, the clarity that we all have been seeking has not been forthcoming. So could the Cabinet Secretary update members on whether the UK Government has made any clear representations to him since Airbus's announcement? In addition to that, could he say whether he's had any correspondence with Unite the Union on this particular issue? Over the weekend, I spoke to representatives from the union and they shared many of my concerns, mainly because they know the incredible contribution that Airbus makes to Allen and Deeside, to Wales and to those right across the UK. You've mentioned that Airbus is one of the largest employers in Wales, employing nearly 6,500 people, and that makes it the second largest private employer in Wales. So would the Cabinet Secretary agree that it is not too late for the UK Government to show leadership and provide the clarity that the business needs, but not only the business, and more importantly, the workforce needs? Airbus makes a substantial direct contribution to the Welsh GDP, as members know, and in 2015, the company made a direct value-added contribution to Wales's GDP of £563 million. Now, that's the equivalent to over 5% of the economic output produced in Cardiff during the same year. I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's support and most recently continued support and most recently the investments of the ARMI within Broughton, Airbus's plant in Broughton. And I believe we need more investment from the Welsh Government. But I just need to say, would the Cabinet Secretary agree with me that if those figures that I've mentioned there and this announcement should be a wake-up call for the UK Government, and if it isn't, I really don't know what will be. Just briefly, I'd like to touch on a point made by my colleague from across the chamber, Claire Griffith, when he raised the importance of and recognition what happened during the Shotton closure. You're absolutely right. It won't be as bad. It will absolutely be worse, and that's something we simply cannot let happen. Finally, Deputy Presiding Officer, I would just like to pick up on a point where I do not believe this is a political stunt from Airbus. I believe this is a clear warning, and a warning that should be taken very, very seriously. I'm not sure if you've seen over the weekend, Cabinet Secretary, but on the Daily Politics show where Nigel Farage attacked Airbus as a political project before sniggering at the talk of Welsh people, Welsh families potentially losing their jobs. So would you join me, Cabinet Secretary, in denouncing this complete irresponsibility, and join me when I say to those Welsh workers and their families and the workers in the future that we are with you during this difficult time and we will stand up with you?
Can I thank Jack Sargent for his contribution and for his questions? He's absolutely right. What investors want when they look at any country is certainty in terms of the political and economic environment, and they need the right skills to be available and the right infrastructure in place. In Wales, we're improving the skills base, we're developing the right infrastructure, but Brexit risks impacting on us terribly if there is no deal, or if there is a deal that does not meet the needs of Welsh businesses. Can I say to members that I have spoken with Greg Clark? I spoke with the Secretary of State at Business, Enterprise and Industrial Strategy on Friday. I conveyed to him my very serious concerns and also expressed my support for members within his own party, albeit most on the backbenchers, including Anna Soubry and Gito Bev, in terms of their comments recently concerning the statement by Airbus. It is not too late for the UK government to change course. They need to drop the red lines and they need to accept a pragmatic arrangement. Unfortunately, because the Prime Minister is being shackled by those on the far right of the party, such an outcome is increasingly unlikely. Now, I can say that in addition to speaking with the Secretary of State, I speak very regularly with Unite the Union and with Airbus itself, with managers. Indeed, I recently appointed Catherine Bennett, Senior Vice President of Airbus UK, to the new Ministerial Advisory Board, recognising her insight, knowledge and expertise, not just in the aerospace sector and manufacturing as a whole, but also in terms of the UK economy and the opportunities that we have, if we get the right Brexit deal, to develop the supply chain for the aerospace OEMs. Now, Jack Sargent is absolutely right. We are investing very heavily in Broughton. We have in the past. It's as a consequence of the repayable aid and the skills support and other forms of support that have been offered to Airbus over many years by successive Labour governments that we now have 6,500 people employed at that site. We have helped to grow that site, and we'll die in a ditch defending those people who are employed there. We will not give up on them. And as far as Nigel Farage is concerned and his sniggering on television at the prospect of people, thousands of people losing their jobs, this is the behaviour of a silver spoon sucking toff who, I'm afraid, has no awareness of what a decent hard day's work is like in the aerospace sector. And if all he can do is respond by sniggering, then I'm afraid he won't be welcome at Airbus or any other industrial site where jobs could be obliterated by a no-deal scenario.
Thank you. I've got two more speakers. I will extend this statement, but that's not to say that I expect the next two speakers to go on at length. So, Jane Bryant.
Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to thank the Cabinet Secretary for bringing forward this important statement today and for his strong words. Last week's announcement has been very worrying. Airbus employs thousands of people in Wales, and whilst the vast majority of workers are based in Broughton, Airbus employs 450 people in Newport. Airbus Newport is home to the Digital Transformation Global Cyber Centre of Excellence, and the team of cyber research engineers delivered world-leading research in the field of cyber defence. They predominantly work in highly classified environments, delivering high-grade cyber protection. Following the uncertainty of Brexit, I understand Airbus are already seeing an impact on their space business with the Galileo satellite navigation programme. I visited the Newport site in my constituency immediately after the Brexit vote to listen to their concerns. We must not lose these highly skilled, good quality jobs or see a decline in investment. There will be a significant knock-on effect on the economy and the local area if we do. In addition to those who work in Newport, some of my constituents work at Airbus in Filton, which manufactures wings for military aircraft, as well as the design, engineering and support for Airbus commercial wings. Airbus has been consistent with its messaging to the UK government since the referendum. A no-deal Brexit would severely disrupt production. Furthermore, Airbus are concerned that the current planned transition is too short for a company to implement the required changes within its extensive supply chain. So does the Cabinet Secretary agree that the warning from Airbus and others must be a reality check for the UK government, whose lack of clarity is putting future investment and jobs at risk?
Secretary.
Yes, I'd agree very much with Jane Bryant. I know how much she's championed Airbus in Newport since being elected to this Assembly, and I also know how much this particular employer matters to the region. 450 skilled people are employed at the site. The site is one of our proudest industries of tomorrow, offering immense opportunity for many people who are entering a specific field in which we have great capabilities, great existing capacity as well. And I do fear that if Brexit continues to go in the direction that we've seen in recent months, then those jobs could be at risk, as Airbus have identified. I'd also agree that the transition period is too short insofar as what businesses have told Welsh Government. Generally, we've been told that 2 years as an absolute minimum is required for a safe transition period. Often 3 years is identified as the best period for which we should have a transition. But I know that Jane Bryant and many other members in this chamber will feel incredibly frustrated that in spite of their warnings, in spite of the concerns that they have expressed in this chamber and outside, those warnings still fall on deaf ears in Downing Street. And it's for the Prime Minister to change direction. The way that she can do that is to remove the red lines and negotiate sensibly with our European partners.
Finally, Mark Isherwood.
Well, of course, I have visited Airbus very many times. I've known Catherine Bennett for many, many years and discussed this and other matters with her. I've even been to Toulouse and met senior management and employees there, some of whom were from Broughton, working alongside their colleagues in Toulouse. After Friday's announcement by Airbus, I received an email from an employee of Airbus who said the news that no deal has been forthcoming to protect the thousands of highly skilled UK jobs at Airbus and their suppliers is rather worrying, to say the least. And of course, the negotiations are ongoing, so I responded by saying negotiations on the withdrawal agreement are ongoing, that the Prime Minister has made it clear that instead of hard Brexit, she seeks a quote, new comprehensive, bold and ambitious free trade agreement, and she said that the agreement we reach with the EU must protect people's jobs and security. However, given the mixed messages and the concern that employees got the message that negotiations are over, no deal's been done, and we could be up to Swanee accordingly, what action would you take to help balance their understanding. Yes, understand the risks, but also understand the broader scenario, where, for example, we know that last December, the European Council agreed that sufficient progress had been made in phase 1 of the Brexit negotiations with the EU to allow talks to move on to phase 2, that in March Brexit and UK negotiators reached a political deal on the terms of a Brexit transition period in a new draft withdrawal agreement, following which the Director-General of the British Chamber of Commerce said this is a milestone that many businesses across the UK have been waiting for, and the agreement of a status quo transition period is great news for trading firms on both sides of the Channel, as it means that they face little or no change in day-to-day business in the short term. Will you join me in emphasising to those employees in Broughton that the UK Government last month agreed that it would be telling the EU it wished to extend Britain's membership as a customs union beyond the initial transition period until such time as arrangements for whatever customs agreement is reached can be implemented in accordance with that agreement? And to tell them that on 19th of June last week, a joint statement from negotiators of the European Union and the UK Government on progress of negotiations under Article 50 said, the statement details the articles of the draft agreement where agreement has now been reached at negotiators' level, as well as those areas where further progress has been made. And there's a long list of areas already agreed. And they concluded, noting progress recorded in this statement will contribute to the finalisation of withdrawal agreement, and the negotiators commit to making progress as quickly as possible on all aspects necessary to reach such an agreement. Is it not therefore vital that we balance this by ensuring the workforce know that these negotiations are ongoing, knowing that transition has been agreed, knowing the UK Government acknowledges now unanimously the need to extend transition into extension of customs union for the reasons I describe, and knowing that only yesterday Greg Clark, who you referred to, the UK Business and Industry Secretary, told a hearing in the UK Parliament that an agreement which ensures that avoidable threats of frictions and tariffs do not take place is absolutely within our grasp, and it is what should all parliamentary parties should back during the months ahead.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I'm pleased that Mark Isherwood has discussed this issue with the Senior Vice President of Airbus UK and with many other managers in Broughton and in Toulouse, and I imagine that pretty much all of those senior executives will have disagreed with the member over the vote to leave the EU. And those UK Airbus employees that he'll have met in Toulouse, I'm afraid, won't be able to, if the course of direction is not changed, won't be able to get on a plane in an instant to go to any of the European Airbus facilities as they are now. And that is an essential factor that the company need to consider in terms of where they invest. They need the surety that when a fault develops, when maintenance is required, they can deploy skilled people, experts, technicians, at the drop of a hat. And I'm afraid, based on the negotiations that have taken place so far, they cannot be given that certainty. I don't think employees have had mixed messages from Airbus. Airbus couldn't have been clearer in what they said last Friday. I think it's the UK Government that are all over the place in terms of the messages and the negotiations that are taking place. And although the request is in for me to give Airbus workers messages of comfort over Brexit negotiations, I'm afraid I have no warm messages of comfort over the negotiations, because unless Theresa May is able to drop those red lines that she is clinging to so fervently, I'm afraid that it could be catastrophic for people who are employed in the aerospace sector in the UK. Yes, ongoing negotiations are taking place, but it's the red lines that are preventing the sort of deal that we believe is in absolute vital interest of the aerospace sector. The member's holding up, I'm afraid the member's holding up a sheet of paper with lots of words on it. If only he would read the impact. If only he would read the impact. It's a longer document, granted, but if only he would read the impact of Brexit on Airbus, he might have reached a different conclusion when the referendum took place. And let's just remind those 6,500 employees at Broughton at Airbus in Broughton, the member for North Wales in the Conservative Party actively campaigned for Britain to leave the European Union.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Item 6 on the agenda is a statement by the Leader of the House enabling Gypsies, Roma and Travellers. And I call on Julie James to move that statement. Julie.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Today we are publishing our Enabling Gypsies, Roma and Travellers plan, which sets out our commitments to improving equality of opportunity and narrowing gaps in outcomes experienced by all people covered by our plan. The plan seeks to demonstrate the breadth of actions this government is undertaking to enable individuals from our communities to fulfil their potential and participate in community life. We have called our new plan Enabling Gypsies, Roma and Travellers in recognition of two key themes. First, Gypsies, Roma and Travellers often possess highly developed skills and experience, distinct and valuable perspectives and a strong entrepreneurial ethic. Our systems and processes are not always as inclusive as we would like, leading to unfulfilled potential for individuals and society as a whole. We want to ensure that we enable everyone in our communities to fulfil their potential through more inclusive processes and better understanding of opportunities. Secondly, we wanted to reflect the diversity of cultures and ethnicities within the group of individuals that other governments might simply call travellers. This term can include many different groups, and we recognise that there can be profound cultural differences between some individuals. These groups include Romani Gypsies, Irish travellers, Roma or new travellers. This diversity is important to community members, and it was important that we reflect this in our plan. Despite these differences, groups often experience similar issues such as discrimination, marginalisation, poorer health or educational outcomes, and a need for better advice and advocacy support. The late Czech President Václav Havel once famously described the treatment of gypsies as a litmus test for a civil society. We must ensure we deliver on our commitment to gypsies, Roma and travellers if we are to be a fair and just society. This plan replaces the Travelling to a Better Future Framework for Action and Delivery Plan, which was originally published in 2011. Travelling to a Better Future was the UK's first strategy aimed specifically at improving outcomes experienced by gypsies and travellers. As we publish our new plan, we are still the only nation in the UK with a dedicated plan for supporting our communities. Since 2011, we have made good progress in a number of areas, but there is still much to do. We have legislated to ensure that residents of local authority gypsy and traveller sites have security of tenure and to ensure local authorities properly assess the need for additional sites in their area. We have invested approximately £18 million in site development and refurbishment, and we have committed to an additional £20.3 million by the end of 2021. Although it is slower than we would like, genuine progress is being made, and we will continue to drive this forward. Between 2014 and 2021, we expect to have funded more than 200 new pitches, compared to only a handful in the period 1997 to 2014, a major achievement. We also have more pupils from these backgrounds on the school roll than ever before, which is crucial to ensuring members of communities can access opportunities throughout their lives and that discrimination is challenged. Educational attainment still lags behind other groups, and there is more to be done to ensure schools and colleges are inclusive environments and communities see the benefit of a secondary age education. We know that gypsies and travellers also experience poorer health outcomes than other groups, and we are working to change this. All health boards should be undertaking gypsy and traveller community health needs assessments to better understand the health profile of their local communities and target interventions appropriately. We are also introducing a gypsy and traveller ethnic health category into NHS data collection to enable us to better understand the outcomes experienced by our communities over time. The availability of sites is a major issue which can prevent gypsies and travellers accessing sustainable accommodation and impact on community cohesion. Today we are also publishing a new planning circular which replaces our previous circulars relating to gypsy and traveller sites. The circular ensures the consideration of gypsy and traveller sites through the planning system is reflective of updates to legislation and wider Welsh Government guidance on gypsies and travellers over recent years, including provisions in the Housing Wales Act. In addition to these issues, the new plan focuses on advice and advocacy support, challenging discrimination and hate crime, improving the employability of individuals, promoting essential skills training and other issues. The new plan also includes the Roma community for the first time. Although we received mixed views about including this community in the plan, we felt that it was appropriate to do so, whilst emphasising the important distinctions between the communities. Roma and Romani gypsies regularly get confused in media reporting, but they often have different cultures, language, accommodation preferences and religion, and are diverse in other ways as well. However, these groups are united by common ancestry and both experience ingrained stereotypes and discrimination. Both groups are marginalised within our society and experience barriers to fulfilling their true potential. In developing the actions, we have sought to prevent the most harmful problems experienced by Gypsies, Roma and travellers. These include homelessness, poor health, poor accommodation and hate crime. We have already made encouraging progress in some of these areas, but there is much work still to be done to improve outcomes. The plan forms an important part of a long-term aim to ensure that our communities can achieve equal opportunities and fulfil their potential. The plan is also a statement of our continuing focus on fostering good relations between these groups and wider society. We are currently within Gypsy, Roma and Traveller History Month, and I want to recognise the achievements of our communities and their continuing positive contributions to Welsh society. They are and will remain welcome in Wales. In this document, we set out what the Welsh Government will do to provide better community cohesion and equal opportunities, but there are many other organisations and individuals who can also play a role in this. For example, we will encourage the media to undertake more balanced reporting, which promotes understanding. We will also encourage local authorities to be proportionate in their decision-making in relation to resolving unauthorised encampments. Public bodies, decision-makers and opinion shapers all need to be mindful of their responsibilities with regard to Gypsies, Roma and travellers. Discrimination against these communities is often considered to be the last acceptable form of racism, and we must challenge this wherever we identify it. Finally, I want to make it clear that this plan is not about the Welsh Government seeking to make special arrangements to support our communities. Instead, the plan and actions within are about ensuring our society is inclusive of everyone, to enable our diversity of culture and our perspectives to thrive. A Wales which values and supports our minority communities to participate equally, especially those who have been part of our society for almost 500 years, will be stronger as a result. We all have a responsibility to work together to eliminate all forms of discrimination, and so I look forward to working with you to ensure this new plan is a success.
Thank you. Mark Ishwood.
Well, as I said here in January, everyone will be disadvantaged until we identify and meet the accommodation needs of Gypsies and travellers and Roma, enabling the provision of authorised residential and transit sites. And it can't be acceptable that, according to the 2011 census, 62% of Gypsies, Roma and travellers in Wales had no qualifications, 51% in England and Wales were in employment compared to 73% overall, and just 70% described themselves as being in good health compared with 81% in England and Wales overall. In your statement, you rightly say we want to reflect the diversity of cultures and ethnicities. What consideration, looking back, have you given to the 2006 Pat Niner report on the accommodation needs of Gypsies and travellers in Wales, commissioned by the then Welsh Government? I think Jane Hutt launched it, as I recall, in Llandrindod, Wales, and I was the only AM to watch her, present to watch her do it. But in addition to many of the issues you highlight, they identified that those diverse communities also travelled over specified geographical areas that didn't match the borders that the rest of us live by, whether those were county borders or national borders. So what consideration have you given as you go forward to developing an approach which, with the communities themselves and the different authorities across those borders, so that they may collectively agree and deliver on the needs of communities who, by definition, are moving around across that area? You refer to more pupils from these backgrounds being on the school roll than ever before. I think before I've raised with you the concern that was raised in Flintshire over John Summers High School when the local Gypsy traveller community stated that their views had not been reflected in the consultation document that led to the closure of the school, where the school had almost uniquely in the region developed trust with the community. They'd become part of the same wider community. The children came to school, were passing exams, doing well, achieving, but the community themselves stated that that could be compromised or would be compromised if the school closed, which it did. So going forward, possibly in discussion with your colleague, the Education Secretary, what consideration are you giving to introduce or implement measures to prevent that happening again and ensure that the community have a central voice where they might be impacted in such a critical way? In 2017, we know the Welsh Government launched its consultation on the Enabling Gypsies, Roma and Travellers consultation. How do you respond to the statement by respondents to that the plan was too broad, with not enough actions able to evidence how they would be realistically achieved, with one respondent saying the plan was not new but a collection of actions from other existing plans, to the Tros Gunnall plant consultation, where respondents said that while a new plan was a good idea, they were still to be convinced whether such strategies would actually make a difference to their everyday lives. And the launch of the Travelling to Better Health document in 2017 to increase confidence in the health system, where respondents in one local health board were found to have received discriminatory treatment, including being unable to secure an on-call appointment with their GP and midwives not visiting a site for antenatal check-ups. Obviously, you're very familiar with the situation in Bangor Back Lane in Conwy, which we both visited. And your intervention has helped them take forward action on the sound mitigation fence. But they've also subsequently written to your colleague, the Economy and Transport Secretary, regarding the road surface, where they understand that this may not be completed until as late as October 2022. In consequence, because they believe promises by the Council at the time when the Welsh Government funding was provided have been breached, they are suffering physically and mentally from the noise and stress, receiving inpatient hospital treatment in certain cases, and they've written to the Cabinet Secretary seeking a detailed plan of action from the Welsh Government to resolve the matter to the residents' satisfaction. I don't know whether you're familiar with that, but if you are, and if you could update me, if you're not, I'd be grateful if you could pursue that. And the final point I wanted to raise is something I was highlighted. I'll give an example in Flintshire, although it's not unique to Flintshire. In 2011, obligations to meet the need for gypsy and traveller accommodation sites led to the granting of temporary planning permission for 5 years for a site, because of assurances made to the planning inspector by the council that within such period the need would be met by Flintshire. But because it wasn't, Flintshire granted further temporary permission for 5 years, even though it's widely recognised that the site isn't suitable for a permanent site. Then subsequently the granting of temporary planning permission was quashed in court because Flintshire had failed to fulfil its responsibility to deliver an alternative provision in accordance with the legislation. So, in such circumstances, what powers does the Welsh Government have to intervene? And I don't know whether you can comment on this individual case, but how can you influence the situation when something appears to have gone so wrong that it's ended up in court twice for determination?
Leader of the House. Thank you for that series of remarks. I'll do my best to cover them off. So, in terms of the powers of the Welsh Government, we don't have intervention powers in that way. But I know that Mark Isherwood is aware that I'm visiting every local authority and site around Wales, and I've already had one discussion with Flintshire. What we seek to do is develop a plan together to make sure that sites are brought forward which we can help fund through our capital grant programme and so on. So we're very much in conversation, but we don't have a direct power to direct them, for example. I'm not speaking particularly of that authority, any authority. So we very much work with the local authorities to identify suitable sites, and that leads me on to the point about a network of transit sites. We very much want to see the development of a network of transit sites across Wales by 2021. We've got 5 areas identified with a need for transit sites, and we're keen to see these develop to support the gypsy and traveller way of life, whilst avoiding inappropriate encampments. The member's quite right. We know what the geographical travelling arrangements are, and we're working with the authorities along the affected routes to make sure that we can get the best outcome for that. And we are planning discussions across the border because, of course, many families cross between England and Wales, and indeed some families move up to Scotland and across to Ireland as well. So we are very much aware of the need to develop the transit site system. We've just responded to a consultation from the UK Government on a review of unauthorised camping legislation. I was a little dismayed by the tone of that, I have to say, but we're awaiting the outcome of that consultation before reconsidering whether our managing unauthorised camping guidance is still fit for purpose, and we'll be looking to reissue that with a view, as I say, to facilitate a way of life whilst making sure that inappropriate encampments which can be harmful for the occupiers and the surroundings are not tolerated. But it's not the case for all encampments, and where transit sites are created, it's not always proportionate or necessary to relocate other encampments. So we want to develop a system which enables proper consideration of the rights of all members of the community and ensures encampments can be resolved with common humanity and consistency. So as I say, Deputy Presiding Officer, I was a little concerned about the tone of the recent UK consultation, but we have responded in that vein. I know the members takes a very keen interest on that. So we've also been very aware of the education arrangements. We're looking to make sure that local authorities, in considering their duties, do take issues of that sort into account. Ultimately, school closure issues are a matter for the local authority. But the guidance does include an emphasis on both NHS and education arrangements. And what we're looking for is flexibility of arrangements, because with a travelling lifestyle, obviously you might need to attend a number of different establishments, as well as for those who are in more settled pitches. So there are a range of outcomes that we're looking for in that regard. And in terms of the Bangor Back Lane, I do indeed visited the site. I know the members are aware of that. I am aware of the issue around the road resurfacing. I am in conversation with the Cabinet Secretary about what can be done. It's a very complicated area, as I know the member knows, but what can be done to make sure that we get the speediest possible response to the road noise issue that he highlights.
Thank you. Siôn Gwenllian.
Diolch yn fawr, Dir Prylywydd, a diolch am y datganiad. Dwi wedi cael cipolwg sydyn ar y cynllun galluogi Sipsiwn, Roma a Theithwyr, a dwi yn eich llawgyfarchu ar rai agwedda o'r cynllun, gad ni fod yn cynnwys gweithredu penodol ac amserlenni, yn enwedig o ran darparu safleoedd, ac yn amlwg mae yna gynnydd wedi i wneud yn y maes hwnnw. Yn y cynllun, da chi yn deud hyn, rydym wedi gyrru ymlaen gan roi mwy o ffocws ar ddarparu safleoedd ar gyfer Sipsiwn a Theithwyr. Mae hyn yn adlewyrchu dealltwriaeth fod llawer o broblemau eraill a brofir gan gymunedau Sipsiwn a Theithwyr yn codi o ddiffyg mynediad at letu priodol, a dwi'n cytuno yn llwyr efo chi ar hynny o beth. A mae yna dystiolaeth fod awdurdodau lleol wedi ymateb i'r her o greu lleiniau newydd ac wedi hefyd adnabod safleoedd yn eu cynlluniau datblygu lleol. Ddim gwaith hawdd, wrth gwrs, yn rhannol yn sgil agwedda a rhagfarna cyhoeddus, ac mae'r cynghora i'w llongyfarch ar y cyfan ar ei hymdrechion. Swn i'n licio cael eich barn chi am bwysigrwydd dylunio y lleiniau a'r safleoedd yma yn briodol. Ydych chi'n cytuno fo fi fod angen gwneud hynny mewn ffordd bwriadus ar y cyd efo'r gymuned mwyn ymateb i rei o'r prif heriau sy'n wynebu'r gymuned. Dwi'n credu fod hi'n bwysig bod buddsoddiad digonol yn cael ei ddarparu ar gyfer creu'r llefydd newydd, gan y gall hynny fod yn fwy cost-effeithiol yn y pen draw, gan arbad arian i wasanaethau cyhoeddus. Felly, wrth ystyried safleoedd newydd a hefyd uwchraddio safleoedd, mae'n bwysig roed ystyriaeth i'r dylunio. Achos, enghraifft, mae dylunio bwriadus yn gallu mynd i'r afal efo problemau iechyd gwael ymhlith y gymuned yma. Mae'r gymdeithas yma, fel y gwyddoch chi, 5 gwaith mwy tebygol o ddatblygu problemau iechyd o gymharu efo'r gymdeithas yn gyffredinol. Ond falle na prin ydy'r dystiolaeth fod cyflistera ar y safleoedd yn cael ei dylunio fel bod modd enghraifft cynnal clinigau ar y safleoedd eu hunan, a fydda hynny o greu cael llefydd addas ar gyfer ymweliadau gan weithwyr iechyd, fysa hynny'n gallu gwneud byd o wahaniaeth i gynnal brychiadau ar gyfer babanod, un enghraifft mewn ffordd o be fydda'n gallu digwydd mewn clinig ar safle, a hefyd o ran cyflistera addysg, yn enwedig ar rei o'r safleoedd mwy. Mae'ch cynllun chi yn deud mae angen sicrhau fod pob safle presennol yn gwbl addas i bwrpas, a fyswn i'n dadlau felly bod angen uwchraddio llawer o'r safleoedd presennol. Yn ymhrofiad i o ymweld efo un neu ddau o safleoedd parhaol, mae cyfleuster ymhell o fod yn addas. Yn aml mae'r lleiniau yn rhy agos i'w gilydd, dydy'r cyfleuster amolchi a'r toiledau ddim yn ddigonol nag yn safonol, a does a ddim llecynna chwarae addas ar gyfer y plant. Felly mae'n amlwg bod llawer o ffocws di bod cyn belled ar greu llety addas, a mae hynny'n hanfodol wrth gwrs, Ond dwi hefyd yn credu bod angen rwan symud ymlaen i roi sylw i rai o'r brif problemau, cyflogaeth a sgilia, iechyd ag addysg. Ac ella nad ydy'r cynllun ddim mor glir a ddim mor uchelgeisiol ag gallai o fod yn y meysydd hynny. O ran cyflogaeth a sgilia, mae sôn fod angen i gynlluniau presennol y Llywodraeth gynnig gwasanaethau i'r gymuned Sipsiwn, Roma a Theithwyr, ond rhaid cofio fod y gymuned hon yn wynebu rhwystra gwahanol i drwch y boblogaeth ac ella fod angen cynlluniau wedi treulwra yn fwy penodol ar eu cyfar nhw. Ac o ran addysg, dwi'n sylwi yn y cynllun a dos o ddim set o weithredoedd penodol mwyn cynyddu cyflawniad y plant a'r bobl ifanc. Mae yna weithredoedd ynglŷn â taclo bwlian a dysgu Saesneg, sydd wrth gwrs yn bwysig, ond mae angen pwyslais ar godi disgwyliadau a gwell cyflawniad hefyd, efallai yn enwedig ymhlith y merched yn y gymuned yma. Felly, tra'n eich llongofarchu a rai agweddau o'r cynllunio, ga i ofyn cwestiwn fel hyn ar y diwedd, ydych chi'n cytuno wrth symud ymlaen fod angen mwy o waith a mwy o uchelgais ar y rhan o'r cynllun sydd yn delio efo addysg, iechyd, cyflogaeth a sgilia, ac y dylid gosod mwy o bwyslais ar yr agweddau yma i'r dyfodol.
Leader of the House. Yes, I mean, Sean Gwenllian accurately captures the complexity of some of the issues that the community faces, and there is an emphasis on good sites, housing, transit sites, and maintaining a way of life, whilst also giving people the essential decencies of human life. I just want to emphasise, Deputy Presiding Officer, that our capital grants are available to upgrade older sites with smaller amenity blocks, for example. And I also want to say a huge thank you to all of the members of families from this community who've welcomed me absolutely with open arms and the most amazing hospitality into their homes to discuss some of these issues. The new amenity blocks are much bigger. They often have day rooms and so on associated with them. And so I just want to emphasise again, as we have done to all local authorities, that upgrade money is available through the capital grants. And we are, of course, in consultation with the communities about what they want and how that works. So that's very important indeed. We also are ensuring that all the principles of equality and fairness remain central to the delivery of our other plans, which this complements. So I take Sean Gwenllian's point about employability and skills, for example, and some of the other issues that she raised. It will be central to our new employability plan that we promote the consideration of the needs of all protected groups, and I'll be in discussion with my ministerial colleagues about how best to ensure that that's done, and also that we fund employability schemes specifically to communities that are experiencing particular levels of need, so that they're tailored in a particular way, because this community has very specific requirements. And I'm also pleased that the new plan means that Business Wales will be able to support those communities to establish their own businesses, which is very often what they actually want. I just want to emphasise two other things from Sean Gwenllian's contribution. I've had many conversations with young people as well across these sites, and the issue about play areas comes up. And again, Deputy Presiding Officer, I'd like to emphasise to local authorities who I know are aware, but it's worth restating, that the capital grant can be used to upgrade such things as play facilities and so on. But we are also keen that we are not creating a completely separate set of amenities. So where there's a suitable play area for a particular site nearby, we just want to ensure that there are safe access routes to that, safe access routes to schools and so on. So we're not making an isolated community either, unless there's no reasonable to reach play facilities. Now, I've also had it emphasised to me that sometimes we have unintended consequences from some of our other policies around safer routes to schools and so on, which we're working very hard with specific communities which have raised those issues, because we know that in a community that sometimes faces barriers, we need to make sure that all the barriers under our control are as low as possible to ensure continued participation in education and skills training and so on. So it's a complex area, and we very much have the wishes and desires of the communities that we're seeking to assist at the centre of our plan.
Thank you. Michelle Brown. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you for your statement, Leader of the House, and for the announcement of your new plan. I must say at the outset that I've always had a great deal of sympathy for the travelling Gypsy, Roma and other such communities. I think they've been treated very badly over the years. Successive governments have made their way of life all but impossible, removing traditional sites, stripping away common land and bringing them into conflict with the communities that they travel through and they want to settle temporarily in. So I therefore welcome your efforts to support those communities and facilitate that way of life. At the end of the day, we either want to support people's individual choices as long as they don't harm anybody else. And I think, you know, the support that you're trying to offer the travelling and gypsy community is commendable, particularly with the attempt to provide the camping sites for them and, you know, winter stopovers for show people, etc. I'm also glad to see an intended emphasis on there being a person-centred approach. These communities may be distinct in general terms from others, but every community is made up of individuals with their own particular needs. So I'm really pleased to see Welsh Government recognising that. I'm also happy to see Welsh Government talking about integration of Gypsy, Roma and other travelling communities. As I've said, actions of governments and local authorities over the years have served to divide those communities from others, and everything that can be done to integrate the two, get these different communities talking to one another and cooperating one another and understanding one another is all to the good. So I welcome your objective of integration. But can you give us details of the work that will be done to foster relations between the travelling communities and local people? I note that the newest plan replaces one published in 2011. Can the Leader of the House summarise the lessons learned from the implementation of the previous plan? What were the successes of that plan? What were the failures? And how are you building on that experience for this new plan and what you're going to do going forward? The Leader of the House says that progress has been slower than she'd like. Where do you think these impediments to progress are coming from? What measures are you taking in conjunction with local authorities and educational establishments to overcome those, and the health service as well, to overcome those impediments and achieve the very laudable objectives of the last plan and this new one? And then turning to the educational chances of children from traveller, Roma and Gypsy communities, I note that you admit, I think everybody would probably agree with you, that the performance of these children still lags behind others, and that's not acceptable. It's very well noting this, but it's not a new problem and it's been highlighted before. Promises have been made to address the problem, but what practical measures are you now going to be putting in place to encourage engagement with education and attendance at school? In particular for girls from traveller and Roma communities. I mean, you know, sometimes girls need additional help. So, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I mean, you're rightly highlighting some of the complexities of dealing with a range of people with different ways of lives and different expectations and different outcomes that each particular community wants. So I'll try and cover off some of those. I should have said in response to Sian Gwentley, and Michelle Brown has just touched on it as well, that actually many of the communities want to develop their own sites, and so we've worked very hard with local authorities and planning departments to facilitate that where at all possible. So although there are local authority provided sites, many members of the community want to develop their own sites, and we've worked very hard to ensure that. Some of the I was asked about some of the barriers, and I did mention the transit sites. There have been particular difficulties in developing transit sites because of local authority boundaries, which are particularly unhelpful in some areas. So we're working very hard with a range of local authorities, and as Mark Ishwood pointed out, along a known cycle of transit to make sure that we can put that in place. That has been slower than we would have liked, and we're putting a renewed emphasis on some of that. In terms of some of the other things, we're working very hard for inclusion and to develop different ways of working, so that if you have somebody with a travelling lifestyle, then you have to have flexible ways of ensuring that they stay connected. So we're looking at all of the ways that we can do that to ensure that we can accept swift enrolment in local schools, for example, or with GP practices. And we're working very hard on that. Deputy Presiding Officer, I think it's extremely important as well, as Michelle Brown touched on it, that just to say that we know that many Gypsy and Traveller people still experience a level of hate crime and other discrimination, which is completely unacceptable. And I just want to urge anyone affected by hate crime to report and seek support by contacting their local police on 101 or 999 if it's an emergency. And just to highlight that we fund Victim Support Cymru to provide emotional, practical and advocacy support for anyone affected by any one of those issues. We also fund, as Michelle Brown asked, we also fund the Travelling Ahead project to provide support to Gypsy and travellers under three separate themes, one of which is anti-discrimination. And Travelling Ahead is the third-party reporting centre to support Gypsies and travellers to build confidence to report crimes that they experience in this way. And we also fund 8 regional community cohesion coordinators across Wales, whose work plan includes consideration of Gypsy and traveller communities. And they coordinate support for public understanding of issues around site development. They produce myth-busting materials and provide training to elected members in local authorities who are looking at plans to support Gypsy traveller communities.
Thank you, Leader of the House, for your statement. And I think it's very heartening to hear that we've got cross-party support for this plan, because I think that's incredibly important. As you say, this is a real litmus test of whether or not we're a civilised society. And you also point out that that discrimination against these communities is considered to be the last acceptable form of racism, and clearly we need to tackle that. Interested that you are encouraging people to report any discrimination that they're suffering to the police. I was a little bit disturbed to read about a survey done by the Traveller movement recently with various police forces about the attitudes amongst some police forces, the lack of due regard for their public sector equality duties in relation to the Gypsy, Roma and Traveller communities. This survey and other issues that have been uncovered are going to be presented to the National Police Chiefs Council this Friday. I have no idea whether any of the Welsh police forces have been involved, but clearly, were there to be any causes for concern, we clearly need to pick that up. I think it's particularly important at this time where Gypsy, Roma and travellers are being harassed across Europe, particularly, unfortunately, in Italy most recently, where there's even attempts at ethnic cleansing, which is very disturbing. But I think I just want to now turn to the important points you're making about ensuring that Gypsy travellers and Roma are doing well in education, because I do recall that the achievement amongst Gypsies and travellers is notably worse than for any other ethnic minority group. And I just want to highlight the excellent work being done at Cathays High School, which is actually in Julie Morgan's constituency, but it's on the edge of mine, and many of them actually live in Cardiff Central. Patrick Banda is a Czech Roma who joined Cathays High School in Year 8. He achieved A and A star in Art and Design and Textiles at GCSE. He then went on to take 3 A-levels, and then he had numerous universities who wanted to give him a place because of the excellence of his work. And he's just completed his first year at Cardiff Met, and he's already put on fashion shows, and he's clearly going to be somebody we're going to hear about in the future. Secondly, Cynthia Kandarova is a Czech Roma who's currently excelling at A-level English as well as health and social care, and she's hoping to read English literature at university in the future. And I think this reflects the really great work being done by teachers at Cardiff High School, at Cathays High School, backed up by the Minority Ethnic Grant. So I wondered what conversations you've had with the Cabinet Secretary for Education about the continuance of the Minority Ethnic Achievement Grant, because I think it's really, really important, when particularly if we've got pupils coming in year, we do need to input extra support for them to ensure they settle down in their education. And secondly, I just want to ask about If there are any local authorities who are resisting establishing new sites for the Gypsy and Roma traveller community, because I remember having conversations with Carl Sargent about this when we were passing the relevant legislation, and he was absolutely adamant that we needed to ensure that there were sites in every local authority, not just the good ones, in every local authority.
Yes, thank you for that insightful range of questions. We are very mindful of the potential impact of Brexit on the rights and status of Roma from other EU member states. We're obviously working hard to better understand the UK government's plans to communicate information about the settled status process to particular communities, because these are communities that struggle to get information of the right sort anyway. And we want to ensure that we use all the tools at our disposal to ensure that those messages are got out and people have assistance to apply for the status as they require to do so. But obviously, until the UK government announces how the settled status system will work exactly, there's a potential for unintentionally confusing messages, and many in the community are wary of confusing messages from officials in any event. So we want to work very hard indeed to make sure that the contributions made by other citizens of EU member states are recognised, they get the status. We want them to stay here and thrive with us. So we want to make sure that that is enabled as much as possible. In terms of the education issue, we have provided additional funding this year. I mean, obviously there have been some issues around that. We are working very hard to make sure that we work with all our local authorities to make sure that the money is channelled in the way, but this is the difficulty and the ongoing conversation around hypothecated and unhypothecated funding. And we want our local authorities to be able to respond to the needs in their area. There's a long and complex argument about how local authorities put that together, but we have provided 8.7 million this financial year to assist with that, and we are certainly working very hard with colleagues, Rebecca Evans in particular, on making sure that we have the right guidance in place to support the most marginalised people who benefit from all of those grants. There are a whole series of other issues around the Housing Act. The Housing Act has been instrumental in galvanising local authorities, and we're very proud of it. But there are issues around whether, if a local authority didn't identify any need in its area because it hasn't got a settled Gypsy, Traveller or Roma population, then some of the issues with transit sites then come into play. So, as I said, hindsight's a wonderful thing. So we're working very hard to overcome some of those. But at the moment, you have a duty if there's a recognised need. So we're working hard across Wales to ensure that all the needs are correctly identified, and we have the capital grant in place to assist with the development of those sites. And then we have some, as I said, I talked already about the regional community cohesion workers, and I just wanted to pay tribute to some of the people who've worked extremely hard with the Gypsy Roma Traveller learners. We know that attainment still lags behind, but I do want to pay tribute to the workforce who've worked extremely hard to engage the community and to get the young women in particular engaged in the learning process. And I met with Julie Morgan only the other day, a set of young learners who were certainly not shy of coming forward with some of their concerns. It was a real pleasure. So it's lovely to hear the highlighted examples that you give of what can be attained when people get the ability to achieve their potential.
Julie Morgan.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm very pleased that the Welsh Government is continuing its commitment to make Wales an equal society for all, including the most marginalised, as the Leader of the House said. And I was particularly glad that you started off your statement recognising the strong entrepreneurial spirit that Gypsies, Roma and Travellers have, and the different perspectives, and the fact that there is a diverse range of backgrounds, cultures and languages. And I do think it is the right thing to include Roma in this strategy, but I don't know whether you're able to say any more about the discussions you've had about that, because I know it is a complicated issue. I also welcome the site development and the money that's going to be put in, and I welcome the security of tenure and proposals for transit sites. I'm also pleased that the Leader of the House says that the government wants local authorities to be more proportionate about resolving unauthorised encampments. I had a letter from a young 15-year-old
Gypsy traveller young woman. I don't know whether she sent a letter to the Leader of the House as well, but it was a deeply moving letter, and she says how millions are spent removing travellers from illegal sites instead of putting it into our education. Do you think we would be living on illegal grounds if we were educated, instead of being labelled a tramp, jippo, pikey and thief before you even know us and try to understand? That was part of her letter, and I think if you look at it through the views of a child, a young person, and see the amount of money is spent on moving people on. So I'm glad you said that they were, you're going to encourage local authorities to take a more proportionate response. So I think there is progress, which is great, but obviously there are still areas of concern. There are still concerns about the poor health outcomes that have already been mentioned. In the cross-party group, which I chair, we've heard a lot of examples of where gypsies and travellers have met prejudice, really, when they're trying to access healthcare. So I think there's a lot more to do there. But it's absolutely vital, I think, that frontline health professions all receive awareness training and training in equality and cultural awareness, which I know is in the action plan. So I think it's very important that we do that, and that we also are able to measure when it's done and to keep a track of how it's going. I also think welcome the plan to find a model to fund specialist services for Gypsy, Roma and traveller women who need specialist support because they're victims of violence, domestic abuse and sexual violence. I think that's very important. And then to go on to education, because of course education has been raised here a lot this afternoon, and we obviously have got the aim of improving education outcomes. However, there is still a lot of concern amongst the Gypsy traveller community and their sort of supporters about what is happening to the Traveller Education Service, which it appears that some local authorities are struggling to continue to fund. I know that the Neath, Port Talbot, Gypsy, Roma and Traveller Education Service has a petition about the cuts to the education budget, which is affecting the service, and I understand that many staff in local authorities across Wales are facing the threat of redundancy in this service. And this service has been so important in supporting gypsies and travellers, young people, and I think it's really only because of that service that we have made the progress that we have in education. And this young person refers movingly to the help that she's been given by this service. So I don't know whether the Leader of the House is able to give any view of that. I mean, this young person says, my ethnicity is...
Are you winding up, please?
Yeah, okay. Finally, when I met the Gypsy young people and with you, I think the issue was raised about broadband, and I wondered whether you had anything to comment about that. And then the last question is about Gypsies and travelling people who live in houses, whether any effort has been made to contact them and sense what they are feeling.
Yes, I mean, that's, you'd expect nothing less from Julie Morgan than a comprehensive overview of the issues, and she's worked tirelessly in this regard, well, all her life, I think, actually, it's fair to say, in a proud family tradition. On the health issues, we have gone to some trouble to make sure that the plan details how we intend to narrow the gap in health outcomes between Gypsies, Roma, travellers and the wider population, and that includes both physical and mental health. And therefore all the actions in this section will be undertaken with due consideration to both of those aspects, as that was always raised with me in some of the meetings we've attended together. There's a specific action within this section which covers the monitoring of local health board completion of health needs assessments, and that these results are then properly fed into the service planning. And I mentioned before about recording the ethnicity in order to be able to track the data, so that we do continue to have good data about whether it's working, and we will get the required evidence in responding to health needs, including mental health, and demonstrate where the additional action is needed as a result of the gathering of that. And we also want to make sure that we have it as central to the plan when we consult the community, to make sure that those that recording is working properly and to their benefit. So that's a really big part of it. In terms of the broadband, I'm delighted to say that we are looking now to see whether we can have good broadband on all of the local authority sites. The young woman who I was very impressed by, Deputy Presiding Officer, was very vehement to me that if we want to have flexible arrangements on site so people can log in and out of hub for education or local health, My Health Online and so on, that it was hopeless if the broadband was inadequate. And so I very much took that on board, and we're going to some efforts now to make sure that all of the sites map out where they are with that and make sure that the broadband is properly extended to cover that. The other issue is to make sure that we have the right connections with our Travelling Ahead projects, take contact all of the people who are in our communities, including the ones who happen to be in settled accommodation at this time. I was very moved by one of the families who offered me an enormous amount of hospitality about her distress at having to be in bricks and mortar, as she calls it, while her daughter was at university, and her desperation to get back out of that as soon as possible. And the strength of her feeling was plain. So we need to make sure that we take into account all of those issues, and I'm very, very determined to do so. And in terms of the learner support, as I said, I wanted to pay tribute to that. We will be working very hard with local authorities to ensure that the additional money we've given them so far goes into the right places, and to understand how they're doing the needs assessments because I understand as well from the consultations that we've undertaken that some of the services appear to be under threat, and I don't really see why that should be happening. So we're going to be looking very carefully to make sure that it doesn't happen, because we are funding it.
And finally, John Griffiths.
I do very much agree that it is a test of our new democracy here in Wales, how we counter the discrimination and prejudice that Gypsy, Traveller and Roma communities face. And I guess many of us who are familiar with issues around proposed local sites in our constituencies will understand the level of suspicion and, unfortunately, ignorance that often exists. And I just wonder, Leader of the House, in terms of the History Week and the media effort, and perhaps particularly local papers, which can be very useful at getting the positive stories and the positive human interest stories across, how Welsh Government will work with those possibilities and take forward a cohesion strategy to address some of these misunderstandings, which unfortunately are quite strong, and tackle some of the, again, misunderstandings around illegal sites, the sort of points people make, which is, why then do you want to establish a settled site when these people want to travel around and they don't want to be settled? There are all sorts of understandings that people have that, come from folk history, really, that really don't fit in with the way the modern age operates and the way cultures and communities have moved on. And just in terms of the Roma community, I do welcome the focus that's now present. And my own experience locally is of schools doing really good work. Liswery Comprehensive in Newport, for example, has a substantial number of Roma children. They work very well with them and their families. I think it's been found that employing somebody as a bridge, somebody from the Roma community as a bridge, with authority as it's seen and the more formal world, can be very useful in terms of communication and getting policies implemented effectively on the ground. And I just wonder whether that experience of what works in some parts of Wales where there are substantial Roma communities is properly evaluated and spread through the medium of Welsh Government.
Yes, that's a very good point that you make there, John Griffiths. We have got some very good examples across Wales of really good engagement with Roma, Gypsy and Traveller communities, and I'm sure we could all name schools across Wales that have done really good work. So we will be working very hard with colleagues in the Education Department to make sure we spread that out. And of course, I just want to say that it's a very central part of our new Donaldson curriculum that people become ethical, informed citizens of the world. And so Cabinet Secretary for Education and myself have ensured that part of that informed citizenry will be particular modules on Roma, Gypsy and Traveller people. As I said, they are some of the most marginalised and discriminated against people in our society. It's very important that their history is properly understood. And we do fund the community cohesion workers to produce myth-busting materials and provide training in particular to elected members who have responsibility for putting some of our planning into practice. But I do think it's a very good idea to include media in that, and I will certainly take that forward as an excellent suggestion.
Thank you very much, Leader of the House. Item 7 on the agenda this afternoon is a statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services Brexit, the risks for the future of health and social care in Wales, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services, Vaughan Gethin.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The United Kingdom is due to leave the European Union in March next year, followed by a transition period until December 2020. Brexit has significant implications for the people, public services and businesses of Wales. Today I'll set out some of the main challenges facing health and social care. In particular, I want to address challenges to our workforce, public health systems, access to current and new medicines, medical technology and innovation, the necessity of continued international research, collaboration and innovation, protecting access to essential healthcare for EU citizens in Wales and indeed Welsh citizens in the European Union. I've issued a written statement to complement this oral statement setting out more detail. As the UK leaves the European Union, significant aspects of the devolved settlement will no longer be constrained by EU law. There are 64 areas to the Welsh Government, 11 of which are directly relevant to health and social services. To protect the interests and promote the priorities of Wales, my officials are actively engaged in groups established with the UK and Scottish governments to assess the implications of these returning powers, to identify any necessary legislative changes and to resolve the coordination arrangements needed across the UK post-Brexit. In particular, they are considering the implications if no deal is reached and the implications for Wales if that wholly catastrophic situation is allowed to happen. The Welsh Government set out 6 priorities for our new relationship with the European Union. One of these priorities is that any new migration system should link migration policy more closely to employment, so we can recruit the doctors, nurses and other health and care workers that we need, whilst protecting them from exploitation. Right from the start, our messages have been clear and consistent. We recognise the value we place on staff from other countries. We remind stakeholders how the NHS and social care sectors have always drawn on talented people from across the globe. And in a European context, free movement benefits not only the people who deliver services, but also, of course, the people who receive them. EU nationals make up an important part of the NHS and social care workforce, and every single employee must be made to feel welcomed and valued for the role that they play in delivering services which benefit the people of Wales. And more than that, we welcome the contribution that people make to communities across Wales as friends, neighbours and citizens of our country. But health threats do not respect national borders. UK citizens currently benefit from EU systems designed to protect public health across Europe. For example, the European Centre for Disease Control provides countries across the EU with protection against notifiable communicable disease, outbreaks and public health risks through a single database. Delays in communication around crisis management or divergence in standards and procedures within Europe and the UK post-Brexit could lead to delays in action being taken during a crisis and pose a significant risk to public health. So ensuring close collaborative links from day one after Brexit will be key to ensuring that the people of Wales maintain full protection. This relies upon effective data sharing to avoid returning to the days of quarantine. The EU-wide system on data sharing is overseen by the ECJ. If that is not agreed for the future, then the default position will be that data cannot be shared with the UK. That would pose an unacceptable risk to public health here in Wales. The UK has, of course, become used to a high level of food standards and safety, including labelling. Much of that legislation is derived from European Union law. There are effective and rapid systems for exchanging cross-border intelligence and information for serious food risks and food fraud. These systems provide the UK with warning of any identified threats to food safety from across the EU. That's essential for the protection of public health, to maintain consumer confidence in their food, and to maintain the reputation of UK food businesses. There is a real risk that a European transition could adversely impact the quality and transparency which we have come to expect in this area. So we want to see a strong communication internally across the UK and with our European counterparts to manage risks related to food safety. Decades of cooperation and harmonisation of standards on medicines and medical technologies have produced proven benefits for citizens across Europe. All medicines and technologies must be of a high standard, proven to be safe and effective before they can be placed on the EU market. Any substantial divergence from Europe would leave us worse off. Restrictions on trade, custom checks and trade tariffs are likely to reduce the availability of some medicines, cause delays in supply and lead to higher prices. This will also affect future investment choices for companies developing medicines and medical devices. Without a customs union and tariff-free trade with the single market, Wales and the rest of the UK will become less attractive for these well-paid jobs. Separate approval systems will impact the pace at which we can access new medicines and technologies. For example, in Switzerland and Canada, which have separate approval systems, medicines typically reach the market 6 months later than in the EU. Any delays on that scale are simply unacceptable. We will continue to press the UK Government to ensure that Welsh and UK patients continue to get early access to new effective drugs, treatment options and the latest medical technologies. Countries and regions across the world face common and significant health and care challenges. Those challenges can't be addressed in isolation, so continued collaboration in research, development and innovation is essential. EU programmes provide robust opportunities for health and social care professionals and businesses to collaborate with each other on common goals. We want our health and care researchers and innovators to continue to work with partners throughout Europe and beyond, building on our track record of success. And finally, I want to address the implications of Brexit for cross-border and reciprocal healthcare arrangements that we currently enjoy with our European neighbours. This healthcare is provided under the same conditions and at the same cost as people insured in that country. Under the proposed terms of the transition agreement, EU nationals currently in the UK and UK nationals living in the EU will be able to continue to live abroad and have the same access to healthcare as they do now. However, the future access of those reciprocal arrangements is not yet guaranteed, as are subject to the outcome of the negotiations between the EU and the UK Government. But one thing I can make clear: access to NHS Wales operates on a residency basis. That means that free healthcare is provided to people who are ordinarily resident in Wales. And health boards in Wales will not refuse treatment to EU citizens who are ordinarily resident in Wales if there are any difficulties regarding their right to live in this country during the transitional period. The Brexit risks for health and social care are obvious and critical. If unresolved, they will have real and lasting consequences for our services, for individuals, families and communities across Wales. The Welsh Government will continue to make the case for these to be addressed in any deal to leave the EU. No one should be in any doubt that leaving the EU without a deal is the worst possible scenario for health and social care in Wales.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Thank you for your statement today, and I think you're absolutely right to raise the challenges that we all face, whether we're in Wales or in the UK, in regard to leaving the EU under terms of an agreement that are satisfactory to all of us. However, I do think that there's a degree of mischief-making in this statement, because this is still a negotiation, as you well know. And I do want to reiterate very clearly that the UK Government does not want or expect a no-deal outcome. So a question I would like to ask you, Cabinet Secretary, is if faced with Hobson's choice, a bad deal or no deal, which would you prefer? Because I personally would not like to sign Wales and the UK up to something which is utterly untenable. And you have said again and again in this statement that a bad deal would be awful. Or, sorry, no deal would be awful. And I agree with you. I want a deal that is good for Wales and good for the UK. But I'd like your clarity where you stand on the difference between walking away from something that's awful or just going for it. The second point that I would like to ask you is that you very clearly state in here, and you have in previous commentary, that you are, or your officials are very actively engaged on groups that have been established with both UK and Scottish Government to discuss all the various implications of us leaving the European Union. Could you please give us a little bit more detail about those groups, what they sit on, what they're looking on, and how they are contributing towards this debate, so that we can be assured that we are actually making our voice as Wales heard in the right place, and we are having an effect on the discussions that are taking part at present? Because given that your officials are actively engaged on these groups, you do raise a serious number of questions which we already know some of the answers to.
assurances that health and social care staff currently working in Wales would be able to stay in the UK. The government have very, very clearly said that. They've laid out very clearly that European people who reside in Wales and in the UK will be able to stay, and vice versa. They've talked about the healthcare, the pension rights, and they've talked about the recognition of qualifications. Again, another point that you raise in your written statement that you issued earlier on today. Absolutely valid things to ask. But my question back to you is, if you're not clear on the answers to these, then what groups are your officials working on? Because I would have thought that you would have known that all of this had been discussed, that these points had been raised, and you would know how far down that particular direction of travel we already are. Because you're absolutely right, Cabinet Secretary. It is vital that our friends and our partners in the European Union understand how much we value them, and that those who work in our NHS and in our social care, and indeed any part of Wales, understand how vital we think that their input is in our country. So I do not quarrel with you on that, but I do not wish to see any form of frightening people when things have already been discussed and agreed. So I'd be interested to understand your take on this and why you feel that those assurances that have already been agreed and have already been put out into the public space are not acceptable. Regulation of medicines, I've raised this here myself, with yourself, with definitely the First Minister, with you in a speech, but with the First Minister directly, because I think that's incredibly important, and I'd like to understand if your groups have been working on that and what progress you've been able to make on this. I would like to finally end by saying that this is still a negotiation. It is still ongoing. 75% of the outstanding issues were agreed at stage 1 of the negotiations between UK government and the European Union. Much has already been agreed in stage 2. And I just wonder if you would like me to send you a copy of the joint statement from the negotiators of the European Union and the United Kingdom government on the progress of the negotiations dated the 19th of June of this year, because I think that would actually very clearly lay out the position.
Thank you for your comments. All of the issues that I've mentioned are being discussed between governments within the United Kingdom. So there is a constructive conversation taking place. But I think it's important to set out the range of risks that do exist before we reach a final deal. And on the issues that I've mentioned thus far, none of them have been bottomed out in terms of post-transition. That's the challenge. In particular, for example, you mentioned about longer-term residency. There's an agreement up to the transition. There isn't an agreement after that. So I think it's entirely proper to raise that these are matters that do need to be resolved in any final deal, which have not been resolved to date. So this is not a matter of mischief-making. I think we just need to be honest about the range of risks that we carry if we don't have a good deal. And information that people are not commonly aware of on the detail of each of these areas. And, you asked a question about a bad deal, no deal or a bad deal. The problem is that the worst possible deal is no deal. That is the worst possible deal. And so there is a challenge here about being honest with each other about that and the difficulties we have in the position being taken on negotiations. And, for example, the role of the ECJ is a red line at present for the UK government. Well, that's problematic because a range of issues that we talked about where there is cooperation across Europe are currently overseen by the ECJ. Now, other countries that have associated that have arrangements with the European Union, they sign up to a form where they agree how that oversight operates. If there's to be no oversight, then the default position is we'll fall outside a range of the arrangements that I know that you value, and actually I think the UK Department for Health value as well. So the challenge is whether we can inject a dose of reality into the discussion, the debate and the negotiations. And from my point of view, when you talk also about things that aren't finalised, like the equivalence of qualification, well, that isn't finalised. There is absolutely not a finalised position on that. And the points that I have made today are underscored, supported by and amplified by a range of other commentators within the field of health and social care, not party politicians, but I'll give the example of the NHS Confederation, working together with social care partners, the Academy of Royal Colleges, the Royal College of Nurses, and indeed the BMA as well. So this is not an area where there is mischief-making. This is an area of real, clear and present concern that has to be managed not just between health departments within the UK agreeing what we think matters, but actually it's for the UK government to deliver a deal on Brexit and not to make sure that people who voted to leave or to remain are subjected to wholly unacceptable risks to their health that nobody voted for 2 years ago.
Diolch, Dirprwy Lywydd, and thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for your statement today. It's a long list, isn't it, of things that without question pose a threat to the delivery of health and social care post-Brexit. I was reading Welsh NHS Confederation Policy Forum briefing earlier today, bringing together some of their main concerns, supply of workforce, the need for continued recognition of professional qualifications, protection of employment rights and patient rights, the need to continue to participate in EU collaborative programmes, making sure that regulatory alignment continues for the benefit of patients and the public's health, preserving reciprocal healthcare arrangements, ensuring robust coordination mechanisms on public health. It's a long list of areas that we couldn't possibly address all of them here today. And I don't know if you, Angela Burns, want to accuse me of mischief-making also for being concerned about these areas, but coming off the back of Andrew R.T. Davis, the Welsh Conservative leader's totally inappropriate comments yesterday on Airbus and accusing them of making threats. You are doing yourselves a disservice and the Welsh public a disservice by being so blasé about the biggest threat that we have faced in modern times here in Wales. Let me turn to a series of questions to you, if I can, Cabinet Secretary. First of all, on the transport of medicines under Euratom and associated agreements, there are clearly two differing interpretations here. The first interpretation, held by ABPI, also others working in the NHS, is that a no-deal Brexit is highly dangerous for patients, given the short shelf lives of the products we're talking about, making the need for seamless transport across borders essential. Or, this makes it impossible to stockpile medicines and so on. The second interpretation, held by the UK government, is that the Nuclear Safeguards Bill passing through Parliament now means there is no problem. So, which interpretation do you agree with, and what are your contingency plans for a no-deal Brexit if you hold, for example, if you agree with that first interpretation? Secondly, turning to access to research networks and funding, what proactive steps has your government taken to ensure our universities, our life sciences sector can continue to participate in these networks in the event of a hard Brexit, or perhaps your government is content to let the UK government take those proactive steps? On staffing, one issue that's particularly concerning to us is the fact that we have no data on the social care and independent sector workforce and how that will be placed at risk through a hard Brexit. So what steps are you taking to collect and evaluate this data? And finally, fourth question, we have to look at indirect impact of things on the NHS. What do you think that there's a threat to the NHS from different outcomes in trade negotiations, for example?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you for the question. I want to reiterate that the Welsh Government continue to support our life sciences sector, research and innovation, and we're working practically to see how we can participate in future rounds of collaboration across Europe. That's a really significant risk for us. We actually do very well in terms of research collaboration at present, and the amount of funding that UK-based organisations actually win. That is one of the biggest risks that we face if there isn't a sensible agreement, and that will require the United Kingdom to pay into those research and collaboration pots to be able to continue to participate in them. So we're making our views absolutely clear on that. And the scientific community across the UK, not just here in Wales, is near unanimous in its view of the essential nature of continuing to participate in those networks and the loss of people that will take place if a deal does not agree to do so. I want to deal with briefly your point about the social care workforce, and then I'll come back to trade, customs and Euratom at the same time, if I may. We recognise we have got a weakness in understanding our data about the current social care workforce and the number of non-UK workers, both European Union workers and from outside the European Union too. That's why my officials are already working with Social Care Wales on a bid to the European Transition Fund to have a further amount of research to give us a fuller and more accurate picture of the workforce that we currently have in the social care sector, and indeed where they have come from, and indeed more recent trends on people who are and are not coming into that sector in the more recent past since the vote 2 years ago. But I think your question on Euratom mirrors a number of points that I've made in other fora about the real risks of a no-deal arrangement. If there are barriers to trade, that would affect a wide range of things, so medicines, but Euratom is particularly important, and also it's also why both trade arrangements that are tariff-free and a customs union really do matter. Any delays at ports don't just affect perishable goods in food supply, but actually radioisotopes are hugely important. Nuclear medicine and the ability to diagnose and to treat a range of conditions are hugely important to a modern health service. We import nearly all of the radioisotopes used within the health service right across the United Kingdom. Coming out of Euratom was not something that I ever heard in any part of any debate during the referendum 2 years ago, but apparently the United Kingdom government say that is what they wish to do. Well, coming out of that, given that we are less than a year away from EU exit day and transition, would be disastrous. In terms of nuclear medicine, it would have huge problems that simply could not be replicated. You could not replicate the ability to supply and create those radioisotopes within the UK within that period of time. And the ability to transport them from elsewhere is limited. Because of the half-life of the radioisotopes that are created, actually, you have a limited period of time to make proper use of them. And it's one of these areas where there's got to be a dose of reality about what a no-deal means. It means if you sign up to a no-deal, you're basically saying the NHS for a significant period of time won't undertake these treatments. That would be wholly unacceptable in any and every part of the United Kingdom. So it is yet another area where current United Kingdom government red lines need to give way to reality and common sense, and our responsibility as elected representatives to serve the best interests of our people and not to pretend that we are on a guaranteed crash course to do the very worst thing for health and social care here in Wales and indeed right across the United Kingdom.
Caroline.
Like the majority of the UK voting public, I voted to leave the EU, and my opinion hasn't changed. Our NHS was created long before the EU and will be here long after we leave. Are there risks? Yes, but no one really expects that these risks won't be addressed in a future deal. We are leaving the EU, not Europe. Our continuing cooperation with European nations will continue, and I expect some will be strengthened. I agree that we have to ensure that medicines, equipment and staff should be free of restrictions wherever possible. People are predicting that Brexit will lead to the collapse of our NHS because we will lose doctors and nurses. But let's not forget that just over 2% of NHS staff come from EU countries, and just over 5% of our doctors and nurses come from the European Union. The vast majority of our foreign-trained doctors come from the Indian subcontinent, followed by Egypt and Iraq. Cabinet Secretary, what discussions have you had with the UK Government about making it easier to recruit non-EU foreign-trained doctors and nurses following Brexit? And Cabinet Secretary, have you considered the risks to the future of health and social care in Wales of the UK remaining in the EU? After all, it had been up to EU negotiators. Our NHS would be at the mercy of large American corporations as a result of TTIP. We need to be looking outward and not inward as we go forward. We live in an age where collaboration is taking place on a global scale. Science doesn't see borders, and if we are to tackle big challenges to our health and well-being, we have to cooperate on a global scale. The EU alone won't tackle antimicrobial resistance. The EU alone won't combat cancer, heart disease or the obesity crisis. We have to work closer with all nations, EU and non-EU countries, to face these challenges. So, Cabinet Secretary, do you truly believe that it's in the EU's best interest to isolate the UK in the way you highlight in your statements? Although we have different opinions on Brexit, we do need to work together to ensure that our NHS and social care sector do not suffer as a result of Brexit. I don't believe they will, unless the EU takes a political decision to punish the UK. So it is in all our interest to ensure that this doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Well, thank you for the comments. I'm not surprised that you haven't changed your mind on leaving the European Union. But I would have thought that there would be a dose of reality again on what that actually means if we leave with a no deal or a hard Brexit. And in terms of, look, the workforce for the health service outside of the European Union, we've had long and spirited correspondence and conversations between officials with the United Kingdom government, and indeed every organisation representing health and care staff right across the UK has called on the UK government for a long time to change the environment and to change the rules around people being recruited into our health service. So I welcome the U-turn announced by Sajid Javid to lift the Tier 2 restrictions. That was a positive step forward. And that was always within the gift of the United Kingdom. It was the madness of having the Home Office say to the health service, you can't restrict the staff that you need, who you could recruit to meet our health and care needs, because we put an artificial cap on the numbers that can come in. So that's nothing to do with the European Union. And I just think in terms of your suggestion that this is about the European Union punishing the United Kingdom, you know, this basically comes down to if you leave a club and you say, I don't want to play with the rules, but I want all the benefits, but I'll then decide what else I want to do as well, then you know, that is absolutely where we can't be. We have to have a range of measures that deal with the reality of European Union-wide institutions and rules. And if we want to benefit from those, then we will need to act in a way that is consistent and have agreement about doing so. And your point at the start of your speech saying nobody wants medicines and equipment to have any restrictions. Of course we want to be free of restrictions, but that requires us to have systems that allow us to do so. And so that is why arrangements around customs and trade do matter. 47 million pharmaceutical products each year go into the European Union, and about 39 million come back the other way. There's huge trade going on here between ourselves and the rest of Europe. So the customs arrangements and traders really do matter in this area of activity too. But they're underpinned by EU-wide systems in terms of how medicines and how equipment come into use within Europe. And there's a common sense point here. We either want that to continue, or we're prepared to wear restrictions that will cause real harm to people in our country. My view is we should not countenance that possibility. We should not wish to say it is acceptable to have the average 6-month delay for new medicines to become available, as is directly the case now in Switzerland. I do not believe that to be acceptable. The Welsh Government does not believe that to be acceptable either.
So can I thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for this statement setting out clearly the potential risks to the NHS in Wales that Brexit presents. And I have to say I don't agree with Angela Burns that this is about scaring people. I think it is about facing the reality and preparing people for it, and I think not to do so would be irresponsible. And I certainly don't want our government to be as complacent about this issue as clearly the UK government, the Conservatives and UKIP are. And Reen is absolutely right. There's a long list of issues that we've got to face here, and he mentioned one in particular that I think carries one of the most significant risks from the uncertainties surrounding Brexit, and that is the UK's participation in the hugely important European-wide clinical trials, the science and research and the potential impact that that's going to have on the growing life sciences sector in Wales. And I know that you did touch on that in your reply to Reen, but I think it's worth noting that this has also been highlighted by a number of organisations, not least of which is the Academy of the Medical Royal Colleges, who identified that the UK received something in the region of €8.8 billion in EU research funding between 2007 and 2013, and despite only contributing 5.4 billion ourselves. So the UK research funding was a net beneficiary by the tune of €3.5 billion, and 40 million of that alone went into to cancer research. So
Given that continued access to EU research and development networks must be a key outcome of the Brexit negotiations, can you say a bit more about the steps that Welsh Government is taking to ensure that the UK Government includes that specifically in the final Brexit deal? And if that is not achieved, again, how specifically you're planning to mitigate against this, particularly given your indications that officials are engaged in discussions around the potentials of a no-deal scenario?
Thank you for the questions. And it comes back to the challenge of how responsible the United Kingdom Government are prepared to be, both in the negotiation on the terms of a deal to leave the European Union, but also about what then happens afterwards with the way that funding is used within the United Kingdom. I think part of the challenge is that there's a question about money. There's also a question about knowledge as well. So we do overachieve from a United Kingdom point of view in the way that research monies are allocated. And I think it would be incredibly difficult to replicate that sum of money without a UK Government willingness to put extra funding into the research community here. And thus far, it's been difficult to persuade the United Kingdom Government to give any sort of commitment on those terms, let alone for the governments of the United Kingdom to have a role in helping to design that framework. But actually, I'm just as worried about people who are mobile and who are sought after and desirable people when it comes to other countries as well, and the opportunity to carry on working in your chosen field of speciality, the real expertise you can have, and for people to go to other parts of the world. We actually attract people into this country because of the research expertise that we have. And those people, there is every prospect that we will lose some of them and the knowledge that they have, not just the money, the knowledge that they have, to other countries. Particularly, of course, the irony is that many of those people actually come from within the European Union to come to institutions here within the United Kingdom. So we should not assume those people are guaranteed to stay, regardless of what happens in terms of the deal, regardless of the funding. And I'll make one further point when you mentioned about clinical trials. The European Union is about to have a European Union-wide framework on clinical trials, so people can enter from different parts of Europe to make that collaboration easier. The United Kingdom helped to write the rules for that. We helped to design that framework to make it easier to do so. If we then place ourselves outside it, we make it even more difficult to take part, even less likely we'll be able to take part, and that will disadvantage people here in Wales and the rest of the United Kingdom. That's why I say there has to be a dose of reality and some honesty about not agreeing a deal and what that means, because very quickly we will see the suffering that we will cause, and it is all wholly avoidable.
Thank you very much. We have had one speaker from each of the parties, and therefore I have 3 more speakers. So I'm going to ask you just to a brief introduction and one or possibly 2 very short, succinct questions, please. Susie Davis.
Diolch Deputy Lywydd. Thank you for your statement. I think it might have just been a little more balanced if you had mentioned the 1.3 billion innovation fund that was mentioned by the UK Government. I mean, there are other ways of dealing with some of the challenges that you raised here without being quite so gloomy about it. What I wanted to ask you specifically is this is Brexit, the risks for the future of health and social care in Wales. I can't really see anything in your statement about social care, and I'm hoping that this is not going to be a recurring theme when we're talking about the integration agenda. So I'm wondering if you can tell me particularly which of the current European programmes to which we might have access after Brexit you might like us to buy into, which might be of advantage for social care innovation and new knowledge. And secondly, whether you can give us some indication of how you've reached the figure you think that we have for the number of EU nationals currently working in social care. And I appreciate that because we don't have registration, that's difficult. But I'm quite curious to know where you got the figure from, because the simple extrapolation from UK figure won't be accurate, bearing in mind that 12% of the EU national care workforce works in London and only 2% works in the north-east of England, for example. Thank you.
Yes, I've already said in answer to other questions that we're reviewing the workforce data here because we want to more easily understand the number of European Union nationals who work in the social care workforce here. But you and I will know, if you visit a range of residence care facilities in particular, you will meet people across the globe, and lots of European Union nationals undertaking that. That's why we're undertaking the research to understand and have a more accurate picture. And indeed, when it comes to the field of research, we are talking about health and social care research as well. So that knowledge that is shared, because we want to see a developing area of social care research. At present, Health and Social Care Research Wales is deliberately going and choosing to look at social care priorities. And as you and I both know, from a health and social care point of view, a range of these challenges don't neatly recognise the boundaries that we currently draw in the way that health and social care work. So in almost all of those fields of activity and expertise, you will see a social care contribution that is potentially lost in not having a similar expertise to be shared within Europe. But I really do think, though, that it's something of a stretch to say that this would cast any doubt on the integration agenda in the plan that we have actually set out for the future of health and social care in Wales. We are taking that forward with vigour and with real positivity from our colleagues in the social care sector. We're going to take a series of meetings with health boards and local authorities together through the rest of the summer.
Thank you. Steffan Lewis.
Diolch, Dirprwy Lywydd. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement today, although I am surprised that in his statement there's a failure to refer to the potential risks of international trade deals should we leave the European Customs Union. Surely the biggest threat facing the founding principles of the NHS as it approaches its 70th year is that of new international trade deals led by Dr. Liam Fox. In the last few weeks, we've seen the President of the United States openly state that his aim in trade talks with the UK will be to impose higher prices on drugs in order to slash prescription prices in the US and put, quote, American patients first. So future trade deals, if we're dragged out of the Customs Union, will have an enormous impact on Welsh patients, and if the President of the United States has its way, will put huge pressure, I believe, on the free prescriptions policy we are rightly proud of here in Wales. That's not scaremongering. I think it's a simple, logical fact. The Cabinet Secretary will therefore understand my disbelief upon learning that his colleague, the Economy Secretary, has said that he is content with Welsh Government being in the room next door when devolved matters are being discussed in future trade talks. In a letter that I have to the Chair of the House of Commons Select Committee on International Trade, his colleague, the Cabinet Secretary, says, and I quote, "In areas of devolved competence, Welsh Government should be part of the negotiations, whether that is in the room or in the room next door." Isn't this a rather feeble position to hold? Surely a Labour government would be prepared to break down doors to be in talks on the future of the National Health Service, particularly with the threats that we are facing from a very different agenda in Westminster. So my question directly to the Cabinet Secretary is this. Doesn't he want to be right there at the heart of future trade negotiations when the future of the Welsh NHS is at stake?
Well, the key point from the Economy Secretary there is that we expect to be involved in any negotiations in devolved areas, and that's the point. We expect to be devolved. We expect to have a say with other governments within the United Kingdom, and it's about developing a maturing relationship here within the United Kingdom as much as anything else. I would, though, agree. Look, the point about Liam Fox, when people say you're scaremongering, we're talking about no deal, of course there'll be a deal. Well, actually, he's a Cabinet Minister who's openly talking about the prospect of no deal, the fact that that must be on the table. He's the person that raises the spectre of these deals with other parts of the world that would be wholly unacceptable and damaging to a range of interests here in Wales, in public services and indeed in our economy. And I've also heard comments from not just the President of the United States but other US officials that he has appointed on wanting to try and change the nature of the relationship on drug pricing within the United States and to try and make other people pay more for those commodities. So I recognise there are real risks to other arrangements. I've also set out in answers to other questions here about the risks that we face if we are not able to secure tariff-free trade and a proper customs union arrangement.
Finally, Joyce Watson.
Just for the record, between 2017 and 2018, 3,962 nurses from the European Economic Area left nursing, according to the Nursing and Midwifery Council's register, and they were replaced by just 805, and that is the lowest level of recruitment to date. So I think we need to sort of make it clear that this isn't scaremongering, these are actual figures. Now, the good news in this is that those numbers have remained fairly stable in Wales since the talk of Brexit. But I think that we really need to make it clear that these threats are real, that they are already starting to happen, and that isn't to mention the effects that it can have on doctors, healthcare support workers, catering staff, housekeepers, porters, because they are all part of keeping the NHS going, and each one of them performs a vital role. So I suppose my question to you, Cabinet Secretary, is having managed to hold on to our nursing staff so far, how do you think that we can sustain that going forward, especially if we end up with a no deal?
Well, I think you're right to point out the catastrophic fall that has taken place already in nurses from the European Union and wider economic area working here in the United Kingdom. It largely affects England at present, but that's the point, at present. We can't pretend that if this continues, if we don't have a greater deal of sense in the way that our future arrangements work, then we would not be adversely affected here too as well. For all that we wish to do, and we're committed to do, to increase the nursing workforce here, I think there's a 67% increase in nurse training in the last 5 years or so. So we're putting our money where our mouth is and training the next generation and the bursary as well. It's keeping people here in Wales. It's keeping people within the NHS here in Wales after they've completed their training. There will be an even greater imperative to do so if we end up with no deal, because our ability to recruit European Union-based nurses will be made even more difficult. And I find it really striking that when you go and meet representatives of nurses, whether they're in Unison or the RCN or other trade unions, they're genuinely worried about the prospects for their profession's future if we leave, and they see colleagues who are already openly talking about not being welcome or thinking they're going to leave because they're worried about future arrangements. And in England, part of the response has been to change some of the roles. So they're bringing in a new grade of they're calling nurse associates. The chief nursing officers outside England think that is role substitution, and what they're really doing is trying to take off duties that could and should be undertaken by registered nurses with people who are not at that professional grade. Now, we have a different answer. We have a proper network of healthcare support workers. Someone in this room helped to negotiate that framework for them to have a proper career path as well, and we need to continue to do it to develop our own workforce here. But I couldn't honestly say to anyone in this room from any party that if we leave the European Union with no deal, that we'll be able to avoid the consequences of that in terms of our workforce and who we have. It would involve the money that we spend, that we're prepared to spend, and frankly, the jobs that our people are prepared to undertake within the wider health and social care field. So the risks are real. No one should ignore them. They should recognise that without a proper deal, we will have to face those awful consequences and even more difficult choices.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Item 8 this afternoon is the statement by the Minister for the Environment, the Woodland Strategy, and I call on the Minister for Environment, Hannibal Ivan.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I want to set out today some changes to Welsh Government policy for woodlands. It is timely to do so now. The UK's withdrawal from the European Union brings many challenges, but also provides us with a platform to build on Wales's reputation for high-quality goods and services underpinned by resilient natural resources. I want to make sure the forestry sector has clear and up-to-date policies to help them work collectively to meet this challenge. I also want to restate the Welsh Government's long-term vision for woodlands and their hugely important role in delivering the sustainable management of natural resources. I have made forestry one of my top priorities and will shortly publish a refresh of our woodland strategy, Woodlands for Wales, a copy of which has been sent to you. But first, I would like to pay tribute to Martin Bishop, National Manager of Wales for the Confederation of Forest Industries, or CONFOR, who tragically passed away recently. Martin was a passionate advocate for forestry and made valuable contributions to the woodland strategy over many years. I know his loss has been felt by all who have worked with him, and I would like to formally express my deepest sympathies to Martin's family, friends and colleagues. Next month, the Cabinet Secretary for Energy, Planning and Rural Affairs will bring forward proposals for post-Brexit reform that seeks to break down barriers between agriculture and forestry. We are working with a range of stakeholders, including farming unions, environmental bodies and forestry representatives, to deliver sustainable land use after Brexit. Our natural resources policy sets out our plans to address the challenges we know that our environment faces. In it, we are clear that Wales needs more woodlands and trees to help us manage all of our natural resources sustainably. We have not done enough yet to increase woodland creation, and so for the first time I have brought targets for woodland creation into the strategy. We need both large and small-scale, diverse woodlands that include both conifer and broadleaf tree species. We must also recognise the importance of increasing the number of trees both in rural and urban environments. Last year, the Cabinet Secretary accepted the recommendation of the Climate Change and Rural Affairs Committee that we should bring the strategy up to date. The Welsh Government's Woodland Strategy Advisory Panel has refreshed the strategy to make sure it aligns with new legislation. But the fundamentals of the vision and the strategy remain the same. Our vision is for high-quality woodlands to provide real benefits to people, to industries and for the environment. But this strategy is not simply a policy document. It gives practical guidance about the kind of trees and woodlands we need in Wales and where we need them. It also gives clear direction to woodland managers and ensures that those who manage our woodlands are able to deliver sustainable management for all of our natural resources. It also has a clear, strong link through the UK forestry standards, the certification standards operated by the Forest Stewardship Council and the programme for the endorsement of forest certification for timber and other woodland produce. The strategy is important, but other actions are required if we are to achieve the aims it sets out. The Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee made 13 recommendations and my officials are working to take them forward. In particular, I am determined that those who want to plant trees have certainty about the kind of woodlands we need and the places where they can be planted. We want to make it easier to plant the right tree in the right place. The Woodland Opportunities Map is currently being reviewed and I am meeting forestry standards officials tomorrow to discuss this. The committee also recommended that we provide more forestry training. In support of this, we are scoping options to deliver an employer-led sector cluster aimed at increasing skills around the forestry sector through a new apprenticeship project. The aim is to create up to 30 new apprentice positions in the Valleys Task Force area during 2019. To deliver a skilled professional workforce across the whole forestry sector, we are making use of the Knowledge Transfer and Innovation Scheme to provide funding of over £3.2 million to the Focus on Forestry First training and skills project. In April, I attended the 10th anniversary of the Welsh Government's Plant project. This is an inspiring initiative which has had its roots in one young person's idea, to plant a tree for every child born and adopted in Wales. This idea was taken up by the Welsh Government and has gone from strength to strength. I hope that a tree for every child will empower children to understand how they can do their bit for the environment. We know that we can only achieve our ambition in this area by working with stakeholders, the public and politicians, and I'd encourage input from all those with an interest in our future forests to come forward with ideas and schemes that will expand our woodlands in Wales. Our ambitions for our people, our communities and our country are best achieved by working together. So today I reaffirm our vision for forestry and our commitment to act on our ambition for Welsh woodlands.
Thank you. Paul Davies.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I thank the Minister for her statement today? And can I also associate myself with her comments regarding Martin Bishop and express my deepest sympathies to his family and friends on behalf of the Welsh Conservatives. Now, whilst I welcome today's statement and the commitments that have been made around woodlands in Wales, it's important to also recognise that Wales is nowhere near the planting rates needed to adequately ensure the sustainability of the sector for the future, particularly compared with our neighbours in other parts of the UK. For some time, the woodland, forestry and agricultural sectors have made it crystal clear that we need to increase woodland cover and plant more trees. Indeed, in giving evidence to the Assembly's Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, CONFOR made it clear that so far woodland creation in Wales has been a catastrophic failure. Therefore, whilst I am pleased that today's statement confirms the Welsh Government's commitment to plant more trees and set targets for woodland creation, I'd be grateful if the Minister could tell us a bit more about how the Welsh Government intends to bridge the gap caused by historic underplanting so that Wales can make real progress with this agenda rather than continuing to play catch-up with other parts of the United Kingdom. Of course, I accept that there are some barriers to planting and stakeholders made it clear throughout the Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee's inquiry that some of those barriers include issues with the Glastier woodland schemes. NFU Cymru has made it clear that the process is lengthy and very time-consuming, and often, once approved, there is little time to complete the planting and fencing for exclusion of livestock. And the Farmers' Union of Wales has also said that there is little financial incentive for farmers to plant woodlands. Therefore, can the Minister tell us what the Welsh Government is doing to address these specific concerns? And can she also tell us how the Welsh Government is working with the agricultural industry to encourage more farmers to take up woodland planting, given that Welsh farmers play such an important role in enhancing the natural environment? Now, I'm sure the Minister shares my view that the forestry sector in Wales is a significant part of the Welsh rural economy, and perhaps she could tell us what assessment her officials have made of the creation of Natural Resources Wales in 2013 on the forestry sector, and whether she recognises the concerns of some in the industry that the forestry sector has not been given sufficient priority in recent years. Now, with an annual output of 500,000 cubic metres of sawn timber from Welsh forest production, it's clear there's a strong opportunity for adding value and targeting a range of markets in Wales, given the importance of forestry and timber to the rural economy in terms of both its products and in terms of its jobs. Perhaps the Minister could update us on what discussions she is having with local authorities across Wales to better advocate the use of locally produced timber, as Powys has done with the creation of its wood encouragement policy, which is clearly demonstrating its commitment to the further development of the local forest and wood products industry. Now, the Government has previously said that after Britain leaves the European Union, the Welsh Government's new land management policy will centre on public goods, and woodlands have great potential in this space. And I wonder if the Minister could today tell us exactly how woodlands will benefit under the new land management policy, and what new direction of travel the Minister intends to take on this issue post-Brexit. Now, the Minister will be aware of the excellent work done by my colleague David Melding on woodland policy, particularly in relation to urban tree cover, and I'm pleased that she makes it clear in her statement today that it's important to increase the number of trees both in rural and urban environments. Now, the Welsh Conservatives' Livable Cities policy document calls for the Government to ensure that a minimum of 20% urban tree canopy cover addressed through local wellbeing plans and area statements by 2030. And it also calls for the introduction of a charter for trees which upholds the protection of our oldest trees. And I hope the Minister will join with me in welcoming my colleagues' work on this agenda, and perhaps in her response she will commit to considering his proposals and working constructively with us on this particular issue. Therefore, in closing, Llywydd, can I thank the Minister for her statement, and I look forward to working with my Assembly colleagues to scrutinise the Welsh Government's progress on its woodland policies as they develop. Diolch.
Diolch. Can I thank the member for his questions and his contribution and the valuable input you've just made, particularly in terms of referencing your colleague David Melding and all that he's done on this area. And of course, as I made clear in my statement, I think this is something that if we are going to achieve what we want for Wales, that nobody has the monopoly on the good ideas, and that's why it's really important to work with stakeholders. And in terms of actually, we know, as I added, there's opportunities post-Brexit, some of the few opportunities post-Brexit in terms of the opportunities for land management and the opportunities that offers in terms of woodland and forestry creation. But kind of in the short term, it's actually we've been working with, that's why I met with not only the Confederation of Forest and Industry stakeholders, but stakeholders from across the piece, stakeholders from the voluntary sector, from Natural Resources Wales, from CADU, to look actually what are the barriers, what are the current barriers, and I'll be following that up now with NLW in terms of actually how do we make it so easier in the right way to plant the right trees. So I think there's a short-term aspiration in terms of actually what are the initial barriers now we can make to the changes, so to encourage greater amounts of tree planting with a whole-scale further change further down the line post-Brexit. Both myself and my Cabinet colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for the Climate Change and Rural Affairs, we've made clear that we are nowhere near the targets set in 2010, include in terms of the rates that we need to plant. The reality of it is that woodland creation in Wales has not probably changed in much of my lifetime, and I think we have to be looking forward now. That's why this document has to be about not just a policy document, but practical and pragmatic solutions to how we go ahead of that. And actually, in terms of we're looking at Glasstier and funding, I spent quite a bit of time with colleagues speaking to farmers actually what are the current barriers, how would they improve Glassdeer, how could we make it a more attractive option, because I know some of the barriers in terms of always been the permanent change, and also looking at how things the period of time you've also got to wait for return on your investment. So I've spoken with colleagues, and I've mentioned it to the Climate Change Committee in terms of what they're doing with their Sheep and Trees project in Scotland, and that looks at how they can work with farmers there in terms of encourage farmers to continue but diversify and actually the benefits it brings to their what they're doing already, as well as actually diversifying in terms of woodland creation with perhaps it comes with better access, which serves them to help with access to the land. But in terms of that, that's looking more at a conifer base, whereas actually we want to get that combination in Wales. Local authorities and the importance of locally produced timber. I know this is something my colleague, the Minister for Housing, is following very closely, and I believe met with Confor just yesterday. Discussed that we're working very closely cross-government on that, and I was really pleased to we've got to get the supply and demand right as well, to make sure we have the supply to meet the demand, but actually how we promote the benefits of timber in construction, both in terms of to the economic benefits to potentially to the Welsh economy, but also in terms of the environmental benefits, in terms of actually how we tackle our decarbonisation agenda. And actually, if we're pleased to visit a project in Buckley just last week, and they're building a number of new flats, and what they've done is they've actually it's basically how it actually the supply chain is all being contained within Wales, and the timber is from citrus fruit sourced of forests around Newbridge, near Llandrindod, Wales, and the frames are manufactured in Bala, and they're working very closely with Wood Knowledge Wales. And so it's things like that that basically we are working across government to ensure that we could take that going forward. In terms of, just to close on, back to your colleague David Meldon, and I'm more than happy for us to take those discussions collectively going forward. I think there's probably a particular role in terms of when we're looking at urban coverage. We know the multiple benefits that brings to us town and city centres, and looking at actually the role that public service boards and area statements can play in that.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Can I first of all associate myself and Plaid Cymru with the remarks that the Minister made regarding Martin Bishop, and he will be sorely missed doing the Royal Welsh when he was a very familiar face, and welcome always to discuss woodland and the environment in Wales. Can I turn to the statement of the Minister? First of all, just to, of course, reiterate that woodland creation of the right type and in the right place is a really useful tool in fighting climate change. It cleans up our air, it protects against flooding, it shades in urban environments, it improves biodiversity and benefits the economy and the health and well-being. With all those benefits that woodland can bring, then it's a real pity that we only have about a half of the woodland that we should have in Wales, both in terms of self-sufficiency in timber, but also in terms of meeting those challenges of climate change and emissions. And our woodland cover at about 15% of the land area is way below the European average of 37%, and we can certainly almost double the amount of woodland we have in Wales. What hasn't been mentioned so far in the statement and the questions is an actual target. But looking at the new strategy published today, it seems that the target for the Welsh Government is continuing to be 2,000 hectares per annum of new woodland from 2020 to 2030 and beyond. But the strategy does acknowledge that that would not be sufficient to meet our legal obligations to reduce emissions 80% by 2050. So we have a target to 2030 that's not sufficient to meet our long-term obligations. Plus, we have this wonderful benefit of woodland creation that is also missing. And we have the reality, which was identified by the Climate Change Committee, that the government had only delivered on 10% of its woodland creation target to date. So can the Minister just set out and confirm what the targets are for the next decade and how she intends to build on those, having accepted in the strategy that they will not be sufficient, in fact, to meet our climate change obligations. And the strategy does say that little has changed in 30 years, and that's the truth of it. Can she also say whether she's had the opportunity to revise the draft Planning Policy Wales statement, which did seem to weaken protection for ancient woodlands in particular, and which I know has been raised by several members here in the Assembly. And the Government, as I recall, said they would go look back at the draft Planning Policy Wales statement to make sure there was no indication of a diminution of protection for ancient woodlands. So can you please preside the Assembly with assurances that would be no weakening? And finally, can she talk us through how she would intend to ensure that the 40% of existing woodland, which according to the State of Natural Resources report has little or no management currently, will be managed going forward? Is this a task for Natural Resources Wales? Is it simply going to be left to private owners, or will there be a woodland management scheme that will be more comprehensive and supportive in Wales as we move to increase our self-sufficiency in timber, both for supporting our own industries, but also reducing imports and the economic and environmental costs of import, and as we move also to increasing woodland, which I think we'd all like to see as part of our response to climate change and the environment.
Diolch. Thank the member for his contribution, and you're absolutely spot on in terms of starting your contribution by highlighting the multiple benefits that woodland creation and green infrastructure brings both in our rural and our urban communities. Not only brings environmental benefits, but it makes our environment a much more pleasant place to be, particularly in an urban area, and also it obviously has has economic benefits and health benefits as well. In terms of, if I clarify first in terms of targets, the strategy itself says wood cover decreases by at least 2,000 hectares per annum. That's in line with the UK Climate Change Committee's recommendations. However, we have acknowledged there's not enough to deliver the share of the 80% reduction. So we are ambitious to put in place measures to achieve 4,000 hectares a year if we can to meet those places. So there is a minimum at least floor. And if you look at now, I think we're looking on average 100 hectares per year. That is significantly more, but I'm clear that is at least, and that's the minimum floor in terms of what we need to do to achieve the change, or to meet those obligations, but in the future to go further still. Turn perhaps to ancient woodlands and veteran trees. I acknowledge there was that's been concerned by those in the sector and across the community in terms of it's fair to say it generated a significant level of response, raising concerns that the wording choices in Planning Policy Wales do not afford the level of protection that should be given to ancient, veteran and heritage trees. Just to make clear, there is absolutely no intention to weaken the protection afforded to ancient, veteran and heritage trees in Planning Policy Wales. Obviously, all consultations responses were duly considered as they would be. But I think particular wording choices such as often have, should be, every effort. That's I think technically in the context of a planning scenario, such terms do carry weight. But I think language choices are something that we can clearly reconsider as part of the response to the consultation exercise, and hopefully offer some reassurance that there are absolutely no intention to weaken the protection afforded to our so cherished ancient, veteran and heritage trees.
Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Firstly, I would like to pay tribute to Martin Bishop, the National Manager of CONFOR, who tragically passed away recently, on behalf of the Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, a committee he worked very closely with, and we were always impressed by both his knowledge and enthusiasm for all things to do with trees. Can I welcome the Minister's restating the Welsh Government's long-term vision for woodlands and their hugely important role in delivering the sustainable management of our natural resources. I agree that Wales needs more woodlands and trees to help us manage all our natural resources sustainably. In fact, I don't think there's anybody in this room who's going to say we don't need more woodlands and trees to help us manage our natural resources sustainably. but we have not done enough yet to increase woodland creation, so I welcome that for the first time we have targets for woodland creation in the strategy. I am pleased that last year the Cabinet Secretary accepted the recommendation of the Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee that we should bring the strategy up to date. I am also pleased that a Welsh Government official is now working to take forward the 13 recommendations made by the committee. But I think that we are all in favour of more trees, and we all are very happy having numbers. How are we going to get there? I think that really is the challenge. Does the Minister agree with me that we need to increase the tree coverage in urban areas using appropriate trees, and we need to set targets on that? We need to set targets by local authorities on that. Because unless we start setting targets which you can drill down into, saying we need an extra 10,000 trees in Wales is one thing. Telling Swansea Council they need an extra 1,000 trees is something entirely different and something which they can be held to account. And does the Minister also agree that we need to set 5-year targets for each local authority area for tree planting, similar to the way we set the LDP for housing, where under an LDP we say this much land must be made available for housing? Why can't we do the same for trees? Otherwise, we spend a lot of our time having numbers on an all Wales basis. We spend a lot of our time talking about how we need to get there, but we seem to have a lack of a plan on a place-by-place basis of how we're going to get there. And when we inevitably fail to make the numbers, then everybody blames you, Cabinet Minister, in the first instance. But I think we all deserve some of the blame, because unless we start building it down to you and local authorities, or you, this area, have to achieve this, then everybody will say it's up to somebody else.
Thank you to my colleague Mike Hedges for that. And I think you absolutely hit the nail on the head there by saying where there is consensus, we're all in agreement, and you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who would disagree that it's a positive thing and to plant more trees and it's something that we need to do. But the key thing is how do we get to there? I think you make some really valid and thoughtful contributions in terms of actually, I perhaps wouldn't maybe use the phrase taking the blame. I think perhaps you say perhaps it's for all of us to kind of, the onus is on all of us to kind of press for this and press our own local authorities, as well as myself doing this as the Minister for the Environment. But I think you raised some really interesting points in terms of look at things on a place-by-place basis. So making sure that we know each urban area in Wales as different needs and priorities, and making sure that we work with local authorities. And I'm keen to take that forward with Natural Resources Wales through area statements to make sure they align both with the priorities in terms of green infrastructure, woodland creation, but also in terms of the value of our biodiversity, and actually making sure that it aligns with, obviously, with the well-being of future generations. So it's something that, yes, to look on a place-by-place approach, I think is the best approach going forward.
Joyce Watson.
Diolch, Llywyd. I'm just going to focus on one area, and that's going to be the urban tree cover in towns and cities, and support that urban tree management. And we all know, don't we, that trees are valuable habitat for wildlife and pollinators, that they help reduce air pollution, urban flooding and surface temperatures, which would be welcome today, all of which are hugely important to the health and well-being of people living in towns and cities. And I'm sure that people in this room who think likewise will share my concerns about Sheffield City Council felling huge numbers of healthy trees in their area. Now, we know that there is 70% urban tree cover and that we need to do something about that. And I'm going to ask you, Minister, if you would have a conversation with the Cabinet Secretary responsible for planning, so that when we try to meet our 20,000 new homes target by 2021, that we don't go in simply to a greenfield site, strip everything out of it, build houses and try and put a bit of grass back, or maybe a shrub here and there, and satisfy ourselves, because it doesn't satisfy ourselves. I think we need some radical thinking here when we're talking about building homes, whilst at the same time trying to maintain habitats that are there already, rather than, and we've heard mentioned today, thinking about large-scale devastation, in my opinion, of the urban environment, simply to make it easier and cheaper for people to build houses and maximise their profit.
Thank Joyce Watson for your contribution there. Again, reiterating the benefits that urban green spaces and woodland brings, but actually I think it's that sense of, particularly if you live in an area and it's probably a significant journey or to go to actually visit somewhere, a large forest, those woodlands on your 10 minutes on your doorstep does make a significant difference, and there's a really clear emotional attachment to that. I think I've always used the example of Whipper Woods, which is just next door to my constituency now, but the one which brought multiple benefits for me and my family and friends when I was growing up, and I know that we want to make sure that we preserve that for future generations as well. In terms of planning, it's absolutely, we're looking at things holistically and cross-government and in line with the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. We need to make sure that we are working together and things are aligned. In the refresh strategy on page 11, it does, in terms of when we're saying what we want to happen, it does say, when permanent removal of woodland is permitted for development, the losses in public benefit are offset by compensatory planting, and this is reflected in planning policy. However, I'm keen to make sure that green infrastructure is taken into account and to work with my colleagues across government on that. Our planning policy Wales has recently been updated to reflect the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act and includes new policy in relation to green infrastructure and new developments, which we'll be working closely to see that come to fruition in practice.
Jane Bryant.
Thank you for your statement, Minister, and I'm glad you reiterated that forestry is one of your top priorities. Urban trees hold historical and cultural significance, and there's no doubt without trees, our urban environments would be very different places. The physical and mental health benefits to people of trees in urban areas are well documented. The Woodland Trust highlights the benefits of people exercising more and feeling better around trees. Urban trees are critical to human health and well-being. Trees provide shade, absorb carbon dioxide, filter air pollution, mitigate floods, and provide habitats for wildlife and plants. Urban trees are particularly effective at absorbing CO2. It's important that we find ways to value trees more effectively to build more sustainable and livable urban areas. New research at University College London found that urban green zones absorb as much carbon dioxide as rainforests. They conducted a study of 85,000 trees in North London to show that the importance of planting and protecting urban forests to offset fossil fuel emissions, and I hope the Minister will look into this study and see how Wales can learn from this research. The Welsh Government's plant scheme has been successful, and initiatives like this must continue. I understand that many trees that were planted in Caerleon in my constituency during the 1970s were done so during a campaign for Plant a Tree in 73, and the following year, Plant Some More in 74. However, we've got a lot of ground to make up, and there's no doubt more must be done, particularly around new housing developments, as Joyce Watson has said, and infrastructure. And as the Minister said, it's really important that we're planting the right trees in the right places. The City of Newport is fortunate to have large areas of green space which people can easily access, and award-winning parks such as Bellevue Park, Tredegar Park and Beechwood Park. In addition, Wentwood Forest is on our doorstep and is part of the largest block of ancient woodland within Wales, with a recorded history spanning over 1,000 years. The network of woodland paths, including downhill mountain bike trail, is very popular and well loved. However, there's more to do to ensure the local community, especially young people, can access this. And in our branching out report last year, the Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee recognised the work that local woodland groups are doing in protecting our urban green spaces and making them more accessible. One such group in my constituency is the Baselack Community Woodland Trust, which are made up of local volunteers. It's crucial that community groups, NRW, local authorities and private landowners work together to pursue woodland enterprise opportunities and support community ownership of woodlands. The social benefit of woodlands was a main theme in the branching out report, and I'm glad the strategy recognises the role urban woodlands can play in community cohesion. So with this in mind, Minister, what can the Welsh Government do to support existing groups such as the one in Baselack and encourage similar ones to ensure that more of our green spaces can be enjoyed by our urban communities?
I thank the member for contribution. I quite like that plant a tree in 73, plant some more in 74. Perhaps we need to get ourselves some contemporary slogans to go with the woodland strategy. Could be tempted fate by inviting contributions on that one, though. As you're right in terms of actually the importance of finding ways to value trees, and I definitely look into the King's College report that you mentioned. It sounds very interesting. I don't know that we actually do have rainforests in Wales as well. But in terms of ways to value trees, I actually recently spoke at a Fields in Trust event, and what was really significant about that, they placed we know the value of trees is the environmental, the social and the health, the well-being, the broader multiple benefits it brings. But they'd actually contextualise to say, actually, if you take this park away or if you take this green space away, it has its economic value to the community in the wider area. And I think it's really important that we are able to kind of encapsulate that in a broader sense, to really hit home to people the value that our green spaces and woodlands have. And in terms of, community woodland plays a vital part, which is why Welsh Government has things like the Cooperative Woodland Scheme and working with Third Clyser, Goedwig and the Community Network Liaison to support community projects. And to ownership in the sense of actually people feel an ownership anyway to the woodland near them or the green space, but actually ownership in the more literal sense. Access young people, the Plant Project, it's just great examples, and I'm pleased that the strategy just emphasised the role that woodlands and green space for us plays in terms of education, because I don't think you can underestimate that for some children, get them outside in a forest school, taking part in eco schools, you see a complete change and the opportunity that brings. So that's also something I'm keen to explore with my colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, in terms of actually that can be aligned in terms of the new curriculum going forward, and how actually we can actually make sure that from a younger age and sustain that into secondary school too, that more young people not only benefit from our green spaces and woodland, but also actually potentially have an opportunity through that to develop skills and a future career pathway as well.
Diolch i'r gweinidog. Yr eitem ola ar yn agenda ni am y prynawn yma yw'r datganiad ganed gweinidog tai a gydfywio ar integreiddio tai iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol, a galw ar y gweinidog i wneud datganiad Rebecca Evans.
Diolch. The Welsh Government knows just how important secure, good quality housing is to the health and well-being of the communities we serve. We understand the considerable pressures on both health and social services, and we know that housing organisations and housing services have a vital contribution to make in responding to those pressures. Whilst housing and social care are both key priorities in our programme for government and our national strategy, Prosperity for All, we recognise that we are not going to respond to the needs of people in Wales if the housing and social care agendas are pursued separately. The Parliamentary Review of Health and Social Care recognised the role that housing can play in promoting and sustaining good health and well-being. Similarly, poor or inappropriate housing can have a detrimental effect. A Healthier Wales, our plan in response to the Parliamentary Review, provides us with an important opportunity to take further strides along the integration agenda. It provides us with an opportunity for a step change in how we deliver health and social care in Wales, including through new models of seamless local health and social care. We are committed to responding to the challenge. We're committed to doing so across government. And we recognise the need for housing to be at the heart of this work. Our integration agenda is supported by the Integrated Care Fund. The fund comprises both revenue and capital funds and aims to improve public services by making collaborative working an explicit requirement for local authorities and local health boards, whilst allowing the space for innovation. The fund is a key component in reducing unnecessary hospital admissions, inappropriate admissions to residential care and delayed transfers of care. We have seen a marked decrease in delayed transfers of care since the fund was introduced, but I know there is more we can do. The fund supports a number of objectives, including developing homes much more suited for older people, people with dementia or learning disabilities, or young people with complex needs alongside care and support. Whilst the fund is already beginning to support accommodation-led solutions to social care alongside both housing and health capital programmes, I want to move towards developing a more scalable, strategic programme of capital investment which has housing at its core. I want to step up our game with this fund and move away from delivering just smaller but important localised projects to a much more innovative and truly integrated approach, prioritising accommodation-led solutions which are explicitly designed to lessen the demands on social care budgets. I am very pleased to be working closely with the Minister for Older People, Children and Social Care to better align what we do in housing and social care. The Minister for Older People, Children and Social Care, and I visited an extra care housing and care scheme under construction in my stay yesterday, and this has care and support at its heart. Its development is informed by an assessment of local population need and local housing need, and it's the kind of project that we want to see more of. I am pleased, therefore, to announce a new 3-year capital programme of £105 million to support a move to a more strategic and scalable approach to accommodation-led solutions to health and social care needs. I want to see this accommodation-led approach embedded in the models of care we develop for older people and other vulnerable groups. We know the role that housing plays in people's health and well-being. Housing is the platform to prevention and early intervention for social care, and it's also the key to helping make services more sustainable. The new £105 million Integrated Care Fund capital programme aims to maximise the contribution housing interventions can make to improve service delivery, whilst also alleviating the pressures on the NHS and the delivery of social care. Additionally, this programme responds to a number of the recommendations in the report Our Housing Agenda, Meeting the Aspirations of Older People in Wales, which set out a wide-ranging programme of change when it was published last year. It highlighted the need for concerted action at a variety of levels. The report was a call for action not only by Welsh Government, but by a wide range of other stakeholders across the public, private and third sectors. The expert group behind the report recognised the importance of action at a variety of levels to bring about transformational change. The report will continue to provide a roadmap of the further changes still required if we are to respond adequately to the housing, health and social care challenges we face in Wales. We're driving the integration agenda by supporting the health, social care and housing sectors to work much more collaboratively through regional partnership boards. These boards are provided for by the Social Services and Wellbeing Act and are responsible for making the strategic investment decisions for the Integrated Care Fund. They bring together health, social services, the third sector, citizens and other partners, and they have integration at their very core. I'm determined to see the voice of housing come through even more strongly on the work of regional partnership boards. The housing contribution to more effective care and support can't simply be an optional extra. It needs to be at the core of our efforts to integrate services so as to achieve the greatest impact. So I'm pleased to be able to tell members that we will be making housing a statutory member of regional partnership boards, and officials are exploring how this can be most effectively implemented. Of course, providing new accommodation shouldn't be seen as the only solution. It's essential we support people to continue to live independently in their own homes as their needs change. We know that aids and adaptations are often a lifeline to people who experience a disabling environment. A suitable, well-adapted home can make the difference to someone's ability to live independently and receive health and social care close to home, avoiding admission to hospital or having to move to long-term residential care. We have already introduced important improvements to the system of providing small-scale aids and adaptations to help people do this. The new approach, called Enable, is focused on greater efficiency by simplifying and speeding up the process of getting an adaptation. It does this by determining the most efficient way to deliver an aid or adaptation to meet someone's need, as there are a number of funding sources available depending on a person's circumstances and tenure. The new system also collects data to help us understand how we can improve this process still further. However, we recognise our current improved system can still be complex and needs streamlining, and a recent report by the Welsh Audit Office supports that view. So I have announced we will be taking forward a further change programme in this area, and we will be consulting on these changes in due course. We must streamline the funding and provision of services to make it more citizen-focused, transparent and consistent in its delivery. These important areas of work, alongside the new programme of capital investment, are all aimed at helping people who need support to receive the right support, whether they are older people with complex needs and long-term conditions, people with learning disabilities, children with complex health needs, or carers. Our plan for health and social care recognises the significant role appropriate housing can play in moving health and social services closer to communities in a year when we are celebrating the 70th anniversary of the NHS, which was, of course, born here in Wales. What's not always appreciated is that Nye Bevan was Minister for Health and Housing, and his contribution to improving the quality and volume of available housing was significant. He understood that for people to live long and healthy lives, they needed access to appropriate housing, and it is in that spirit that I make this statement today.
Angela Burns.
I'd like to thank the Minister for bringing forward this statement today, the content of which is very welcome to us, because you have pinpointed with accuracy that lifestyle, transport, housing and design are vital elements of how we're going to be able to move forward in a more integrated way and to have a healthier Wales. And it's very vital, as home is going to be increasingly the place where our health and our social care needs are delivered. And of course, no single part of the system can possibly hope to answer all of our needs. Michael Marmont's Fair Society, Healthy Lives, really highlighted the significance of the wider issues that impact on health. And in fact, they say often, don't they, that housing, employment, education are the causes of ill health. So I think anything that Welsh Government, with the support of the Assembly, can do to tackle some of these issues is incredibly important. Having said all the nice words, and you'd be disappointed by anything else, I just want to challenge you on a couple of points and ask for some explanations on a couple of other areas. The Parliamentary Review of Social Care did indeed recognise the role that housing can play, and however, your response, or the government's response to Healthier Wales, your plan in response to that parliamentary review, had very, very little on housing. You talked about new partnerships between health and housing. You talked about area plans that would provide a robust platform. But perhaps you can give us a little bit more information about really how crucial a role will housing be enabled to play in delivering this vision of a healthier Wales. You do make a very strong assertion that there's been a marked decrease in delayed transfers of care, and I'd be really interested to know where those statistics have come from, because I've yet to be able to put my hand on my heart to say that that is there, because of course it's been one of the key components of our winter pressures and all the rest of it. We don't see it out there on the street, and I'd like to know how you have that. You talk about upping the game with the fund and delivering larger projects, and you talked about going out with the Minister for Older People, Children and Social Care and seeing new plans. Can you please tell us how you're going to ensure that local authority planning departments come on board with this? Because time and time again in my area, I know of great initiatives that bring together housing and care have been turned down by local planning authorities because they don't meet some criteria in the planning documentation. And we've we've got to get over this and start building the houses that people really need. I absolutely welcome the £105 million of extra money to support this more scalable approach. And it's really good to see that, you know, it's tying in across the whole of the United Kingdom, isn't it? Because, of course, the UK government have also announced this Better Care Fund with a significantly larger sum of money, but they're a slightly larger country. So it's good to see that everyone's going down. This is a good direction of travel. I would ask you to perhaps cast your eyes over David Melding's white paper, Livable Cities, because it's from the Welsh Conservative think tank, and it does very much focus on socially inclusive, environmentally sustainable homes and cities, environments that can be built on the principles of the health and well-being of the citizens, going back to what are the causes of ill health. It is your home, it is your environment, your education, and your employment prospects. Could you please actually just give us a quick bit of an overview on the adaptation side? You talk about the new fund, but you know we do very often have this scenario where a house is very expensively adapted for somebody who has needs. When they move out, those adaptations are then ripped out at great cost to us all, and then somebody else moves in to get a sort of a baseline home. And this is nonsense. Surely we should just be making sure the appropriate person moves into that. Two more questions. What measurements do you have in place to measure the success of this extra funding? How will you know if it's hitting the nail on the head and doing what it should be doing, and how are you going to apportion it across the areas of greatest needs or across the areas of Wales? And finally, I come back to that planning authority and planning permission again. You know, we do need different types of houses, and we should be building homes that already have either bungalows, or if we're tight on space, we should have extra wide stairs going up so you can put a stair lift in if you need to, because people want to stay in a home and they want to remain in that home. We're trying to encourage them to do that. We need to build homes where it is easier to put in hoists. We need to build homes where it is easier to adapt a kitchen. And those are the things that we need to start looking at in the design principles for our housing stock going forward. If we truly want to buy into the fact that people are going to stay in their home, they're going to receive their health care in their home, they're going to receive their social care in their home, hopefully to the end of their days. This is a great sort of direction of travel. It's a good initiative, but I'd really like to see some teeth put into this, because it's a lot of money and I'm worried that we won't achieve what we need to achieve.
I thank you very much for those questions and for the warm welcome which you gave at the start of the contribution, and for your recognition about the importance of housing in the wider health and social care agenda. And we're not just talking about housing. You made the point that actually we're talking about homes, and when we listen to people, they generally tell us that home is where they want to be, and I think that social care and provision of care closer to home and ideally at home is certainly the way forward in supporting people to have that aspiration realised. You referred to the parliamentary review. Well, our statement today is very much part of our response to that parliamentary review from the housing perspective, and it's done very much in association with health and social care as well. You referred to the fact that the parliamentary review called for a new partnership between health and social services and housing. Well, I think what we're setting out today through the Integrated Care Fund is very much that new partnership, and we're making sure that that is, has housing at its heart by ensuring that regional partnership boards will be in future having housing as statutory members of those boards. When I was Minister for Social Services, I recognised then the important role that housing could make, and I encouraged regional partnership boards to include housing on those boards, and I think it's fair to say it was done with varying degrees of success across the different regional partnership boards in Wales. So in recognition of that, now we realise that now is the time to consider how we can put that on a legislative footing. So we intend to bring forward regulations to give housing that status and focus that it really needs on those regional partnership boards. You referred to delayed transfers of care. I'll ask the Minister to write to you with the very latest statistics, but they are published monthly, I believe, by the Welsh Government. And some of those figures that we are seeing are amongst the lowest that we've ever seen in Wales since the records began 13 or 14, I think, years ago. And that is quite extraordinary given the fact that we are in a position now where demands on hospitals, especially in that kind of setting, are increasing. So I recognise that we are making improvements in this area, but as I said in my statement, there is much more that we can do and that we need to do. And this announcement I'm making today is part of our response to that challenge as well. You quite rightly mentioned the issue of local authorities and planning and how they can enable this kind of agenda. This was very much recognised by Professor Phillips' Housing Agenda report, which is referred to in the statement. And the expert group which informed that statement focused on how the planning system can better support an ageing population. And the revised Planning Policy Wales requires planning authorities to identify where interventions may be required to deliver older people's housing when there's been a need for that locally. And this may include the identification of specific sites and policies in local development plans. Consultation on a revised draft of Planning Policy Wales has recently closed, and I'm sure that the Cabinet Secretary will be making an update on that very shortly. I was aware of the Livable Cities document. I was really pleased to respond to that debate just a couple of weeks ago, and it really was an excellent debate, and I think recognition from all sides about the important role of how we design our cities in terms of the benefits or otherwise it can bring to our health. I'm keen to see accommodation-led regeneration in our towns and cities as well, because we had questions to the First Minister today which focused on the impact that the downturn in retail and the change in patterns of consumer spend are having on the high street. And there's certainly opportunity, I think, to ensure that our high streets become places where people want to live, because lots of benefits there in terms of being in the middle of all of the action, and also having larger numbers of people living in our town centres is obviously good for those retail businesses which remain. In terms of adaptations, we're very focused within our new fund to ensure that adaptations do continue to be resourced as they should be. So within that £105 million, there's a main capital programme, which would be a minimum of 75% of the spend, and a discretionary capital programme, which would be a maximum of 25% of the spend. And within that discretionary capital programme, we would expect regional partnership boards to consider aids and adaptations which are not supported by existing programmes and that are in support of those specific objectives of the ICF, which is older people, people with learning disabilities, children with complex needs and carers. They could look at equipment projects which support people to live independently in their own home and to reduce hospital admissions or speed up that hospital discharge, or other smaller scale projects in support of the ICF objectives. So those projects could be community-led or third sector-led, because the Social Services and Wellbeing Act also is very focused on ensuring that we do support those third sector organisations and cooperatives and so on to be able to deliver services within the community as well.
Dialogue.
Diolch, Llywydd, and can I welcome the statement from the Minister for Housing and Regeneration. Very much welcome, and welcome the direction of travel as well. Naturally, we would welcome £105 million capital spend as well. But in terms of the background, obviously there's mention of an Eirin Bevan. There will be a lot of mention of an Eirin Bevan over the next couple of weeks, I suggest. And yes, she was the Minister of Housing as well as Health, and up to 1951, housing was part of the Department of Health at Westminster level. Then, for some reason, it got split off. But that link between housing and health is absolutely that intimate, and we should be reinstituting that link, frankly, because bad housing equals bad health. We have homeless people on the streets of Wales today, and their sort of life expectancy is 47 years, while the rest of us are going to live to beyond 80. So bad housing indeed equals bad health. In terms of the other situation, in terms of people always asking me, how are we going to deal with this huge expansion in number of elderly people and their care requirements and their health requirements. And I always say, actually, we need to start with our housing. We need a huge expansion of the sheltered accommodation principle, whereby this requires a culture shift amongst our people as well, in terms of planning ahead and thinking, how am I going to spend my latter years? I would suggest in some sort of sheltered accommodation. There are excellent projects dotted around Wales and the United Kingdom, whereby, yes, it's a housing solution. People have wardens there looking after them. In the same complex Scandinavian village-type model, it can get more intensive then in terms of there's a sort of nurse equivalent, there's a nursing home type situation in the same complex, and also dementia, advanced dementia care beds, again in the same complex, so that people move in and then if their health deteriorates, they just move to a different part of the same complex. They don't have to leave, so hence couples who've been married for 50 to 60 years are not split up like we do now, callously, sometimes without warning. They remain in the same complex, only in a different bit of it. You know, throw in a bit of a restaurant, hairdressing, bit of bingo, everybody's happy. You know, that's how we should be treating our elderly, not jamming people in residential homes, I would say, or in less than adequate private nursing homes, quite often. And I could provide names of less than adequate private nursing homes if the Minister insists. But there are some excellent examples. I would mention Kilcaron, Tregaron, Integrated Housing, Health and Social Care Project. There are still technical issues to overcome, though. I mean, people have been working in their separate little silos for too long, and even when you have some wonderful, innovative thinking, let's start with the housing and build the health and the social care onto it, you still have issues as regards how is that going to run. And I'm pleased to note that you mentioned the Integrated Care Fund here as a flagship. And I don't want to embarrass the Llywydd overmuch, but it's only fair to note that this brilliant idea of the Intermediate Care Fund, as it was then, came a germ from the brain there of Elin Jones, Assembly Member for Ceredigion at the time in 2013, which was part of a budget deal between Labour, Plaid and Liberal Democrats we had then in 2014, I think. So that's the germ of this excellent idea, which has been built upon today. I congratulate Elin all the time, actually, about this innovative thinking, because that's what it's about. It's about breaking out of silos and breaking out of individual portfolios and thinking, we have an elderly person here, how are we going to deal with this situation? We start with, where are they going to live? Can they stay where they are with all the support? Or actually, are we going to have to think a bit broader about this? And let's have these integrated projects. So yes, the £105 million. A lot of mention about capital funding, capital this, capital that. Lots of projects need revenue support as well. Can I just ask the Minister, is there any revenue funding as part of any of this? Not to discount the very considerable sum that you've just announced now. And in terms, obviously, of, I mean, it is a complex field. That's sometimes why it's difficult to integrate things. There are various other pots of money and lots of other people doing excellent work elsewhere, particularly with certain vulnerable groups. And the supporting people funding, which is continuously under threat of being integrated somewhere else. And lots of people would want to see supporting people funding safeguarded, maintained, even developed. And how would that work together with this agenda? Because it's not, as you mentioned in your statement, it's not just about elderly people, it's also people with complex needs as well. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much for those comments. And before I address those points, I realised I'd neglected to answer the point which Angela Burns raised in terms of how we're going to be monitoring and overseeing what is very significant spend. And effective monitoring and evaluation arrangements are important in order to provide us with those assurances that ICF capital funding is being fully utilised in the support of effective, integrated and preventative services. And, of course, when we see the projects coming forward, it will also help us be informed about where we go in terms of future spend through the ICF capital investment as well. So regional partnership boards must ensure that they have robust monitoring arrangements in place to ensure schemes funded via the ICF capital deliver those intended outcomes on time and within budget. And evaluation arrangements must also be established to identify and evidence the impact, as well as the general appropriate use of funds. And reports must be made on a quarterly basis, as detailed in the guidance which is presented to regional partnership boards. And in terms of overseeing the main capital programme, well, projects should be agreed at regional partnership board level, but then submitted to the Welsh Government. We recognise that as an appropriate level of oversight there. However, there must also be robust internal processes for scrutiny and sign-off for regional partnership boards with regards to the discretionary capital programme, but that would need to be proportionate to the kind of level of projects which we're talking about there. So discretionary projects are anything under £100,000 and main projects anything over £100,000. Bad housing leads to bad health. That's well recognised, I think, and that's something that came forward very strongly in Di Lloyd's contribution. And the kind of project he was describing early on in his contribution about a project which demonstrated good practice was very much what we consider in terms of extra care. And Welsh Government has got a long history of supporting extra care since 2002. With the support of £197 million of Welsh Government funding, we've seen 49 extra care schemes funded across Wales, providing over 2,000 homes for older people, where they can maintain their independence and avoid the need for unnecessary hospital admissions. But I think that the ICF capital funding, which we've announced today, really does take that commitment now to a new level. And certainly, I would imagine that extra care projects might be some of those coming forward via regional partnership boards, because I think extra care has gone much further on from sheltered accommodation, because there can be on-site care for people, so that means that people's health and social care needs can be responded to quickly and responsively and help them cope better with crises. And also, we can't forget the important role that care technology plays in supporting people to better manage their risks, and also some monitoring of people's vital signs, which assists proactive healthcare and extended clinical supervision, and that reduces admissions and enables earlier discharge again from hospital. So I think we will certainly see some of those step-up, step-down projects coming forward from regional partnership boards, and I'm sure that would be very welcomed as well. In terms of integrated health and social care settings, this is another part of the response that Vaughan Gethin has outlined in terms of the parliamentary review, and a pipeline of 19 projects was identified in December as part of £68 million of investment in a new generation of integrated health and social care, health and care centres. And a theme of the pipeline is integration, and health boards are looking to work with a range of delivery partners, including local authorities, housing associations and the third sector. And the model of care for each of those will differ. Business cases, I understand, are currently being developed, and there is engagement with a wide range of stakeholders to identify the opportunities to promote integration. And this really is the biggest targeted investment in primary and community care infrastructure by the Welsh Government, and I very much look forward to those projects moving forward. There was a question regarding how we funded this, because obviously these projects also need revenue funding. So in this financial year, the Minister for Social Care has announced there will be £50 million of revenue funding in the Integrated Care Fund as well. And obviously, there are opportunities to marry up this funding with regeneration funding, for example, other funding from health. So this potentially could have the opportunity to look elsewhere for funding for projects which meet other wide objectives as well. But there is certainly that revenue funding to support what's needed.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd, and thanks to the Minister for her statement and for the announcement of the new funding. I appreciate that, to a large extent, housing, health and social care are all interconnected, and they need to be considered together, which is the basic thrust of today's statement. So we do appreciate that sentiment, and we acknowledge the need for different departments to work together to achieve these aims that you've set out, and not to work in silos. So I think that applies both at government level, where you have to work alongside possibly 2 other ministers to achieve these aims, and also at more regional level. So I think it's a good move to have housing needs included in the regional partnership boards as a statutory obligation. One basic issue regarding these 3 integrated areas is, are we building enough bungalows in Wales? Angela Burns touched on that. She raised the issue of bungalows, but Angela raised a number of valid points, and I wasn't sure that this basic fundamental question was actually answered by you. You answered a lot of points, but so I'm interested in what you think about this simple issue of the number of bungalows that are being built. There are a variety of home adaptations that can be carried out to make homes more habitable for residents who have developed physical or mental issues, or who have simply got older, because there is a question of priorities. You mentioned different groups. You didn't mention veterans. So are they part of the Integrated Care Fund programme, or are they part of are they coming under another scheme? So I would like some enlightenment on that issue. But obviously there is going to be this problem of priority. There are lots of different groups. You did state that there's a number of there are certain percentages of funding that will be allocated in different ways. I suppose one basic issue is, will there be a coherent system of priorities which is easily understandable to the applicants that are applying for grants for things like home adaptations? New technology can sometimes be used to benefit the lives of fairly housebound people. For instance, a lot of day centres have closed in recent years. People living in rural areas may not be living close to a day centre in any event, so loneliness and isolation have become a major problem. Can we investigate home adaptations which encompass older people accessing facilities like Skype or something similar, or even in training them, those who are interested in accessing the internet? Could that form a cost-effective part of home adaptation? Obviously, we need to have broadband in those areas first. I was intrigued by Di Lloyd's vision, which I think is a good one. This idea that older people can sometimes live in semi-communal forms of living, which will often be more beneficial for many of them. There's also something called reminiscence therapy, which can benefit people who are experiencing difficulties with their memories. This can be incorporated into the kind of village complex that Di was referring to at one point. So I wonder if this can be incorporated in some way into the government's programme. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions, and glad that you began by acknowledging that it's important that we don't work in silos with this regard, and I think it's important the Welsh Government shows leadership in terms of being able to work across traditional boundaries, especially when we are asking local authorities and health boards to do difficult things, including pooling budgets through the Social Services and Wellbeing Act, and that's one of the key roles of the regional partnership boards, because making effective use of resources is a key priority for those boards, and those pooled funds and improved integrated commissioning will result in greater resilience in the provision of services, with a focus on improved quality and not just better value for money. And we have been assured that all regional partnership boards are now delivering a form of pooled funds in relation to care homes for older people. We want to ensure that there are fully formed pooled funds in place that deliver effective joint commissioning by April of next year, and the Minister has made it clear that we will consider intervening directly if that's not the case. So yes, it's important the Welsh Government shows leadership, and I think we've done that through Prosperity for All, which recognises housing and social care as two of our 5 cross-government priorities, and we recognise that there's roles for all of us across government to be working together on these agendas, and it's certainly not one person's responsibility to be delivering. Are we building enough bungalows? No, definitely not. I was really pleased yesterday to attend to visit the new development in my stag with my colleague Hugh Davis, and they are building new bungalows there, and that's really exciting because actually we don't have enough bungalows being built. I was talking to the developers as to why, and they're often seen as being quite inefficient in terms of building them, because they are, per square metre more expensive to build than other houses. But equally, bungalows really do meet the needs of older people who need to be living on one floor, for example, and who need a fairly small property to be looking after. So I would like certainly to see more bungalows being built. And the ones which were being built yesterday were being built through a housing association with the specific aim of supporting people to live in those accommodations as part of their social housing offer within the local area. So I think that it's important that that's considered by RSLs, for example, as they're thinking of their forward work programme, and also by local authorities as they're considering their local housing needs analysis, for example. In terms of priorities and how will regional partnership boards know where to be focusing their efforts, alongside a letter to regional partnership boards today, as a result of this statement, we're also issuing programme guidance for this fund. So there should be no doubt in terms of the minds of regional partnership boards as to where we would want to see that funding deployed. I completely agree that the use of new technologies provides us with real opportunities to support people to live at home for longer and to monitor people's care needs, monitor people's health and so on. And that was reflected in some of the answer that I gave to Di Lloyd. Again, I think building the right homes is also about building communities, and that very much speaks to that point which you made about tackling loneliness and isolation, which we know is becoming a growing concern for many older people, but not exclusively older people across Wales. And so building homes which are also communities, such as the one we saw yesterday, I think is a wonderful way of being able to tackle that as well. In terms of the groups who this funding is intended to support, those groups are set out through the Social Services and Wellbeing Act, and they are older people with complex needs and long-term conditions, including dementia, people with learning disabilities, children with complex needs due to being disabled or illness, and carers and young carers. So those groups are specifically set out through legislation. We do have a very strong link between the Dementia Action Plan and the Regional Partnership Board's work. The plan focuses on what service users with dementia and their family members have told us that was particularly important to them. For example, timely diagnosis and then the provision of person-centred care following that diagnosis. And the implementation of that plan is being supported by £10 million of government investment, £9 million of which has been allocated to the regional partnership boards through the Integrated Care Fund mechanism, so aiming to drive forward and enable integrated working between social services, health, housing and the third sector and independent sectors to support people with dementia and their carers. And to support this, we have issued addendum ICF guidance, which was produced specifically with the Dementia Action Plan in mind.
Jenny Rathbone.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to see the government embracing the parliamentary review and working towards how we're going to deliver person-centred care. Because if we can't deliver the type of housing that people are going to need as their needs change, then it's going to be extremely difficult to do that. So I think one of the core principles has got to be that everybody needs to be part of a community, because I don't want to see, bungalows a quarter of a mile away from any services. That's not going to work. And equally, it's really important that people with dementia who may not be able to stay unsupervised on their own at home should still be part of the community. There was a lovely television programme in the last couple of days about some children visiting people with dementia and the very, very positive impact that it had on the older people, as well as the the warmth that the children received from these older people who were giving them lots of attention. So that's a really good example of how, people with dementia need to still be part of the community, and whether it's restaurants that are where the people with dementia are making the food and other people are coming in to eat it, the paying public, that's another way in which we can keep people in contact with the whole community. But I think one of the problems we have at the moment is we have such a lack of choice in housing because of the acute housing crisis that when people's needs change, it becomes really difficult to enable them to stay part of the community that they know because we simply haven't got anything available. I've got a constituent who's, so to speak, over-occupying because of the bedroom tax. She's got an adult son with some autistic spectrum difficulties. It's very difficult for her to be in a flat because of that, but there are simply no two-bedroom homes in the community. She is a major part of, really good community leader. Sadly, it looks like she's going to have to leave that community, which is completely tragic, that we haven't got a range of housing types. So Hevin David raised the issue of the mass house builders who all want to build the same old rabbit hutches, and we don't yet have the flexibility we need in the type of housing that people are going to need, and where people feel a sense of some control over it. I was reading a fantastic article earlier this month about a project in Eindhoven called Project Milestone, where the Eindhoven University of Technology have been fully involved in 3D printed housing, where they envisage that within the next 5 years, people are going to be able to design their own homes on a computer to suit their particular needs, depending on how many children they've got, etc. But because they're using a specially formulated cement that's squirted onto the structure, it's a bit like whipped cream, it's miles cheaper than bricks and mortar, and incorporates smart lighting, heating and security, and I can see how it can be made to work. So I just wondered if you're thinking in your regional partnership boards about how you're going to contract with small and medium-sized local builders who are going to deliver the type of homes that people in that community are going to need, and they'll be different in every community. I can't see a role for bungalows in the inner city parts of my constituency because the land just isn't there. But I can see a demand for people to continue to stay in the street they've lived in for 60 years so that they're near to their children and will be able to maintain those links, which are vital to keep people out of hospital.
I thank you very much for those questions, and I'll begin really at the end of your contribution when you were talking about innovative housing. And I think that we are really on the cusp of a revolution in terms of the way that we build housing now. There's so many exciting new ways of building homes. Some of those have been supported through our £90 million innovative housing programme. The current window is open for another week or so, so I would certainly be encouraging, or another couple of weeks, encouraging businesses of all sides to consider making applications to that. But I think it's particularly well suited to SMEs, because SMEs have a long history really of embracing risk long before the volume house builders have done. And I met with the FSB earlier today, and I was impressing upon them the need to be promoting amongst their members the opportunities under the Innovative Housing Programme for SMEs, because they are real opportunities, I think. They also have access to our Property Development Fund, which is a £30 million fund, and that will enable small and medium-sized enterprises again to have relatively easy access to funding in order to support some of their building projects. And again, recently announced the Stalled Sites Fund, which is a £40 million fund, and that's to open up sites which are there, ready to go in terms of planning, but for whatever reason haven't been able to be built on. For example, remediation needs to be undertaken in order to make the land suitable for building. So those small elements which prevent the project from being viable right now, but with this kind of support might make them viable in future. And it can also be used in terms of assisting small and medium-sized enterprises with their cash flow as well. So I think the Innovative Housing Programme, although we're supporting many different types of housing at the moment, it is all with a purpose of informing us where we need to go in future in terms of building houses at a much greater scale and pace. So potentially we could be getting to the point where we start thinking, well, these are the 3-4 kinds of ways of building homes which really work for us here in Wales, and these are the ones that we want to invest in the future. These are the ones where we can keep the skills here in Wales, where we can build here in Wales. We've just had the statement on woodlands, so where we can be using as much Welsh timber as possible. So I think that there's a very exciting agenda in terms of housing, particularly innovative housing. I would imagine that where projects do come forward under the ICF, they would be certainly looking at 1- and 2-bedroom properties because, as Jenny says, that these are the kind of properties which are in short supply and which are better suited particularly to older people. There's you referred to the lack of choice in housing when people's needs change, and again this is something that's exciting about the extra care programmes which will be supported and which have already been supported in terms of them being able to adapt to people's needs as their needs change. And again, Jenny referred to new technologies and the exciting opportunities they can present there. I visited Llanelli recently to look at their support for social care, and they were showing me some of the technologies which they deploy. One was a watch that supports people with dementia, so it's got GPS on it, and the individual can agree with their families, with their carers, the boundaries where it's safe for them to go, so areas that they know very well. And if and when the person leaves those boundaries, then the family is informed. And it's a great way of giving families peace of mind, but also giving people the independence that they deserve as well. The children visiting people through, for example, Dementia Friends projects, I think is wonderful as well. And I know that it's not just the older people or the people with dementia who get a lot from that as well. I think that the children certainly get a lot from that, and that's something I would be looking to promote as well. And also just to recognise the comments that you've made about the importance of the parliamentary review and the real focus that it does put on personalised and person-centred care.
We're over time already with this statement. I have 3 other members wishing to speak. Oh, I have an excellent member at the back there indicating that she no longer wishes to speak. I've got 2 other members wishing to speak. I'll call you, but I want succinct questions and succinct answers. Jane Hutt.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement. And can I say how pleased I am to hear about the news of this substantial investment in housing as part of the package to join up health, social care and housing. Last week I spoke at the Policy Forum on Older People's Care, and I think Treen was also there chairing a session. We did draw attention to the unique opportunities we've got to drive forward policy in this area. Now, Dr Di Lloyd has already talked about the origins of the Intermediate Care Fund, as it was back in 2014-15, and I would just like to have a brief moment to remember the time we spent one hot summer in closed rooms with myself as Finance Minister, Ellen Jones as the Plaid Cymru Shadow Minister, and I think it might have been Peter Black, because, I mean, certainly we said it should be health, social care and housing, and I'd say, you know, that was 50 million to deliver a Welsh Government budget in 2014-15. It's now firmly embedded in policy delivery in Wales. But I think, and what came out of the policy forum last week, that actually housing hasn't actually been integrated. Housing, social care, it's been more health and social care. So my 2 questions are, firstly, social housing partners at the forum last week had very different experiences of whether they were involved or not in the regional partnership boards. Can you confirm that they will be involved and how that will happen, how that will progress in terms of taking forward decisions on the Integrated Care Fund? And also, another point that was made very strongly, can we ensure that the housing element of the Intermediate Care
Fund doesn't run from one good but time-limited funding announcement, but is sustained for the longer-term planning.
It's a very clever trick, Jane, had to name-check the Llywydd in your contribution in order to squeeze in two rather than one questions. Yeah.
Okay, I will be brief, and just want to recognise that, as other members have said, there is genuine cross-party interest and support for this agenda, so I think it's only fair to recognise that. In terms of the social housing partners and the housing sector on those regional partnership boards, it is true to say that their voice has been heard very well on some of those regional partnership boards as kind of associate members, but not statutory members. But then in other regional partnership boards, housing feels frustrated, I think, that they haven't had their voice heard. So that's one of the reasons why we have taken the decision to put housing as statutory partners on those regional partnership boards, to make sure that they get the credit that they deserve on those boards, but also get the strong voice and taken as seriously as they should be, given how important the capital element is to this, and how important we see housing in terms of supporting people's good health and well-being. In terms of the funding, this is a 3-year funding arrangement, so it will be £30 million for this year, £35 million for the following year, and £40 million for the year after that. So this should be able to give regional partnership boards the opportunity to plan forwards with that. And we've written to the regional partnership boards today, outlining their indicative allocations for each particular region.
Mark Isherwood.
Clive, and one comment, straight question. I was delighted to see that the need for housing to be at the heart of health, social care and broader community regeneration is acknowledged. A point I was banging away on back in 2003 in this place, when there were warnings that if urgent action wasn't taken, Wales would face the housing supply crisis we now have. But moving on, 2 weeks ago I chaired the cross-party group on disability, and I wondered how you respond to the findings presented to us by the Equality and Human Rights Commission on housing and disabled people, Wales' hidden crisis. I'll just give 3 of them. How do you respond to their finding that there's no target in the Welsh Government's 20,000 affordable housing target by 2021 for accessible homes? That only 1 out of 22 Welsh local authorities has set a percentage target for accessible and affordable homes, and that only 15% of local authorities in Wales said the information they had about disabled people's housing requirements was, quote, good.
Thank you very much for those questions and comments, and very much recognise the report to which you referred. And we have asked our officials to explore that report to see what more we can be doing to ensure that we are building housing which is accessible to people. Certainly housing which is built, or other accommodation which is built through our integrated care fund, would be very cognizant of the fact that it's supporting older people, people with complex needs and so on, will need to be tailored to the needs of those individuals. But I think we also have to remember that we do have the Wales Quality Housing Standard, which applies to social rented sector here in Wales, and by 2020 all our local authorities and all our RSLs will have met that standard. And I think that does set the bar really in terms of ensuring that housing is of a good quality here in Wales. But I do recognise the seriousness of that report and the need to ensure that we do more in terms of accessibility.
Diolch i'r gweinidog, a daw hynna yn trafodion ni am heddi ben.